the realm of kings and queens, only a select few dare to claim the ultimate crown. Who has what it takes to challenge the reigning world chess champion? This April, the journey unfolds in the heart of Toronto, where history meets the horizon of intellect at the FIDE Candidates 2024. With a star-studded lineup, the world's most brilliant minds converge to battle it out over the board. Some we have seen here before, some faces are new, a prize fund that speaks volumes and a title that echoes through eternity. Who will emerge as the challenger? Who will etch their name in the chess history book? Join us for the spectacle. Witness the birth of legends, a victor in the open and women's section. Watch the event live on FIDE YouTube.
Greetings from Toronto, Canada. We are officially in the second half of the tournament. Every player has played against each other in both sections, and now we start the second leg of the round robin from the beginning. Today is a special day in chess, not just because of the candidates taking place, but legend Garry Kasparov turns 61 today. We're celebrating his birthday here in Canada, and I'm sure the chess world around the globe is too. Kasparov, of course, has the very cool record of being the youngest world champion ever at the mere age of 22. Of course, we have a few youngsters here who are even younger than that. So will they break the record? Let's see. In today's matchups, we've got compatriots Nakamura, Caruana in the open section. In the women's section, we've got Katerina Lagno and Goryachkina, as well as Tan and Lei Tingzhe. Watch the FIDE live broadcast to not miss any of the action. Back to the studio.
Welcome, everyone. We've made it to the halfway point of the tournament. We're now in the second leg, where each player will be playing someone they've already played before. And we have some very interesting matchups today between Nakamura and Caruana. They drew in their first round game. We also have the special day. Today's April 13th, the birthday of the 13th world champion in chess, Garry Kasparov. So happy birthday to Garry. Do you have any words for him, Vishy?
Well, happy birthday, Garry. And do you realize that 1 year ago we were in Astana together doing commentary on this very channel, and it was Garry's birthday. So second time we get to wish him on air. But yeah, just have a wonderful birthday. I hope we get some lovely games for you.
Yeah, I mean, certainly the tournament is heating up, and personally I'm very excited to see how things are going to go today. Let's take a look at the highlights from round 7.
The unpredictable Toronto weather had no mercy on the players and spectators today. The summer-like sunny day that we were treated to yesterday transformed into a heavy downpour before the start of round 7 at the FIDE Candidates. Unlike the weather, we had a calmer day in the tournament, with only 3 games finishing with decisive results. Gukesh, the tournament's co-leader, suffered a painful loss at the hands of Alireza Firouzja. Playing with white, Gukesh was up a pawn and pressing his opponent when he miscalculated and went for a piece sacrifice which he thought was winning. The tables turned when Alireza found a great defensive resource. The Frenchman called himself lucky multiple times throughout the post-mortem game analysis at the press conference. Firouzja confessed that he no longer has anything to lose in the tournament, so he will continue to play double-edged chess with the hopes of generating more winning chances for himself. Jan Nepomniachtchi's game against Hikaru Nakamura featured 2 piece sacrifices in a combination that led to an imbalance rarely seen in chess. A queen for Nepo, for Hikaru's rook and 2 knights. Their draw, though the logical outcome of this game, does not do justice to the excitement this game produced by our 2 fan favorites. Due to Gukesh's loss, we now see Nepo going into the second rest day tomorrow as the sole leader in the FIDE Candidates tournament on 4.5 points. The game featuring Pragnananda and Caruana was a much calmer affair and ended in a draw. Vidit had good chances against Abasov, but unfortunately did not find the most critical continuation of his kingside attack. The game ended in a draw after Vidit ultimately gave Abasov a chance to regroup and defend. In the FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament, yesterday's fierce battles transformed into calmer ones today, with 3 games ending in draws. Alexandra Goryachkina, playing with white, did not manage to pose serious problems to the tournament's leader, Tan Jong-yi. Katerina Lagno, with white, had a slight edge against Nurgil Salimova, but black defended well and a draw was quickly agreed. At the halfway point of the tournament, Anna Muzichuk and Hampi Konaru, both of whom find themselves at the bottom of the standings, also made a draw. They are going to recharge their batteries during tomorrow's free day, hoping for a better second half of the tournament. Lei Ting-jae was the only winner of the day in the FIDE's Women's Candidates. She played a good game against Vaishali, scoring a second win in a row. With this win, Lei climbed to joint third place alongside Lagna and is now half a point behind Goryachkina in second place. Tan Jong-yi, on 5 points, remains the sole leader of the event. With the first half of the FIDE candidates behind us, the tournament will continue with round 8 on Saturday, and the players will now meet each other once again with colours reversed from their first matches.
Let's take a look at the standings after the first half. We have Jan Nepomniachtchi in his usual position as the leader of the tournament. This is the 3rd candidate in a row where he's leading at the midway point. He's got 4.5 points out of 7. Not the biggest lead he's ever had. In the last candidates, he had 5.5 out of 7 at this point. And he's chased by 3 players on +1. That is Caruana, Pragnananda, and Gukesh. Hikaru, who he's going to be playing, Hikaru is at 3.5, he's at 50%, and he has a big matchup with Caruana today where he's going to try to leapfrog him to get into 2nd place, hopefully. Let's also take a look at the women's standings. Tan Jong-yi has been leading this tournament from the beginning. She has 5 points out of 7. Alexandra Goryachkina, half a point behind at 4.5, and Lei Ting-jae finally catching up to a +1 score with Katerina Lagno to tie for 3rd, 4th place. So Vishy, I mean, for me, the highlight of the tournament so far was definitely this very dramatic game between Firouzja and Gukesh that ended, the 7th round. Mm-hmm. And after the game, I watched Hikaru's interview on his own channel, where he, how he immediately goes to talk to the commentators on his channel after his games, and he was actually in time to watch the remaining games. So he was there to comment on Firouzja Gukesh and on Vidit, Abasa Vidit in live time. So it's actually very interesting to hear him give his opinions on the games, and I was really impressed with his, a very good feel for what was going on, right? Because the first moments that he saw the game between Firouzja and Gukesh, he said, it looks horrible for white. 10 moves for 10 moves to make at 2.5 minutes here. I would hate to play this as white. So he really didn't like Firouzja's position in the beginning. Mm-hmm. But he started to point out that when Gukesh gets low on time, he definitely loses a lot of precision, and he feels that compared to the other players in this tournament, Gukesh's play in rapid and blitz is significantly worse than his play in classical chess. And when Gukesh got under 3 minutes, that's when Hikaru started predicting that Gukesh could actually lose this game. And so basically when knight d7 came on the board, he said, okay, it's getting really dangerous for black. And, it just seemed like he had a very good sense for the practical difficulties in the position and, how the time was going to be impacting the players. So in the end, he basically said, yeah, this game is not going to end in a draw, when it was still equal. And he was very confident about that assessment, and indeed, it was not a draw.
Yes, as an intensely practical player, I think he has a sense for when these things flip. And definitely, it was very insightful of him to spot that the fact that Gukesh, in this case, was letting his clock run down. He correctly understood that he also didn't see a way forward. The position was too difficult, and very good bet to say that a blunder is going to come soon, and he was proved right.
Yeah, Hikaru also made a prediction about today's game between Nepo and Abasov, in the sense that actually, when he was informed that that was the pairing, he actually made a pained expression. And as he clearly was already envisioning Nepo on a +3 score. And he said that, Nepo will be, pushing very hard for a win. He's going to go all in to get that win against the bottom seed today. And of course, that's not a very controversial opinion, but it was more like, I think it was more his reaction at even the thought of that pairing that was striking.
Sure. When you're trying to catch up, you often get quite worked up if you think the person you're chasing is going to have an easy day or whatever. Certainly, Abasov is going to have a difficult time. He's had a difficult time with the black pieces here. And Jan is had a rest day, the white pieces, and luck seems to be slightly even bending in his favor. So he's not going to let this go easily. He's going to press very hard. Let's see if Nijat can rise to the occasion. He also had a rest day. I know he and Mohammad Yarov went out a bit last night, so also trying to relax a bit. Maybe one of the problems he's felt that he's too intense about this and too focused, and maybe he's relaxed a bit more. Let's see.
Has he lost all his games with the black pieces so far?
He's had 4 whites.
And 3 blacks.
And he's drawn 4 games, right?
Yes.
Yes. So there we are.
So yeah, that is Nijat's challenging uphill battle here, that he has lost all games with the black pieces so far, and he is black again today against very motivated Jan Nepomniachtchi, who would like to move to +3 today. Let's talk a little bit about a player who's been managing to change his luck, and that is Alireza Firouzja. One thing that Naka pointed out was how ironic it is that after Firouzja has essentially lost chances to win this tournament, how then he proceeds to win a game. So he's kind of seen as the loose cannon at this point, someone who is not really feeling any pressure in terms of winning the tournament, but someone who can be very dangerous and be making an impact on the players who are in contention to win. So what do you think about his potential role in the coming rounds?
I agree. In fact, I think yesterday from the opening, you could see that this is a man who wanted a battle. He didn't want a quiet game. He's not trying to settle down or anything. He just figures the hell with it. I've blown the tournament. Now let me just have fun. And I think the wins now matter more to him than the overall result. If he wins a game or 2, then he's very happy. And yes, as we saw against Vidit, this attitude can also blow up in his face. So he's a danger to everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say that he's definitely one of the players I'm very curious to see, what he's going to be bringing, because I feel like there are going to be surprises from Firouzja. And even though his own tournament might not be stellar, but he is going to make a difference in other people's tournaments.
Yes, essentially every day, his opponent is going to be given an opportunity to have a full battle. Mm-hmm. Whether his opponent accepts or declines, that's another story. But he's basically every day he's going to do something and say, you want to roll the dice? I'm with you.
Yeah, and that's why he's been described as the loose cannon. And I think Anish Giri described this coming fight between Prague and Alireza as it's just a crazy house. That's what he's predicting for this game. Prague, of course, has been involved in a lot of interesting games here. He said himself that he's trying to play normal chess, but somehow his games are always becoming very interesting, although I think his great preparation has something to do with it.
His great preparation, but also his courage. He plays something quiet, but when the position requires him to push, he goes all in. So we saw it on several occasions here. One occasion in particular was when he had just lost a game. The next day he came back with this very suspect opening, almost wanting to justify to himself what he's been doing. I think he will not back down. So
he has 3 decisive games in the tournament so far, 1 loss to his compatriot Gukesh and 2 wins over Basov and Vidit. Let's talk a little bit about Gukesh and what kind of frame of mind he's going to be in. I mean, he was leading the tournament with Nepo. He had this heartbreaking loss. Anish Giri was saying in his recap that, well, it could be that that loss breaks his tournament or not, right? He said the rest day is coming at a very good moment for him. He has good people around him. And he was thinking that you might be offering a word of encouragement to him as well. Did you have a chance to talk to him after his loss?
Not too much, but I spoke to Gajewski. But I think the basic point is that he is quite sensible. I've seen him after defeats, famously after his defeat against Abdusattorov in the Olympiad. The game which he had basically there for the taking, and he could have ended up with 9.5 out of 10. But he lost that game. And that evening I went to cheer him up a bit. And within half an hour, I realized he was cheering me up a bit. So he is intense, but he takes this, he lands on his feet. So I think he will do okay.
Yeah, we had our first moves today by Michael Hyatt, Canadian tech entrepreneur. And maybe you can pronounce his name more properly than me, Vichy in Spanish.
Jose Antonio Carrillo, the FIDE president of the Americas.
Right. So we had two guests for our first moves of the day. And we have the games off to a start. So Hikaru playing the move e4 against Caruana. Caruana declines to play the Sicilian like he's done a few times in this tournament. And he goes for e5, which I think was the most expected option for today.
Let's see if he goes for a Petrov again.
Oh, we got knight e6.
Has he? I've forgotten. Has Fabiano played the Petrov here?
I don't think he's played a Petrov.
No, he's not played a Petrov here. So it's only Nepo who's really going for the Petrov every day.
So we have bird's eye view of the games. A few of them we still don't have up. I guess in terms of the openings,
Sarai Lopez.
Yeah. In terms of the openings, I mean, one of the interesting things that Anish was saying was that you've got these different approaches, right? You can be like Nepo, sticking to the Petrov that you know quite well and you've done a lot of preparation in. And then there's the chance that you're going to be getting caught out. Like he's had some real pressure from Prague and from Hikaru, very deep in the lines. And then you can try to go in like sort of Prague's approach, more jumping around, trying the French, trying different sidelines in the Rai Lopez, which kind of seems to have worked out better for Prague. What do you think, Vichy, about these two approaches to opening preparation?
Both approaches have a 50% chance of success. I think it just depends how it turns up.
Okay, well,
it's interesting that Jan is going for a symmetrical. He's given away his extra tempo in the Petrov. He went d3, knight f6, d4 instead of just d4, basically returning this extra move. And they're in a completely symmetrical position. I guess he's betting that if he plays a long game against Nijat, Nijat could weaken at some point.
So which of these openings do you think I'm most excited about, Vichy?
I'm going to go with Pragnananda Firouzja.
Yeah, I'm so happy that Firouzja does not disappoint us. And he goes for the Sicilian defense, but not the classical Sicilian this time. However, another Sicilian that I play as well, the Taimanov Sicilian. So that is pretty cool. Which line, what is the most aggressive line these days against the Taimanov? There's something with an early g4, right?
Yes, there is g4 here in this position.
Right away, right? Yeah. Even without bishop e3.
Yes.
Yeah.
You also have bishop e3 and queen f3 lines.
Right.
If black plays a6. I think even if black doesn't. And you have the quieter lines. Some people throw in a3. You can play bishop e2, bishop e3. So I'm curious which one it is.
Yeah.
Because Prague may not need to go for the sharpest lines. He can also trust Firouzja to do it for him. So he has a wider range of options, even if he wants a full battle. But I think we are expecting that Firouzja is going to do something very sharp regardless.
Let's take a look at FIDE versus Gukesh. So we have an Italian on the board. Knight f6, d3, and a6. Is this early a6? Is that a common thing by Gukesh?
I have never seen it before.
Yeah, it looks a little unusual.
My instant opinion is that, my first opinion was that it's clever if you go castles and black plays b5.
B5.
And if white goes bishop b3, we transpose to Caruana Nakamura. It's just instead of going... no, we don't transpose. It's a tempo down, right? Yeah. But perhaps what a6 is trying to accomplish is bishop c5, a7.
Like that.
So he's just asking white, are you going to castle first? Are you going to play c3 first? But the critical question is what happens after a6, knight g5?
I see. Right.
I mean, what did they call the one where you go knight g5 right away?
Fried liver? I think so.
Okay, it's the fried liver, and this is the deep fried liver. Because if you go d5, e takes d5, can you really do knight d5? Maybe you can, because this d4 move, you'd like to play it in one move.
Right.
Yeah, you've lost the tempo. But queen f3 looks like a bummer, doesn't it?
Because the knight's protected here also.
So queen f3 be curtains. Yeah, this is, say if I have to play bishop e6, that's pretty sad. But these days you can play anything.
Yeah, probably black will not want to enter this position. So what could be the point?
So I assume it's knight g5, d5, e d5,
and still knight a5.
Knight a5, yeah. And so this is just very intelligent provocation. So Vidit will have to decide what he's going to do.
Right. So Vidit's choice is either to be provoked into this move, or just to continue with something like c3 or castles.
Yes.
All right, let's see. Ooh, what line Prag chose. Okay, a little bit of a surprise.
Oh, this is nice.
Both players surprising each other. I have to say that I don't really know anything about this early knight jump. I mean, especially with this D knight, right? Have you seen this before?
I've noticed that it is legal, and I have not given it a lot of attention. And it's something I used to play the Taimanov for a good part of my career. And a lot of the modern lines, knight cb5, bishop f4 before queen c7, never even considered. They're very, very modern computer era moves. So.
Yeah, I mean, what could be the point of this move? Do you think white is trying to set up a Maroczy bind with c4?
I assume not, but it could just be that instead of waiting for a6, which may not be played, you provoke it this way. If white now moves the bishop and black plays a6, white comes knight c3. The idea is that black will eventually move his queen back to c7, and the loss of tempi are cancelled out. I honestly don't know the details. That's my assumption, but suddenly I'm thinking in any Scheveningen, so that is the lines with, let's say, bishop e2, a6, knight c3, knight f6, castles, d6, bishop e3. Maybe the queen is not that bad on b8. Imagine I could play bishop d7 and b5, b4 in some line. And the queen has just improved itself from d8 to b8. So it's not necessary that black has to come back and transpose.
Go to c7,
he could keep the extra move. But, I mean, these are general ideas which are useless. I think if you check the line, it could also be that queen b8, c4 is on the menu.
Yeah, let's try it. Going into Maroczy bind. So probably a6.
Knight c3?
Why not? Knight c3. And
you can go knight f6. And sometimes I'd play a3 here.
Yeah, stopping this bishop b4 idea.
But then you could go knight takes e4.
I have queen e5.
Knight takes e4, queen e5. And here it involves some speculation. I would go bishop d3, queen takes d4,
and looks
castles, and again, these are charging down lines.
But intuitively, does b8 look like the right square for this queen, or could it be something like queen e5?
Queen e5 is tempting, you win thing, but I suspect this just doesn't work. Like something after knight f3, you take on e4. I go bishop e2, and then, you're already much worse because you can't stop knight c7. I think the very fact that your opponent plays knight cb5 is good reason not to waste your time on queen e5 if you've not checked it earlier. But after queen e5, knight f3, I suspect it wants to go back to b8. Just try that. I think it wants to go back to b8. And gives white a small edge. But it's a weird edge because the knight which should be on d4, which is a very decent square, has gone to f3. You can say it's a gain of tempo, but you can easily say it's a loss of tempo.
Right.
It's like playing d4 and the pawn's just vaporizing rather than the knight recapturing on d4. It's modern chess. There are so many lovely lines like this where you just start playing afresh. I suspect knight f3, queen b8, bishop e2 is good for white as a thing because I can go straight away bishop f4, queen d2.
You're saying here.
Yes, knight f3, queen b8.
Yeah.
I just continue developing bishop e2, a6, knight c3, knight f6.
But in general, it's very nice for black to get this knight to retreat to f3, right?
Yeah.
Like here.
Maybe the computer wanted to go knight bd4 instead of knight c3, just there.
Yeah, probably.
That was it. So one idea is I could take on c6 and play. But this is weird for me because it has ceased to look like a Sicilian. I mean, a Sicilian is a knight on c3 and a knight on d4 for me. And this is just a nice game.
Yeah, but what's cool about this is that Firouzja came with his opening surprise, and he like immediately gets surprised in return by Prague, right? So I mean, obviously he's not really prepared for this knight cb5 move, so he's going to be on his own. But on the other hand, okay, this is not like a killer move. Black has like plenty of choices, so.
No, it's a quite little move, just offering you a few options and offering to play a game. It shows also very good preparation by Prague. In almost every opening, he has an interesting and slightly obscure idea.
Yeah.
And that is the best preparation you can have nowadays. There's no use charging down main lines because you'll just be, as we say, comparing your computer's notes.
Right.
This is much nicer, I think, for everyone.
And so one thing, though, is like, is there any point for this queen to go in this direction?
I don't know. If you go queen b6, maybe I just take
e3.
it on c6. Maybe I just take on c6 because you're forced to take with the queen. Because if you take with the pawn, knight d6 must be awesome. So you take with the queen. I don't know if bishop f4 works. I suspect not. But bishop d3 might just be nice for white. e5 maybe.
How about like bishop e3 here? Do you think maybe just, is there any way we can make this work?
Oh yes, you're right. Because if a6, you just have knight takes e6. So you can show that, a6.
Right.
Knight takes e6.
Preparing a discovery.
And if queen a5 check, luckily I have bishop d2.
Yeah.
Attacking the queen, and then one of the knights is going to land with a check on c7.
And I guess on bishop c5,
I could
it's kind of interesting. It's kind of a testing move, right? Because we want to go a6. But apparently white is doing very well here.
I'm just thinking, should I take on c6, take on e6, play c3, so many options.
Like that, yeah.
So bishop takes a3.
Because there's always like knight d6 stuff.
Then I go knight d6 check, king f8.
And it still looks tricky.
Okay, so I play fe3.
Queen takes. I guess just bishop e2.
It should, maybe it's queen e2, I don't know, with some compensation.
Because you think like this.
Okay, b takes c6.
c6.
Oh, it just wants to take and take on d7 maybe. Or rook f, rook f1 first, you develop knight f6.
Okay,
he has gone b8.
Pulls back the queen to b8, which is the most sensible move. And now we're going to see what is Prague's idea of this early knight jump. Is it to release the c pawn to go to c4, or is there some kind of alternative idea? What else could it be? Because otherwise black is just maybe playing a6 soon.
Yeah.
Let's see how quickly Prague is going to play his move here.
I imagine fairly quickly, because after all, queen b8 can hardly be a shock.
Right.
But anyway, we'll see.
Shall we take a quick look at Nepo versus Abbasov? So Abbasov went for Nepo's pet line, the Petrov, using it against him. Nepo plays d3, then d4, interesting. So basically they're in like these theoretical lines, except the knight is not on e4 anymore.
Yes, and c5, castles, c4. It's interesting, even bishop e2. I think Kasparov Kochna was rook e1 check. Well, I should say birthday boy against Kochna is rook e1 check, bishop e7, bishop f1. This is
Attacking the
from
bishop.
Tilburg. I think Tilburg, because before a single one of the participants of the current tournament was, no, Hikaru was born. But rook e1 check, bishop e7.
And b3 is on the board. Okay, so what can we say about this position? I mean, it looks very solid for black. I guess black is going to be taking AB and playing maybe bishop. I don't know, where would you like to see this bishop?
You want to go to d6.
Yes.
Maybe something else. Bishop e7 is also possible.
So in general, it's quite solid for black, this position. It's not a very tactical position. It's definitely more strategic.
Yes.
Bishop d6,
Okay.
Is white going to be going for c4 quickly or not?
It's one plan, c4. Maybe I play head 6, knight c3, go bishop e6 or something.
Okay, Nepo has recaptured on b3 with the a pawn. And now we're going to see where Boston wants to develop this bishop. So what other plan did you say there was here for white other than c4?
With the pawn on, you could do bishop b5 castles, bishop takes c6 and try to claim that you weaken the pawns, but I think this is quite insignificant.
Yeah.
You could go c3 and then bishop d3, and that way, so this is one idea. Or instead of bishop b5, you could go c3 and just bishop d3,
b4?
b4, maybe b4, b5 somewhere. A couple of plans, nothing earth-shattering. Shall we see quickly what Gukesh has been up to?
Okay, let's see Gukesh's game.
Okay, so with it really giving this a once-over?
Yeah, this is one of the things that Anish commented on, is that, well, Vidit likes to take his time in the opening. And he kind of said he likes to, well, he has very good preparation. He likes to build on that preparation by taking a lot of time in the opening. But I think in this tournament, it's also that he's just been, in a lot of games, he's been the one surprised, you know? So it's not really building on his own preparation as much as like responding to the opponent's preparation.
Sure.
How have they been doing? Right. No decisive encounters between them in their head-to-head classical games. And right now they're rated quite close to each other, 10 points apart. So we'll see. Let's take a look at the bird's eye view of the women's games.
Yeah.
Tan versus Lei is another quiet opening chosen by Tan, kind of reminiscent of her opening choice against Anna Muzichuk. We have a Grunfeld between Humpy and Vaishali. Not a surprise, that is Vaishali's like main line against d4. Then we have e4, e5 in the game between Lagno Garyachkina and Anna Muzichuk, offering up that actually.
What was that opening?
Well,
exactly?
let's actually see the move order of that. Yeah.
Did the queen just go to an empty square on d4? No, it captured a pawn that was there.
Okay, so d4, d5. So it was a Catalan, c5.
cd4 is amazing. Why can't I take on e6?
She didn't take on e6, but
Yeah,
let's see why not. Well, what do you think is the problem here for black if I just take back?
If I go knight d4, I think it probably wants to go queen d5 and force you to make a decision with that. It is still a clean extra pawn though. Also here knight e6 might be winning it.
Do you think maybe just bishop d5?
Yes, f3.
So basically, Anna is playing a pawn sack line, trying to surprise Salimova a bit in her Catalan. Okay, so she is about to play a move. Let's actually see what she just did. So Salimova decides to give the check first.
Which for me is somewhat strange.
Bishop d7, yeah. So this check is really probably not the best, most testing idea. Queen d4.
And Anna is simply taken with the knight.
Yeah,
So
interesting.
not even an isolated pawn.
Yeah, I mean, because you would think that even this should be quite okay for black, right? But
Yes.
okay, she goes knight d5. Computer approves that choice. She's about to get a tempo with knight c6. And, you know, she has two minor pieces out. Having the bishop on d7 is probably quite helpful. So doesn't look like Anna's going to have any problems from this opening.
I don't expect so. Of course, bishop g2, knight c6. I was thinking that maybe queen g4, but it's hard to believe. I can even play knight f6 and you just have to keep running with the queen, which is never a good thing to do.
Yeah, this queen here is a little bit precariously placed. Yeah, there's a lot of sort of options against it. So if knight c6 happens, this queen is probably...
Where is it going? Going back to d1?
Going back to d1, yeah. And I mean, well, with black's development, the fact that white cannot even get the knight to c3 comfortably, I guess black should be fine. So basically, the key moment here came right here when black took, and white had this option of playing the principled move that would keep them up a pawn in this one.
D takes c6.
And, you know, once she forewent that opportunity, you know, it looks like Anna's opening choice is completely justified. So, I mean, this must be the idea.
Sure.
And then the question was, I mean, I can also take with the queen.
But then knight c6 should be unpleasant, right?
That's the idea, yeah.
Or maybe we just step aside with queen a4 or something, I don't know.
But yeah, she didn't want to go into Anna's forced lines. So that's why she went for queen a4, which is objectively not as testing, but at least she's out of that preparation. So here we are. Let's take a look at Goryachkina versus Lagno.
This is a very interesting Arshangelsk or Muller.
All right. So what can you tell us about this position, Vishy?
Well, I know the theory is to take on d4, queen takes d4, d6. And if you go on f4, then you go knight c6. And if queen c3, I think you're supposed to go knight e7, and there is some theory here. Funnily enough, Lagno is better known, for, at least for me, for playing this opening from the black side.
Black side, yeah.
So maybe Goryachkina is an element of challenging Lagno in her favorite turf.
Yeah, well, right now, it's Goryachkina's turn to move, and she is taking the pawn on d4. Bishop takes d4 on the board, queen takes d4, so we're going into this line.
And I guess d6.
Yeah, in one of her interviews, Goryachkina was asked, you know, what she is planning to do, or, you know, what she was doing on the free day, and it was like reviewing lines. That was it.
That's your modern free day. What's happening in Vaishali Konaru? Konaru went for one of the old classical systems with a lot of history, Botvinnik, Smyslov, etc. So this maneuver, queen b3, takes, queen takes, typically done after the knight on f3, but bishop out first, c6, and then knight f3.
What are black's main ideas for counterplay in a position like this?
I think here it has to be just b5.
Yeah. So b5.
Queen d3 or e2.
So definitely not this way. You're more inclined this way.
I think queen b3 as well, because you can't play b4 yet, so why not?
And what happens? Okay, so bishop g4 ideas or not? Or do you just play like rook d1?
Or maybe even long castles.
That's quite aggressive, yeah?
In a sense, but I mean, it's hard for you to make a move, I think.
Maybe I have to go like a5.
So why didn't you do that move earlier instead of bishop g4?
Just playing a5.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Bishop d3 maybe?
Just to prepare b4, yeah, so you can win the pawn.
Or I play e5, but you go a4.
Okay, bishop d3. And then somehow something.
Then maybe I can go bishop g4 now because d4 is more vulnerable.
Yeah. So basically, we think that this is going to be a pretty complicated game with Vaishali should be getting decent chances from this opening position.
Yes, but the burden of accuracy is quite high for black here.
For black,
Black sort of needs to know what they're doing. It's very easy to get squashed by the center. So Vaishali will have to be in the know, but I mean, if you played the Grunfeld long enough, you know these lines.
All right, let's go back to Prague's game because we have a little bit more development there. And we got some answers as to what Prague was planning after queen b8. He plays bishop d3.
Waiting for a6.
Yeah, a6.
And then capturing and going
trade, knight d4. Interesting.
What he's managed is, in effect, exchanging that c3 knight for the c6 knight. Though it's done it in a roundabout way. When this knight comes back to f3, then that's where we'll be at.
I mean, obviously, when as a Sicilian player, you don't really look at this stuff and think, wow, so impressive. Like, I'm very afraid, right, Vishy? Or the modern engines, they basically kind of show you all these new ideas and make these plans more dangerous.
I think they show you in even the harmless looking lines, you have the burden proof, it's always on you. You have to know some stretches quite well.
So show us again, like the difference of this move. Basically, you're saying that it's a little similar to, I don't know.
I could take on c6.
Yeah, you can take on c6 right away, actually, right?
Yeah,
that is the line
with
the pawn.
I go bishop d3, but you go d5.
Right.
Castles, you go knight f6, and these positions are not supposed to be hopeless for black.
Right.
They're supposed to be quite good. And black has also not had to play a6. In that sense, it's a good move.
So we have a knight here, and we don't have a black pawn here.
But if that same knight's on f3, I like white's options. He can play e5 without any further building. He doesn't have to play rook e1 now. And he can also start breaking with c4.
So you actually don't think the knight is that great here?
It's also got its possibilities, but I mean that the knight on f3 is an original twist, and then you can, white may have some ways to create problems.
I guess
also it leads to the question, did black need to volunteer with a6?
Yeah, a6 was maybe, he had other options, but he went for that just to see, I guess, Prague's point. And so here we have this knight on d4 also, so d5 is maybe not going to be possible for a little while.
Yes. I mean, I could play knight f6. Castles. c5. Knight f3. Maybe c4.
Interesting.
Yes.
Bishop takes.
Knight
takes, and still very unbalanced, but you're trying to say that like your center pawns are more valuable than white's queenside pawns.
That's the hope.
But I guess it's always like the development questions, right? Like maybe queen d4.
Knight f6.
Whether you can get these pieces out.
And then bishop f4 maybe.
Yeah.
With d6 maybe.
I'm starting to feel nervous for black after d6.
Yes, rook a d1. I can't play anything.
Yeah, because you know you don't really have any of these moves, right? He already got into some trouble with his d6 pawn against FIDE a couple of days ago. So, okay, that's one interesting line for black. So knight f6 castle, that's very reasonable. Is there any possibility for us to go back into these structures, Vishy?
As well.
I mean, but the problem is you might be going.
Knight f3.
Can you go further, or is there d5?
Yeah, if I go d5.
If I go up, d5.
Bishop g5 maybe, or knight g3, I don't know. But this doesn't look great, does it?
Bishop g5, I don't know. Like, I'm thinking if I take an f5, maybe it's not so bad.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, here, I might be, well, I can't take this way.
Yes.
Because in the end, there's a little checkmate.
Sure.
But I was kind of counting on the move bishop takes.
I think bishop f8 is a killer, actually.
Yeah, because I get my big center and I can really hold it with like many moves. I mean, even.
So why not knight f3, or I don't know what else? Knight e2 looks too
But apparently
clever.
there's a better move here for white, Vishy, than bishop g5. Maybe we can find it. So basically, I want to take.
Yes, if I go e takes d5.
Maybe that. Maybe got
Going e4, yeah. But e4 looks worrying. I can
that,
go
or
bishop
even
takes e4, knight takes e4, queen g4 or something. I might have good play. Oh no, you have. Then you have queen e5.
let's see. Maybe even just pawn takes.
Sure.
So there's something here, something that we got to find, that is supposed to be giving white some sort of initiative.
Queen f3 or what?
Okay, queen f3 looks right. Yep. Bringing in the queen, supporting the knight, supporting the e4 pawn. And most importantly, now if I take, your queen can take.
Yes.
Yeah, and the queen is really quite good in f3. So this is where the half a pawn advantage to white is coming from this position. This knight is actually really strong, hard for me to develop.
No.
Okay, so it's not that easy for black maybe to go into this structure with, e5. But anything else? So, I mean, other than knight f6, any other creative way to develop that knight?
No, knight e7, g6 just seems off somehow.
Yeah, it seems like one day you'll get hit with like f4.
Yes.
So so your inclination with this pawn structure, which is very flexible, is to do what with it?
Either c5 or e5.
C5 or e5.
I mean, in some cases, I could even go back queen c7 and just continue. But with the knight on d4, the d5 break may not be optimal anymore.
So there's basically like knight f6 castle.
Yeah.
There's no way you feel that we can like organize some sort of d5 at some point.
Sure.
Like bishop b7 is just not really workable.
Rook e1?
Rook e1. And d5.
Okay.
Is there going to be some sack somewhere on one of my weak squares?
Well, let's try e5. Knight d7. Knight e6.
Or did you say knight e6?
Queen h5 check.
Wow. Then I run.
Yeah, and then I go bishop f1 or something. No, not bishop f1 here. What did I want? Queen f7, I thought. Not yet bishop f1. Queen f7. So I want to take on e6. If you play knight c5, this looks huge, to be honest. Yes, it is. So
Because something with bishop g5, like.
king c8 and b4 maybe. Yes.
Then you win the e6 pawn. So there's some defensive move here for black.
Bishop c5 maybe. Or
Yeah, probably to get the rook in, right?
queen.
That wasn't it.
Yeah.
What could it be? Well, king c7.
Queen takes c6.
My queen
E8.
e8.
Queen g4.
Maybe we run, though. I kind of like the idea of running with the king.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then getting the queen involved.
No, it also likes black, but queen g4,
okay.
I don't know what's going on.
Firouzja has made a decision. He has gone for c5 immediately.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm guessing Prague is going to go for knight f3.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Knight f3. Do you think there's any chance for black to push through this move, or he just can't really afford to do that with his king in the center?
It's not a plan I would consider in this position because it'll be so difficult to get it to work, right?
Yeah.
And with the knight on f3, you're always very comfortable.
Yeah, d5, I guess, because white is just so much more closer to castling, then it's very hard to open up the center as black. So he did this before throwing in knight f6, though, right? And knight f6 was quite natural, so he already committed to this. What's his point? There must be some sort of independent significance in this c5 move.
Where else can white go? Can you go knight e2 and c4 or b3 and something?
Intuitively, I like f3 a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Out of these,
I know, it just seems the most natural.
I mean,
oh, by the way, so sorry, knight e2 is a blunder.
It's a blunder. Yeah. Oh, c4.
And queen b4 check.
Yeah.
So normally the queen is on d8, but on b8 it's suddenly lethal. Sure.
Yeah, don't want to blunder
no,
into
we
that.
don't want to do that. Knight e2 is lousy. Knight f3 is probably...
Yeah, this one I just can't, I don't know. Knight on b3 in this.
Yeah.
Well, actually, look at that. The engine kind of likes b3, but he's going to f3. Okay, so they both seem to be approved by the engine, but f3 looks a lot more natural.
Human, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so, okay. Now, Firouzja, other than developing his knight, he can go with a move like, I don't know. You're saying that you don't really see him ever putting a knight here.
No, knight e7, I castle, you go knight c6. And then still in the game.
Yeah, although I don't know why. So why do we want to spend 2 moves to put the knight here? Seems far away from the king side.
But the knight is on a c6, and maybe you control something on e5. I don't know.
And maybe he can even play with knight c6 and like bishop d6.
Yes.
Like that. There's some chance for a move like this. Computer doesn't.
Anyway, Prague has gone knight f3, so
yeah.
that's clear now.
But still, I think this game is the one that's developing along the lines that we most expected.
Yes.
Like it is going, at least it has that chance to get really, really crazy because already it's unbalanced.
Yes. Is Vidit still thinking? No, he is long since. Okay, let's have a look. d3, a6, castles, h6. So he didn't want to do this because of the bishop g5 lines, maybe. So he's starting with h6 as well. a4 is interesting. I don't know why. Bishop c5, bishop e3, e6, knight b2. Okay. This could end up like Nakamura and Pragnananda, where it fizzles out a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly not like the most scintillating opening so far.
How are Fabi and Hikaru doing? Okay. Fabi playing d6, castles, rook e1, knight e7, rotating the knight to g6 and saying you can have the d4 if you want. Hikaru doesn't play it right away, and then d5 happens. If I capture, you capture, and if I capture here, you have bishop f2
To
check.
the end, that's the idea.
Yeah. And if king takes f, yeah, you can point that out. But
yeah.
You play queen f6 check and collect the rook.
Although right here, there's the move d4, right?
Mm-hmm.
That white can
this
try.
is nice, yeah.
So actually, okay, d5, we can take. Now, does black have to take with the knight? Taking with the queen looks possible too, right? Because then on bishop b3, you can go queen d6.
Yes, but somehow queen on d6 and knight on g6 doesn't impress me. Please don't ask me why.
Yeah, I don't know. It looks good to me. The knight here, you know, it's actually, I kind of like the knight here more than on c6, where it sometimes is. At least it's got some possibilities from g6. And I mean, you can attack my queen in two different ways, but like, okay, let's say you come out and attack it from here. Apparently that's not that great, but why?
No, knight c4. Well, you can't do it because of b5, but maybe after bishop c2.
Do you think just queen d8?
Queen d8 or c7, sorry, or d7 after, it can't be d7 with the bishop on a4. So queen d8, yes. There's nothing else. I think bishop e3 is slightly premature, right?
I guess actually, maybe, you know what I'm thinking now? I think maybe it is this move.
Okay, let's try it.
Because maybe just bishop g4 or bishop f5, like very fast. Right, and actually we might be doing quite well after bishop f5.
d4.
e4.
Knight d2.
Yeah, but something tells me, okay, it's one. I just have to decide which of these two moves I'm doing.
Sure.
If I go bishop g4, you go h. Actually, I don't know what you're going to do.
First, maybe. Because after h3, you take everything and you might play knight h4.
Knight h4, but a bishop g4 even looks quite good.
It's a reasonable idea. Maybe rook takes e3.
Rook takes
e3.
e3 like that. Look at my beautiful knights.
But I have to watch out for knight g4 and type moves, right?
Yeah. So actually, he can take with the queen, right? In fact, well, what else can Hikaru do other than take on d5?
I don't see what he can do. White has also gotten c3, d3. It must be comfortable for him.
You don't think like there's not really a good chance to like play moves like queen e2 here. So you think that he is going to be like taking on d5?
Yeah. By the way, Hikaru has beaten Fabiano in their last two games in very quiet Spanish setups. So maybe Caruana will get it right.
By the way, Firouzja played 97.
Oh.
Yes. I feel like I'm so good at predicting his dubious moves, you know? Because I kept like trying to bother you. Like, do you see any bad moves here, Vishy? Like that's where you could put the knight somewhere else?
I don't like knight f6 because after e5, knight g4, queen e2, I might come out ahead. Well, your knight gets shunted to the side like h6 or something. But,
all right. This is on the board. So the thing is,
but if I wanted to play knight f6, I would have started with d6 and then knight f6.
Right. So you're saying like if he would have played this,
e5 can be.
There was this issue.
Yeah.
Right. So if he wanted to do that, he would have needed to have a pawn here, which the computer doesn't love. He loves it about as little as he loves the move knight e7. But knight e7, okay. I mean, we know castles is like, let's say the most obvious. So let's just start with that.
Yeah. So knight c6.
And do you think it's that obvious though between these two moves?
Knight g6 is possible, but I don't know if I can play h4, but I can play knight g5.
Okay, because I feel like to me it's not obvious. Like g6 also seems reasonable.
When?
Like right here, putting the knight on g6. Like I wouldn't like, I don't have like some intuitive sense that like c6 is more natural.
But after knight g5, what do you do?
All right, so let me think about what you're trying to do first. You're trying to play f4.
That's one idea. Another idea is to, if you play h6 to take on f7 and go queen. No, I can't go queen h5 because you have queen e5.
So probably h6 would then be very logical for me, yeah? Since this intended sacrifice is not
And then just queen e5.
quite working for white. So knight g6 is interesting. And then so I'm saying maybe I just want to go bishop d6 next. Try to play for the dark squares.
I mean, ideally, I would have had played h4 here already after knight e7.
You're thinking h4 here?
Yeah. But knight e5, and this pawn is looking rather strange.
Okay, yeah, maybe like that, or
yeah, h4 looks
or
very
should I
strange. But
go-
even these days you just leave the pawn on h5 and you're happy. So where did we see these pawns on h5 so far in the tournament?
Oh, like pawns on h4, h5? Okay, hold on.
Interesting enough,
Trivia
you-
question for me.
Yes.
How bad is my memory? 4, h5. Wow. First thing is that nothing pops into my head.
Yes, which is unusual, right? This is one of the common themes these days.
Right.
In almost any position where you're stuck, people will just include h4, h5 and then continue as if nothing happened.
Oh, but you also can't remember from this tournament where we had that structure.
No, I can't actually.
Oh, okay.
It might be.
Okay, because I thought you were testing me. I thought you had something in mind.
I was hoping you'd save me the trouble of having to remember it myself. But
Well, yeah. Yesterday I was looking at like some Caracons with my students, and so we were looking at this h4, h5 line. Yeah, but that wasn't from the candidates tournament. I'm just trying to find like what is the move the computer is going to approve here for black. Do you think we should?
maybe bishop e7.
Yeah, like I'm thinking this bishop.
If I go
development.
h5, you go knight e5. But the computer likes this for white. I'm not sure what he wants exactly, but
Maybe it's f4. He must love that square.
But then I can go e5.
But then,
And if you take on h5, g4 wins a piece probably. So you take on d3 and I take the queen.
Yeah.
And I've got a pawn on e5, pawn on h5. Again, not the end of the world. But
this is why we play the Sicilian, because we love
yeah.
these positions.
yeah.
And I get to, I guess I'm going to castle here. And
Well,
what,
if you castle, h6 is a problem, isn't it? I think it's
H6,
one moment you
G6.
shouldn't castle. Then bishop. Oh, I can't play bishop g5
not
yet.
yet. Yeah.
But I can go rook e1 and then bishop g5.
So you're
and-
saying you want me to like, well, I have a lot of moves here, right?
Yeah, h6 maybe. But this might just be a bit slow if I go c4 and rook d1 or rook
There's
d1
also this
first.
interesting queen here,
That just helps me play c4.
d4, and I don't know. I thought maybe my queen here could be okay, but I guess not.
Once again, I'll play h6.
Okay, so I
No, h6 here, you might just
Oh,
be
I
able to
take-
play g h6, bishop
yeah.
h6, and bishop b7 and rook g8 next move when you're doing
yeah, and then we're gonna castle queenside and attack.
Yeah.
Okay, what is this move that is supposed to be giving me equality here? I mean, the queen felt a little passive to
What
me.
about f5 where you go h6, g6, bishop g5 as well? Maybe bishop b7 is simply what you need.
But then, yeah, and then how do I castle? I guess I can still castle one day, right?
Well, bishop
Yeah.
c6, move the queen and then castle.
Yeah.
And after bishop b7, if you go h6,
I like the idea of castling queenside for black in these positions.
alternately, you could play h6 and castle kingside. I don't know.
So let's do a
Okay,
little
anyway, h4
summary.
is completely random. So
Yeah, let's do a
he
little
goes down knight
summary of
f3,
where
knight
we
e7.
are.
Let's go back.
How do we feel about how this game is developing, Vishy? 97, it's Prague's turn to move.
I'm trying to figure out whether I want to play c3 and queen e2 or I want to do something else. The computer likes this position for white. I'm sort of also wondering why.
So this is one of those positions where even if the evaluation favors white, it's not like obvious why. From a practical point of view, the players are not going to really feel that like 0.6 evaluation.
Probably not. It's based on some specific moves. I suspect one move keeps this advantage, but a couple spoil it. So it's kind of mixed there.
Well, I think we got to thank Firouzja for creating the most unbalanced position out of these four openings. For sure, it's the most fun one to analyze. Let's take a quick look at Nepo versus Abasov. It's not, nothing's really unexpected happened. They made a trade on b3. Black played bishop d6, which was what we were thinking. White played c4, castled, knight c3, and h6.
h6 very important to stop bishop g5 and basically handing the move back to white. What you gonna do?
So this structure, you know, at first glance, you might think it's better for white because white's got like a c pawn versus an a pawn, and they have this open file. But then you realize that when you analyze these with the computer, that it's just like very solid for black.
Yes. In fact, the a pawn is just as good as the c pawn in these situations.
So what is I mean, the thing is that white cannot really capture that pawn, right? Like every attempt to capture
I take on knight b4. I don't know if you go bishop c4. And, maybe I just play a6. I'm not threatening b5, but I'm threatening rook b8 followed by b5, and maybe that way I undermine the d5 pawn.
Right, so it's just like these double pawns are quite useless. They're not really going anywhere.
And also black has gotten on all these useful moves like h6, stopping bishop g5 and so on.
So if you don't intend to capture that pawn, what exactly do you intend to do as white?
Like I said, I don't think white is better here, so I don't know particularly what to expect.
By the way, Naka has captured on d5, and we're going to see if Caruana is going to capture back with the queen. All right, he's thinking about it.
To be honest, it does look like Hikaru walked into something.
In terms of why do you think so? Well, they're about even on the clock. Neither of them have been playing.
I mean, sorry,
very
that
fast.
Fabiano walked into something. That Hikaru is happy here because somehow it feels a bit uncomfortable. If you take with the knight, I think take on e5 and d4 does look interesting. And you know, just remember to play d4 instead of thing, and then this is nice for white.
But we actually
like
this position for black. We didn't really find anything bad for black
Bishop b3?
Right. So we haven't looked at that yet. And then we go.
Okay, let me just point out one thing. After knight d5, if you want to avoid this, then you can also start with bishop
f2. Yeah.
And then take on e5. And perhaps if you do this, then there's bishop g4 or knight g4 check. Bishop g4 is strong. Yes. So, you know, there's some chaos here.
Interesting.
E d5, queen d5.
Yeah, so he's still thinking about it.
What should I do? Bishop b3?
Bishop b3, queen d6.
D3, yeah.
Hard for me to really see the problem for black, but I don't know, like my next move is bishop f5, right?
I can play knight g3.
There you go.
Because I want to play bishop g5 takes f6 at some point.
So should I play h6?
Yeah.
Or should I play bishop g4, but then you're going to go h3? He's taking with the knight.
Taken with the knight. Okay. So he's allowing this knight e5, maybe bishop f2 is his plan.
That's pretty fascinating. So knight e5, bishop f2, king f2, and knight takes. So we have bishop versus knight. We have white having the center pawn, but white's king being a little bit open here.
Is black threatening knight takes c3 here? And then follow up with knight takes d3 check and knight takes e1.
Kind of feels like they are, right? Because that's like two pawns they're going to get.
But it's a dark, I'll have the dark squared bishop in the end. So if I get my queen to g3 or something.
Okay, Hikaru is about to make a move really fast. Is he in his preparation?
Is he going to play bishop b3?
He
Yes, indeed.
played bishop d3.
So he's allowing this knight takes d3. And he's saying it doesn't matter.
Oh, it's just that he's not taking the pawn. He played bishop b3 right here.
Oh, I see. Okay, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think we got lost. That it's our own analysis.
Bishop b3. Yeah. So he was not interested in knight takes e5.
Why is Fabi always seems to get a slightly uncomfortable position against Hikaru? This is now 3 in a row after Novichess and Novichess. Admittedly, it was just he misremembered his opening.
Wow.
Very impressive was transfers.
I just tried a really natural move.
But d4, no? You just walk into this rook e8 and bishop d5 trick.
I know. You learn this when you analyze with the computer. It shows you instantly, right? Like, oops,
yeah. And you win a piece with on d5, yeah.
Okay. So my natural attempt to defend the pawn is a blunder.
What about something like c6?
Yeah.
Just fix that knight and let's move on.
You know, I thought about this move, but I was like, could that really be it? And it seems like it is. So basically this
bishop takes f2
is always running into the bishop takes f2.
King f2, knight e5. And rook e5, queen f6 check. Queen f3 doesn't work because I've defended the knight on d5 with that pawn on c6.
Yeah.
Whereas that would be would have been one of the threats of bishop b3.
Mm-hmm.
So
so that's really quite clever, yeah. c6.
It's kind of like king h1 in the Sicilian. You kind of, when you can't see an obvious move, then c6 is a good move because it passes the move to your opponent, but not.
Let's play king to g1. Let's get out of all those knight d3 ideas.
Mm-hmm.
Very unusual position, right? Like, again, white has the center pawn, the two bishops. You would actually think that white could be better long term, but I guess the two knights in the center are quite good.
Well, they're quite solid anyway, but if white can play d4, knight e3, then he's slowly getting
white
his
two
bishops to be part of the game, right?
Yeah.
What about bishop g4 here? You'll go queen d2, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But it's true, you're not only threatening rook e5, you're threatening d4.
Yeah.
So
at some point, Hikaru.
But the other thing is for c6, hang on, for c6, if I play knight e5, knight e5, how bad or good is d4?
I guess it's quite good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the computer definitely is favoring this order.
Yeah.
And then it's just a question of, maybe white's practical chances are, it's like just easier to play.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, unless you show me something specific, like I'm very happy to be white, I think.
Yes.
Well, go ahead, try to defend this position, Vishy.
I'm running into a problem that I don't want to play rook e8, I don't want to play maybe queen f6, but not really thrilling either. And so apparently knight e5 is a reasonable shot because whether you take on f2 or you take on e5, I might get a small advantage.
But bishop b3, I mean, are there any possibilities to just guard this pawn?
How? Are you going to play knight f6? With threat knight g4?
Okay.
Are you going to play knight f4?
But then the question is, like, I mean, the knight just came from f6, right? So why?
Well, you capture a pawn and went back.
Yeah.
If you had captured the queen and had gone bishop b3, you could have gone back to d8 as well instead of d6. But the logic is weird.
Yeah.
I agree.
So probably not that. By the way, we have a couple more moves in the game between Prague and Firouzja. Shall we go there?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we killed two birds with one stone when we go to this game, Vishy.
What are the birds called?
The birds are the Indian fans, right? And another bird is called Irina, because Irina gets happy when she goes back to the Sicilian. Yeah. So then definitely I got a little preference for this game amongst all the others just because of this this opening. So let's see, 97, Prague castled.
Bishop b7.
Bishop b7.
Do you like this move? Somehow, I don't think anything is wrong with it yet, but I thought the bishop was maybe even stronger on c8, and we can always move it to b7. But admittedly, I'm just
So it's interesting, yeah. So he decided not to go for this knight g6 move.
yes.
He kind of just puts the bishop here first, and you're saying this looks a little bit strange to you.
A little bit, yes. Somehow I think this will work to white's benefit. Maybe d7 will be weak somewhere. I don't know, but
What's the really normal move here for white?
c3 looks, c3 or c4 looks like it could be. c4, I'm not convinced.
Yeah.
b3 could be a nice move. If I play bishop b2, will you play f6 later in order to be able to castle? I mean, in order to be able to move that rook and the king. What else?
Like rook
b3
e1
might be a nice one. Rook e1?
Yeah,
rook e1's the normal move. I think knight g6, you can play e5.
Yeah.
And then you're there.
So I gotta say, out of all the pawn moves, like intuitively, like b3. Although I only kind of started to appreciate it once you mentioned it, because before I was like c4, but c4 is very committal in terms of these dark squares, right?
Yeah.
So c3 didn't really, like, it's interesting. Can you explain like why this move even comes to your mind? Like, what about it?
I can tuck the bishop back with c2, perhaps then move the knight. It's just a useful move. I'm waiting to see where black commits his pieces. I can't say I want to play c3, but in a blitz game, I might often just do it.
I see.
b3 is more specific. I want to attack the g7 pawn and stop you castling very easily.
And actually, the engine likes b3 too. Yeah.
b3 is natural because if I play bishop b2, you can't develop your bishop on f8. So you'll have to make some further quote-unquote concession, and then...
yeah. And maybe this is the difference, right? Like if he would have played knight g6...
Then we're too slow with b3.
Yeah,
because you'll just go bishop d6 or bishop e7.
Right.
And you might just be okay.
And you kind of get to castle. Okay. So b3, very tempting here from Prague. And then let's think about how Ali Reza can get his pieces out. Is it like knight g6 and f6?
It could be. Let's try it. Knight g6, bishop b2, f6. If I go e5, we'll go f5, right?
I think so. Yeah. It's interesting that the engine certainly seems to prefer white.
And I don't see why exactly.
And it's kind of a big edge, right? 0.8.
Yeah.
0.7, it's dropping a little bit, but still significant.
If I go e5, you can just play f5, and that looks nice.
Yeah, in general,
What else should I do?
Going in the right direction.
I can go rook e1.
Yeah, rook e1. So you always have bishop f1, right? Yeah, I like rook e1.
Bishop e7, even bishop c4, I thought. Just to stop d5.
Stop me from castling, most importantly.
Yes, but you'll play bishop c6 and the game goes on, right?
Why the big edge, Vishy? It's a big edge, 0.7.
I am kind of surprised the computer gives such a big edge for white, and I cannot tell you why.
There you go. Well, that's instructive for people to hear, right?
Yeah.
That it's like, it doesn't feel like, because, white has not fixed anything yet, right? There's not a fixed weakness in black's position.
I don't even see how white's disentangling. I mean, I'm still reluctant to play e5 because of f5.
I mean, do you think there's, at some point, this h4, h5 plan, do you think we just go like maybe queen d2, maybe like that?
Queen d2 if I go queen f4?
Queen f4 even. Right. Yeah, I mean, the end game is certainly not bad for black, right?
You could try, instead of queen d2, you could try bishop d5. That's one little cheapo we have.
Okay, there you go. Found one. That's cool, because you get to...
Then I go, whatever, queen b7. And this seems to keep white's advantage. So maybe I take on c6, c4, and queen d2. And
Okay, now I sort of see it. because I can see this pawn is a bit weak. I can't really play d5 ever. I can see how that could be a bit better.
Yeah.
Okay. So, well, objectively, Prague has the better position, but it's still going to be a very complicated fight because it's not just like one forced line that he needs to find.
Yeah. It's b3, and there probably a couple of accurate moves you have to make in order to really do something with your advantage.
And then we have Hikaru versus Fabi. Let's go back to that. And after bishop b3, actually c6 was played.
Yeah, and we thought knight e5 might be worth it.
Yeah, but Hikaru goes for d4, ed, knight d4. So I don't know. I can't understand why he thinks this is promising. Because the position looks like completely symmetric.
Yeah.
And I don't really see white's particular advantages in this symmetric position. I mean, sure, like this bishop can't come out very easily, but neither can this one. So this was a little bit of a weird choice by Hikaru. Do you really think he thinks he could be better here?
Can I go knight f4 or knight f6 or maybe even knight c7? I don't know which. But in all cases, you defend your knight with the bishop, right? You'll play bishop e3 and defend the knight on d4.
Well, yeah, I guess the problem for black is like how he's getting this bishop out.
Yes.
It's not that obvious, is it?
What about knight gf4, or is c4 very strong? No, c4, I should be able to move that knight and somewhere. f6, b4, whatever.
Get a counterplay.
Sure.
So knight here.
But the computer actually likes white a lot.
Yeah.
I'm curious why.
Is it like queen f3 at some point?
Queen f3, queen f6.
That's your idea, yeah?
Queen f6.
Just defends things.
Yes.
Huh.
It really likes white. I'm wondering why. Is it
Yeah, I didn't.
rook e4? It's also nothing really special.
Still, I guess, maybe. Like that. I don't know, there's bishop c2. I don't know if that makes any sense. Can we try that? Nope, it's not really increasing the advantage at all.
Can I play queen g5? Well, there are lots of tiny moves, and none of them really is a knockout.
But apparently, like, there's something else the computer wants to do other than this knight gf4.
Because on knight g4 it gives us a fairly serious advantage, right? It drops to 0.5, and now I don't know what move it is. It's not queen f3. It's not rook e4. Is it knight e3? But then you take a knight d5. Oh, then I'm okay.
Then you have knight
c6. So let's try knight e3.
Maybe,
Is that what it wants? No, in fact, this doesn't give an advantage either. Maybe just knight g3. And we are threatening knight e4 somewhere. Yes, this seems to keep the advantage. So knight g3. Maybe our own knights will connect on d4 and f5, and then it'll be a mirror of black.
Do you think that maybe the move is just something like rook e8?
Well, let's give it a try.
Okay.
I mean, I can take and take on d5. I don't think it works very well.
And then I thought, okay, probably I'll survive this structure.
Knight b3 and take the pawn. I don't know if I can go bishop b6 or just go queen c6 and agree to be slightly worse, or what.
It's interesting. Should we sack the pawn? No, the computer
is not impressed.
Would rather not sack the pawn. Okay.
Yeah, queen, bishop f8 maybe.
What do you want to do as white?
If you go bishop f8 instead of queen e6,
Uh-huh.
I don't know, maybe I'll go knight e3.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, if you go
Probably
bishop e6, I don't know.
E6
Yeah,
and rook d8.
sure.
Okay, so let's take stock a little bit of this position. I mean, the engine is giving this as equal. Definitely black needs some accuracy, it seems. So far, this is maybe a reasonable move that we found. I suppose we could try something. I don't know, bishop d7, like it feels like challenging for the e file makes a lot of sense. Like this move doesn't seem as convincing, but okay. I mean, the engine also
once again,
doesn't
I
hate
can
it.
take on d5, knight b3, and collect the pawn and claim that I'm onto something. Could we just
Maybe
do
you
that?
can't. Maybe you can't claim that though.
Pawn
'Cause I got
takes?
queen b6.
No, you don't. I go bishop e3, and I'm much better. I probably win d5 pawn with tempo.
I see. I see. So this move is bad here, yeah.
Yes, bishop e3, yeah.
Bishop e3, and
Knight e3, and I'm
you
winning
get
the
like
pawn.
a dream Isolani.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So we can't do that. So I guess I have to give you the pawn. Actually, I'm okay with that. Aren't I going to have like beautiful bishops here?
I mean, I could play bishop e3 here if I wanted. One more move before.
Yeah, before
swapping
capturing.
queens, yeah.
Okay. What's that magic move here that preserves the equality for me? Bishop
I'm
d6.
baffled,
It's
yeah.
bishop d6. Here
Ah,
it is,
yeah,
bishop
yeah,
d6. Not
Very difficult
exactly,
move,
but
close enough. I think you might be right. It'll drop. Might
it's
drop
kind
in a
of,
while.
yeah, it's kind of like, I don't know. Don't I have like beautiful bishops here? Well, we'll see. We're going to see what Fabi comes up with. But certainly this game, so far, it's not like the spiciest position on the board.
No.
By the way, we do have an interesting decision by Nepo. Are you surprised,
he
Vishnu?
took.
Yeah, he took. We actually mentioned this move as like, not being a particular problem for black. But in the end, he decides to go for it. And by the way, he's actually, for one of the rare times in the tournament that he is down on the clock by quite a bit.
It's an understatement of the year, isn't it? I mean, Nepo always, very often, has more time than he started with. I think he is the player was most often gained enough time to be to have more than he started out with.
Well, against Hikaru, he was also down on the clock. But yeah, that's definitely the minority of his games, right?
Yes. Okay, so let's see this. I go knight b4. I think you have to do this. I go a6. Now, what will you do? I don't know.
I mean, basically, you're preparing this plan.
Rook b8 and b5, yes. Or bishop g4 and b5, so that rook is
Yeah, you
defended.
can't really go here right away because you would wind
The
up
A
losing
pawn
a
pin,
pawn. Yeah. So, I don't know. It seems like Najat has done a good job of
Yeah.
surviving up to this point. Well, surviving. He's doing fine out of the opening. And let's do a bird's eye view of the women's games.
Sure.
What do we have here? Tan versus Lei has actually gotten quite interesting. Maybe we'll want to go into that. The Grunfeld hasn't exploded into anything yet between Humpy and Vaishali.
But Vaishali could just be worse already because she is not
Because it has
set herself up for
exploded,
c5 and e5 breaks. And, white has just gotten the center. Well, that's why usually white's dream in this structure, right?
Let's go to the game between Tan and Lei. This game is certainly important for the tournament standings. Lei is at +1. Tan is at +3. Actually, if Lei wins, she catches up to her.
And it would be a remarkable comeback because she was
Yeah.
at -1 and then she's clawed her way up.
Lei here is seconded by Timur Rajabov, who I think was also helping her at her World Championship match against Zhu. And yeah, it's interesting to see Rajabov here in the capacity of a second,
Yes.
right? Because he's also been a player like the last candidates. And here he's, I coach, a job which he seems to find quite nice.
Yes, we both greeted each other in the bus. Actually, we've done so 3 days in a row. Every day he asks me why I'm looking happy. And I tell him I'm not playing, so why shouldn't I be happy?
And he agrees.
And I ask him why he's happy, and he says pretty much the same reason, along with a few versions. So there we are.
Well, okay, let's take a look here. Last couple of moves, it was kind of quiet, but hand starts to push up this H pawn.
Yeah.
Wow.
C4, Queen D1. But I like this for black, unless you're going to be able to get E4 in with white. I mean, at some point, me playing B4 will be nice. Maybe it's a good moment for white to throw in after Queen D8, for white to throw in A3.
So you're saying...
Or King F1 G2, actually. Maybe it's time to do King F1 G2 before that opportunity melts away.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting because, I mean, there's a lot of tension with the kings here. Neither side has castled. It's actually really hard for black to castle in either direction.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I mean, white's king doesn't really want to go here because you're too close to B4. So you're saying interesting move is King F1, which I
mean, just if I can play King F1 to King G2, then my king is very safe, and I've got, I mean, black will play bishop D6, but I can go bishop G5. And I don't have to exchange bishops, you know, when you want me to.
Yeah, yeah.
I might go with, again, King G2. King F1 is a nice,
yeah, I like,
move.
okay, King F1, very reasonable. Let's see what other moves we can find here for white. I have another idea, Vishy.
What, Rook G1?
Yes. You read my mind.
Rook G1 is also nice.
Yeah. And the idea, yeah, you get out of the pin, so you kind of make black decide about that pawn.
Okay, so GH5.
Yes. And then
you take with the pawn?
Yes, I take with the pawn.
Because if G5, can I go knight G4? Or do you play F3?
Then I play E5. And then it gets crazy. Knight G4, it looks like you're trapping my knight. But then I go here.
Everything collapses. Yeah.
And I bust out of that problem. Okay. But no, I was going to play the standard capture.
I don't know what I want to play. King F8, bishop D6, or just some rook at 7. But King F8 looks reasonable.
All right, let's go King F8. I have to say, I do see some potential for this game, for things to happen here. Kind of unbalanced. Okay, I have a little problem with my queen being passive. This queen, you know, Vishy needs to have that power of jumping.
Yeah.
So it can kind of jump out here.
But how are you going to get rid of that bishop?
Yeah.
Because both pieces are needed to protect H5.
Yeah, not easy. I mean, actually, black looks very solid, and honestly, I'm out of ideas for white.
Yeah.
So let's go back.
In fact, after King F1, maybe I can just play B4.
Okay, I have more ideas. Okay, this one is going to surprise you.
Sure.
I want you to try to guess it, though.
Okay. You have a surprising idea for black.
Yes, for white, for white. We're looking for a move for white.
Instead of King F1.
Yeah, instead of King F1 or Rook G1. I mean, I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying it's like a bit surprising. Like, and it came to my mind. I was like, maybe it makes sense.
Okay.
It could truly be crazy. You know, just like the worst move ever. You know? I mean, trust me, I'm not that impressed with it, to be honest. No, castles was not it. Let me see if the computer likes castles. But like, no, castles was not my idea because yeah, I like my rook. On H1, okay. The more I think about it, the more I doubt it.
Bishop F3 and King E2.
Interesting. That did not come to my mind yet. But okay. I'm gonna tell you that I honestly feel like my own idea is pretty dubious, but still like this is what I was like, came to my mind.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah. Well, because I kind of wanted to stop you from going B4, right? And I was thinking, well, maybe I can kind of hold this side of the board. But then honestly, I was like, there's too many possibilities of like sacrifices here one day. And yeah, so the engine does not love it and not surprised about that. But I was kind of hoping like for this structure, this I would like. Yes. So
before I play C4.
Yeah. Okay. So, but still, actually, bishop f3 is really interesting in king e2.
Yeah, I
Yes,
don't know
this
where,
one I
whether
like.
king on e2 or king f1 g2 or
Yeah.
even rook g1. I think queen c2 long castles doesn't really grab our attention,
I like
right?
this a lot. Yeah,
Yeah.
I like this. I like this nice secure square. And also, you know what's brilliant about that? That we get this rank for the queen. And that way we hold our pawn. Yeah, I
we're
really
already
like bishop
threatening g takes
f3.
f6,
But she did
yeah.
not play bishop
H takes
f3.
g6,
She did not play that. She actually played our other idea of rook g1.
Ah, okay.
And I believe that Lei took.
Yes,
took
and
on
she's
h5.
also taken, and then she'll play
Yes.
king f8 or something, or bishop f8.
Yeah, so, you know, this was a little too straightforward. Yeah, I mean, kind of a natural thinking there by Tan, but yeah, we didn't really see any problems after king f8.
Sure.
I guess you could still try bishop f3, but, you know, then you can't really go king e2. So with the rook on h1, it was much better.
Yeah, so after king f8, bishop f3 doesn't look very impressive, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So let's do a bird's eye view of the open section. Okay, a little bit of development between Prague and Firouzja.
Prague, in fact, went for c3.
Ah, he went for c3. Wow. It's so interesting for me that you thought about that. Prague thought about that. It didn't even like really cross my mind, you know, that particular pawn move. But we have knight g6 on the board, and I think that game is definitely one of our favorites to watch today. Vidit, Gukesh, I mean, not much is going on yet in this Italian. Fabi decides to pull his knight back to f6. Interesting decision. Maybe he wants to capture on d4, Vishy. What do you think?
Yes, it could be. And then try to exchange the other bishop on e6 somehow, maybe with rook e8 or something like that. But what if I go bishop e3 here? You're going to go knight d4 or knight g4 or?
Let's jump into that. So
bishop e3.
Bishop e3.
I mean, I think bishop
G4.
d6 is not going to be very impressive. Knight g4.
Yeah.
If knight takes c6, you just take, and bishop takes e3. Be awesome.
How about this one, Vishy?
But f1, there's a knight on f1, so I'll just
Oh,
play
there's a
bishop
knight on
c5.
f1.
Yeah.
It's protected. Oops. Yeah. What did you want to do here? Knight c6 and black wins by...
Oh, wait, here I can play bishop takes e3. Let's have a look. Knight takes d8. So that wasn't it.
That wasn't it. So it must be knight takes e3,
it's
right?
minus 3.9.
Oh, wow.
That's no, of course, there I go queen takes d8. But it's minus 3.9, which is quite spectacular. How could black be possible? Oh, queen takes d1 and bishop takes e3 and b takes c6. So there is no knight e7 check.
Yeah.
The knight on g6 is sitting there. So
You trade,
just knight
and you
e3,
trade,
yeah.
and then you take the knight in the end.
sure,
Right, and black is going to be up
piece.
a
So
piece.
we don't want to go here.
Okay, so knight
Bishop
c6
e3,
doesn't
knight
work.
g4. What can
Yeah.
I do? Can I go queen f3 or something? Because I just want to bring the other rook to d1.
And basically you're saying if I take, you take,
But now it likes black.
I
So we have done
take,
something. Rook a d1.
you take.
Is it knight e5? Then I go queen e4. It's not knight h4, probably for the same reasons. It could be queen f6. Oh, sorry, queen f6 is very nice, right?
Yeah.
Because I shatter your kingside pawns, so you don't want that. No.
Yeah, once you take my bishop, you get these double pawns. Okay. So knight f6 is like a reasonable move from Caruana. And what other options do we have here for white? Like if something like h3, right? What is black's idea on that? Are they looking for this trade or not?
maybe?
Okay, yeah. Okay. Oh, actually, Hikaru actually played h3. Oh,
And
bishop
Fabiano
d4.
just takes on
Yeah,
d4.
that was what I was wondering about this structure.
Okay, so
Pawn
c
takes.
takes d4.
And now,
Maybe just goes back to d5, or does
Yeah.
he play knight e7, knight d5, or what is he doing? Yeah.
okay. How about, there's no pawn sack, right? Like bishop e6 is a little too dramatic.
Yes.
A little too dramatic. Like the position doesn't really, I mean, I agree that knight d5 looks completely normal. Just go back and then just,
And then play
bring out
bishop e6
position.
and maybe knight c7
Yeah,
at the right
yeah,
moment.
yeah. It actually looks very comfortable for black. So I like what Fabi is doing.
Maybe just go back to d5, right?
Yeah, because this move is kind of unnecessary. Although look at that. The engine is also saying it's playable. My idea was like that if you take, and take. I mean, I was thinking just queen d5 and maybe just rook d8. And I don't know. It looks like black also has quite good compensation for the pawn. So, but it's just not really necessary to play that.
I don't really see Fabi doing bishop e6.
Yeah.
Of course, he'll prove me wrong right away, but anyway, I don't really.
But we're looking for another example for our textbook on positional pawn sacrifices, Vishy.
Sure.
So we had to bring that up. All right, well, we
95,
are
yeah.
going to take our first break. The games of the day, they're developing maybe most of them a little bit slowly so far, but I think that in the next few hours, things are going to get more exciting. So we'll see you guys on the other side of the break. And meanwhile, you can watch a video about yesterday's activities.
It's the second free day at the 2024 Candidates Tournament. And just like every free day, there are fun activities planned. Right now, we're at the University of Toronto, where a special event that included the screening of a documentary, King Chess, as well as talks by Alexandra Kostyniuk and legend Vishy Anand are currently taking place. So we just finished watching the documentary King Chess, and we have the star of the show, Nastya Karlovich, here. And Fabi played in the 2018 one, which we just saw in the documentary, and won. Do you think that he can do it again this year?
Yeah, I asked him yesterday if he's going to come to watch the movie and perhaps, remember this joy of winning the Candidates Tournament. And he told me, I don't want to check the past. I'm looking forward for the future. And I think it's a really great attitude he has. And I think he said, yes, I had good memories, but now it's time to create something new. And it's not a secret. I'm rooting for Fabi. I hope he's going to win in this tournament, and really looking forward. He showed even in this, we could see in that movie that he had to win the last rounds, and he really managed to do so, even though he lost in the 12th round. But then he consolidated. He found a way to perform well, and he made everything by himself. He made this history on his own. So I hope that he will find a way also to play better in the second half. He himself said that he will need to score at a certain point in this tournament, and I really hope he will manage to do so.
I'll make it easier for you.
What was that about?
I thought it would help.
How does that help?
You know, visualization and stuff.
I'm not picking up the pieces.
Sometimes you don't need to do anything crazy to get better. You just need to reassess your chess. I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, and I'm presenting Jeremy Silman's How to Reassess Your Chess now on Chessable.
realm of kings and queens, only a select few dare to claim the ultimate crown. Witness the verse of legends, a victor in the open and women's section.
We're back from our break. Vishy, I saw in our YouTube chat like a question. Someone wanted to know what it's like to commentate with you.
Okay.
Okay, well, I gotta tell you guys, it is pretty awesome. I almost can't believe that I get paid to do this job, because of course I would do this without getting paid as well. It's just amazing. So, but don't tell that to FIDE, Vishy. It'll ruin my
It
marketing
is on the
position.
broadcast, but well.
Yeah, but we're gonna assume that they're gonna miss this part. But yeah, just great to get an insight into how you think. That's why I'm always trying to ask questions, draw more information out, to the viewers about how you're approaching these positions. So let's do a bird's eye view of the open section. Well, we actually have an interesting plan chosen by Prague versus Firouzja. So not really something that we had anticipated. So I think we're going to want to take a look at that. And actually, let's just jump into that game. So we saw the move c3. That was one of the things you had mentioned as a possibility, knight g6. And then, kind of surprising, but who knows, maybe very logical, rook b1, bishop e7, and b4 by Prague. What do you think about this plan, Vishy?
I don't like it. I can't tell you exactly why. It's not like some obvious principle, but after CB4 castles, I just don't see what's in it for white.
Like maybe one day black will be going d5.
D5.
And...
Also, one sec. CB4, D5 castles. And there are lines where I go knight f4. And simply, I don't understand why we played b4. It seems to me that when black plays d5 next, I don't know, make some random move, a4, d5, I don't think that this potential pass pawn on the queen side is going to be that important. It's not a huge thing, but somehow I feel that c3 in conjunction with rook b1 thing. I would have rather played c3 and moved the knight and play f4. I was leaning more in that direction.
I get it. You're just basically thinking basically initiating play on this part of the board doesn't seem that scary.
Sure.
And it kind of distracts white from doing anything on the king side.
But I don't have some specific thing. Well, let's put it this way. I wouldn't have played rook b1 and b4. It's not a plan which occurred to me.
Well, the other thing is that there's a lot of interesting moves for black here, other than the standard one, right? So I guess one question I would have is it even necessary to take the pawn? Or maybe we could just castle and
That's a good point,
maybe let you take it if you would like. Maybe the c5 pawn still gives black more space compared to the c3 pawn. So there's that. Then the other thing that came to my mind, which I know is probably a bit dubious. Do you want to guess what it is, Vishy?
b5 or?
Like c4, yeah.
Oh, okay.
How, is that even something worth considering for black?
But this would just be something I was happy with before. I'd go bishop c2.
Yeah.
Maybe you castle. No, you can't castle because queen
really
d7. So you're going to play
castle.
d5. But then I have bishop a4 check. And
Yeah, so castles, it just doesn't quite work. But although, I actually thought that maybe...
Queen d7, it's not that
there's rook
exciting.
d8, you have
Queen
to go all the
a4,
way. I definitely felt like here I would have some compensation. Pulling
Maybe that's
out your
right,
queen all the way to a4. And, I have knight f4 is the move.
Knight f4 and coming to e2 or d3, yes.
Yeah, I thought this was at least interesting.
But I can take and rook d1 maybe and jump around.
So basically, Firouzja has a big choice here. How is he doing on the clock? He's doing well. He's 10 minutes behind. They've made 14 moves for white. Actually, I guess it's pretty slow, right?
Yes.
If we think about the tempo of play, the fact that they have to make still a lot of moves to time control without the increment. It is a rather slow tempo.
Yes. Normally at this point, they would like to be near move 20,
Yes.
not especially Firouzja.
Right.
Prague has a margin to get to move 20, but
Yeah.
not Firouzja. But these things are not strict. It's a very unconventional position, and you're going to have to budget for finding a way around. It's easy to follow the wrong plan.
But basically, the most standard move here would be castles.
Castles would be decent as well. I realize that maybe it's helpful sometimes to keep the sea pawns.
Yeah.
But it can be helpful for both sides. So I don't know if I want to do it or not.
What would white even play here? I mean, taking is a bad idea because
Bishop takes
I can
c5,
just take
followed by queen c7.
yeah, you can't really exploit the pin yet, and I'm going to get out of the pin soon. So what would you do here? a4, bishop e3.
Bishop e3, I just go queen c7, I think.
What was the computer thinking I could do here that could be even a little bit better? There's something here it's starting to prefer. I have an interesting idea. Most of my interesting ideas are bad, but let's try this move again. I was kind of interested in trying to get in d5.
It wanted to play something other than bishop c2. Just have a look if it's bishop c4.
Bishop c4, bishop e4, I thought.
Queen d7, what's happening?
Oh, this thing is hanging.
I know. I didn't think it was the end of the world. No, this is in fact very bad. It doesn't think it's decent composition.
Yeah, but it maybe even like wants to take and go Nick.
Knight e5 forks the house, doesn't it?
Yeah, because I don't know, knight f3 probably is quite.
Also very good for black. Okay, so.
But anyway, there's rook d8. Yeah, we can throw that in as well and then take something.
Fair enough. So what does it want to do? Bishop takes e4, bishop d3 or something?
Yeah. Well, okay. I mean, this is kind of equal position, right? I can play bishop f3 if I want. Then I invite you into this.
Queen e2.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that the computer is giving this as better for white.
But I can see that because if you play d5, I'll play c4 and I'll get this one. I'll get a pass pawn, b pawn. You might be able to blockade it, but this should be. Here you can take and play queen b5 maybe, just right? Queen b5.
It's pretty
and
equal.
Then what am I going? Queen b3 or something? Just
Queen
c5.
b3, a5 is probably not going to be a problem.
So what?
Somehow the computer didn't want to go c4, which is surprising. He didn't really want to get rid of this backwards pawn.
So maybe a4 first and then
a4, yeah. And then playing c4. Okay. Well, that was one of my ideas, but the other one was I really just thought I could take, although maybe what the computer is getting at is that I should keep this bishop. Maybe just move him back. Maybe even. But I mean, this is what I can't really see how I could be worse here. Like, well, how could I be worse in this position?
It doesn't look very.
Right? Like such a nice pawn structure for black. No bad pieces, safe king. Seems
Maybe
kind of
c4.
solid. Yeah. And we kind of go back into that same line
Queen c4.
with queen b5.
But queen b5 now I might be able to take and play knight d4 or something. But anyway, it's hard to believe that this is really better for white.
Okay, so let's go back. Actually, so I wanted to just show you my idea, right? Like with bishop c2 and d5. Like I was curious how the computer would evaluate this. Because actually I thought this position was kind of not bad for black.
Yeah, I'll try e5 instead.
Yeah. And e5 you are
This is even worse apparently.
here.
Oh, because knight e5, queen e5.
I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to bait
And
me
after
into.
bishop d4, I thought my next move will be f4. It could be a reasonable try, but you go queen f4. And I think that...
Interesting. All right, well, we got castles on the board by Firouzja. That's the move that we were expecting. And it retains flexibility in the pawn structure. I definitely like this move, because I think it gives them some interesting ideas of this c4 move in some situations.
Yeah. I can't say that I really see Rug's advantage anymore.
Which just goes to show that the Sicilian is a great opening. And we should see more of it here in the candidates. Instead, we can go to this fascinating game between Vidit and Gukesh, where a lot of maneuvering of the knights is about to happen. What can you say, Vishy? This really does look like Prague, Naka versus Prague, doesn't it? It's different, yeah, because there's differences on the queen side.
So we can see Black's last move avoided queen e7 d5, which would be kind of embarrassing.
Yeah, you don't want to get your rook trapped in the...
And then boom, that rook is gone. So queen e8 is a careful step by.
By the way, the computer was evaluating this as already slightly more pleasant for Black. And maybe it didn't like the move d4. Didn't love it, but maybe it's not a big preference. So he went d4.
Maybe Black can just play c6. And queen e8 seems kind of weird. Yeah. Queen e8 seems too sophisticated.
Interesting. So queen e8. So he's basically trying to win this pawn.
If rook e1, maybe he wants to go knight b6 or something. But even there, I can play c4. It's not so great. Maybe Black should just have played c6 and queen c7.
So here, finding a nice square for this queen, stopping all ideas of d5. Seems very reasonable. I mean, I definitely don't see, I don't see what White is doing. Actually, White's pawn structure is worse than Black's, isn't it, Vishy? Could we say that? More weaknesses.
We can say that.
Yeah, more weaknesses here, more targets. Black's structure is very solid. And okay, so Gukesh plays queen e8. By the way, he's up a lot on the clock against Vidit. Vidit's time situation is awful. If you think about it, it's even because we talked about Firouzja having a slight issue, but Vidit, it's been 16 moves and he's at 44 minutes.
Yes.
That's not great. And his position is maybe a bit worse. So he goes rook ae1.
But I don't see what Black's next move is.
Okay.
Maybe knight h7 and rook f6. Just keep some squares for the rook on the third or something.
So you were looking at knight b6, but you decided there's something you didn't
First
like about it?
First of all, there's c4. Second, there's a5. I don't know, maybe I'd prefer c4. And I don't really see how we made any progress.
Yeah.
But the computer likes this for Black.
Maybe a5. Well, a5, you go back.
Knight c8.
And Gukesh is going for a trade on b5.
Okay.
Let's see. Well, let's see if this is what the computer likes. It is indeed the move the computer likes. AB, AB. And maybe now, one day this pawn can get hit.
But I'm just going to play c4.
You're going to play c4 anyway.
Maybe Black will just follow up with c6 again. And the queen on e8 is stopping the white knight on d2 from moving because the e4 square is weak and something like that.
Well, we have to find a black edge here somewhere. And he moves his rook to a5. So he has some idea.
Oh, he's taking the a file by going c4, rook a5.
He might even play queen a8 at some point.
Yes, that's how I think c4 queen a8. Sorry, what did I say? Queen a8 and hang around there. But then again, White can play perhaps queen c3 and rook a1 or knight. Try this. Let's go c4.
Yeah, you think queen a8?
Yes.
Yeah.
And if you go queen a8, I'll go queen c3, and I'm threatening rook a1. How do you? You can go rook a3. I go rook a1. You go rook takes c3. Rook a check. And in fact, it seems that black has done better in this trade because you get to go, maybe e3 is weak. And
Oh,
so
wait,
on.
there's some other, oh, maybe rook e8, fishy? Maybe rook e8. We challenge your rook.
And in the meantime, this rook has been given free rein over here.
Yeah. And black is actually still doing pretty well with that rook on c3. So look at that. I vided, Gukesh is playing the moves that the computer likes. Quite accurate. He's still keeping vided under pressure, even though he's black, and he's got a very significant time edge. So
Also, then queen e8 was very clever because it provoked rook a e1.
Right? Yeah.
And because of the e4 weakness.
Well, the engine
that's
did
what he
not
was-
like rook a1. It didn't think queen e8 was great, but it also didn't like rook a1. So something here, like white should have done, maybe protected this pawn. Oh, I think I get it.
How do you protect that pawn?
Yeah, with rook fe1, or does that not work? That loses
Well,
the
then
pawn.
I take on b5, take on e1, and then take on d4.
Yeah.
But maybe that's where the detail is. Let's go rook fe1.
Rook fe1.
You take on
takes,
b5.
takes.
No, we're going on the wrong track. ed4.
think
Maybe
so?
I just thought cd4 and take on c7.
cd4. You hit
Yes,
that.
and then take on c7. Funny, this position.
So somewhere here, black still has an edge after rook fe1. Where is that coming from? Not obvious.
d5,
Yeah.
but you can take and e4 and d5, or take and c4.
Yeah, if you trade off my double pawns, it can backfire, right? Suddenly,
Or c4 maybe.
or that's not so bad for white, yeah.
Yeah, this keeps even white, it gives white a small edge. Okay, so what is the plan for rook fe1?
So taking was already like not the computer's favorite, but what really, it kind of keeps going down and down as we trade.
And we could come back to a roll plan of c6, but then the question is, what is your queen doing on e8?
Yeah. So there's something
That
like,
drops something considerable.
there's something powerful here for black that
Knight f8.
justifies this 0.8 evaluation. I was thinking about that, but yeah, it's not clear where the knight is going, right?
That also loses all the advantage. Well,
Do we
such as it is.
Yeah, do you think we should go c4?
But then I take on b5. Oh, you take with the pawn even, yes. I mean, you take with the c pawn rather,
pawn,
and then
yeah.
that way you don't. Okay.
So,
That's not it.
well, do you want to keep guessing or you want to move on to a different problem?
Maybe we should move on to a different problem. I mean, let's go to
But
Hikaru against
you know what I'm
Caruana.
curious though, but what was the move the computer liked here for white? Like, so it didn't like either of these rook moves. So how are we, like, maybe is there a threat, Vishy? Like, is this even a threat or not?
No, I have c takes d4 and I counterattack c7. So probably, but you can play rook c8 at the end there. So if you just try e takes d4. However,
Like make a random move for white, you mean?
and then you take, and I take with the c pawn. You
Yeah.
play rook c8 and then e4 is kind of weak. So this requires a level of accuracy that we're not quite getting.
But it's just, I'm just curious, like, what was, I mean, because d5 is an awful positional move, right? You
Agreed.
can't really do it. There's no way to justify it. So we're looking for something else. I have another idea. How about c4 here? Is there any way to make this work? I guess not, but yeah, there's just,
And it's a pawn. Yeah.
it's a pawn, yeah. So a bit of a mystery, but okay, let's leave it. Let's leave these intricacies for later,
Yes.
and let's just see what happens in the game. So rook a1, he took took rook a5.
And c4 has happened.
c4 is on the board.
Seems like queen a8. I mean, fairly obvious move if you play rook a5. Having said A and then having said B, then you say C. And
Well, we have a little bit of movement in the game between Nepo and Abasov. By the way, Nepo is suddenly up on the clock. He was actually down on the clock a lot. So after he went for the move C takes d5, knight b4 happened. Knight e5, so he didn't even try to hold on to the pawn. Black's position looking very solid. Bishop e6, I mean, it's as solid as it gets.
Queen f3, yeah, bishop b4, queen g3, king h8. And is the computer starting to like white?
So they've made 20 moves. Actually, okay. I mean, the queen here is positioned in a pretty aggressive way. But we're a long way away from bishop h6 sacrifices working.
But we're just building up pieces like rook e2 and rook e4 or whatever. Rook e2 might run into some knight c3. So maybe that has to be timed well.
Okay.
What if I made a random move like a5? What if I made a random move like b5?
Like b5 instead, yeah? Yeah. b5
maybe knight
is
c6,
not so random.
Knight c6 is a
b5
after knight c6
has a little flaw.
Queen d6. It does seem to have a flaw. Oh, bishop d5, knight takes b4 and something.
Bishop a3 in the end.
But I have queen takes b3, so I don't know why.
So here,
I still think white is that much better, and I don't see why.
it definitely takes.
Yeah, queen takes.
Okay, let's.
Oh, no, it's not.
Oh yes, it's bishop a3.
Yeah, queen takes b3.
Queen takes b3. Takes. Rook b2, bishop c4.
And I'm counter-attacking her rook. Why is this so good?
Okay, hold on. This is fun. Bishop a3.
White still. Oh, rook a6 or bishop h6 and rook a6 maybe. Just try bishop h6.
Bishop
h6.
Oh, bishop h6. Suddenly we've discovered the presence.
Oh, in fact, it's even not even rook a6 check. It's queen e5 simply.
Yeah.
Okay. So b5 doesn't work. So let's say let me play a5. Whatever we have as a main move here, rook a2, a5. What is white doing? If rook e2, then I think knight c3 works. No, it doesn't. In fact, it seriously doesn't. Rook e3. Oh, and if I take on c4, you take, and if I take on d4, you have bishop b2.
Wait,
No, that's not it either.
There's something good here for white. There's a good way to play.
Rook c2. Oh, maybe just knight g6. Sorry, you're right. Yes, that's it. fg6, rook g. Sorry, yeah, fg6, rook e6.
And then rook e6, and white's pieces are crashing through. Okay, so I can see the glimmer of an initiative here for Nepo.
Yeah.
It's beginning to become a little bit more clear. So let's try to so basically, the rook a2, you're preparing this rook lift, and then you're going to have knight g6 ideas. And I better do something about this before it all happens, right? So let's think about that. Okay, let's go for knight c3. I mean, I know I haven't calculated anything.
But bishop takes c6?
Yeah, and there's a lot of stuff to calculate, which is bishop e6. Yeah, I guess that's the problem.
What did he play? He played a5, right? So at least he thinks that's a useful move.
a5, yeah.
But after rook e2, what's our next move? That's actually a kind of serious question.
Oh, look at this, Bishop. We weren't actually losing on this line. Knight c3, bishop e6, we're somehow holding. Is it just knight a2?
Oh, and just the obstacle bishop thing, yeah.
Yeah, like go for this, you take me, I take you, and I take you again.
And rook c1, queen
survive. Knight c3 was kind of interesting because I'm trying to stop you to go here.
But if I go rook c2 here?
I'm attacking this pawn. Rook c2, right? That might be the problem.
Yes.
If I take.
I take with the pawn.
One queen.
D4, bishop B2.
And everything is like protected for you, yeah?
Yes.
And I guess I'm going to lose this knight. Okay, I got it. So tricky for Najat.
Yeah.
No, I'm feeling the storm clouds, you know? And also the thing is like Nepo is very dangerous when he gets this type of position, right? Like with the initiative.
It does feel unpleasant because after rook e2, it is this tension, overbearing tension in the air. Let's try rook e2. B5, have I already? Oh, I've already done. No, I haven't tried it here. Let's try B5 here. That's the thing which keeps, because now A5 is defending the bishop on B4. I've solved it. And besides, you don't have any trick here.
Wow. Oh, let's look
at
that's
a lovely face.
Oh, yeah. Let's look at his expressions a little bit. We enjoy that part of the show. So the move A5. He likes his position. That's what I can tell. Oh my gosh, look at those big eyes. I think it'd be hard to play against him, you know, with all those expressions.
The board cam.
I mean, because the move A5 is something that you considered quite natural. It was like you suggested instantaneously. And then Najat played
because I definitely wonder that bishop, so why not A5 just it. And I was hoping in some dream world to have some rook A6 at some point, maybe defending something or the other. But the point seems to be rook E2, B5, so it's not rook E2. What else could I do here? It's not that easy to attack, right?
Let's explain to people, though, the point of this move. The first point of your move is that on bishop B5, there's knight C3, right?
Yes.
So you're trying to pull them. Yeah, he instantly played rook E2, right? That was like very fast response by him.
And if B5, what's he planning to do?
So, well, you know, the question is whether Najat is going to find B5. So first of all, obviously, it's a dream to get white to take. That will literally never happen.
Do you think you take with the queen? I would have taken with the bishop so that I play rook A6 and that's it.
Yeah.
If you take with the queen, queen H4 would bother me a little bit.
Yeah.
But maybe the computer just wants to go queen D8 back or something. No, it doesn't seem to care at all.
Admittedly, I didn't look that far.
Maybe just king H7 and what are you going to do, no?
King H7, yeah, it reminds me of the Ali Reza
Yeah.
game. You just use the king, to defend this pawn.
Oh, yeah, it was.
So that's not going to happen. Okay, first of all, there's bishop D3, which needs to be looked at.
Okay, put it in. Bishop D3. Can I go knight C3?
Okay, Najat, under pressure here.
Or am I
Knight
just playing
C3.
A4 with the idea of A3? No, this one it doesn't like at all.
Am I using the same idea as before, Vishy?
Oh, right. So,
It's
sorry,
always
then it's
this
not
one.
this.
Yeah.
So, what do I do here? A4, you'll go knight G6 check maybe, yeah.
How about, I have a move.
Rook E8.
That's interesting. Okay.
But then again, bishop B5, I have knight C3.
I was thinking of this one, Vishy.
Mhm.
Let's see. How's my intuition?
If rook E4?
Yes.
Or
Okay.
maybe bishop F5 is good, yeah. Bishop F5 is good, yeah.
No, because you don't have rook F4 or anything.
So come back, and then there is something nice for white, it seems.
Relatively
F4.
nice. F4, I'm going to have bishop F5.
Yeah, agreed.
So,
There is something strong here. H4. But it ruins my... They actually go back to D8 or something.
H4 is pretty fun. I agree. Well,
It's
I
a bad
agree, but
move.
it's not. But it is a fun idea.
Actually, it doesn't work.
Doesn't
The
work
H5 queen
yeah,
F4,
queen
right?
F4, yeah.
Let's just show that. So if
So-
I play some random move, rook AC8.
Yeah, we were trying to set this up,
Yes, but he just takes.
but the problem is
And
that,
queen F4. And I don't have a single square on the H file. which
yeah, you
works.
cannot use any of these squares to try to checkmate black. So that didn't work, but it was an attempt. All right, let's keep looking.
It's not rook E4. It's not.
It's not rook E4,
F4.
F4, or H4. could be knight g4, queen d4.
Knight e5 back, yeah.
Oops. Like, this is interesting. I suppose if takes, it's a bit of a concession, right? I don't know. Maybe it's not the end of the world for black, but I was thinking we're at least trying to get somewhere with white. We're threatening queen e4. You got to defend against that. And at some point we might take that pawn. Well, I think this game is getting to the point where we can say it's going to spice up really soon.
It's practical problems for black. After rook a2, it's easy to go wrong. So I think we will spend a few minutes here. Let's just quickly see what's happening in Fabiano Hikaru.
Yeah.
Because
what's happening there is not too much, but certainly, so yeah, he played knight d5 back after making the trade on d4, changing the pawn structure. He went back to blockade the pawn. Hikaru played bishop c2.
I would have thought, why not knight g3?
Bishop e6.
Knight e4, I was hoping for knight c5. But maybe knight e4, knight df4 is just fine, yeah.
Like?
Yes, and knight e4, knight df4.
You're in time to like offer up some trades.
So instead he went bishop c2, bishop e6.
Knight f4.
Rook e4, knight d5.
Okay, so Hikaru says, I don't want the repetition.
And then he goes rook e8.
Yeah, and interesting because, you know, he certainly, it's very solid for Caruana. A3, rook e8.
Yeah.
This is their position. I mean, the computer says it's equal. Black is very solid, and these things can often go downhill for white, don't you think?
Sure.
Like, at least in the hands of a bad player. They can go downhill for white really easily where you get stuck with the isolated pawn and simply defending weaknesses.
But I think here with the extra bishop, white's always going to be fine.
But this bishop is not the best thing in the world.
No, but it's one of the pawns. When we trade a few pieces, it'll be alive. And
yeah. I don't know. I'm starting... Okay, I feel like Hikaru needs to do something active. Does he have any active ideas in this position, like h4?
If I take it?
Yeah, I mean, the problem is you take. And the problem is essentially you just
go back to
come
G6.
back, and I don't really have a way to exploit this H file, right? I mean, I don't have rook h4, so I agree.
And I have knight f6 in the air as well, so...
So that didn't work. Well, but here's the thing, Vishy. I would take black here.
Okay, reasonable. I mean, I wasn't entirely convinced by this rook e4, but it seems, to be honest, what I missed was bishop c2, even though my original idea, knight g3, may not be that impressive, after all.
Why don't you make, well, you know what, since I like black, and you're telling me it's not too bad for white, why don't you play a few moves for white?
Okay, rook e1.
You're going back. Okay. All right, let's see. How do we create some problems here? It's not that easy because actually for our viewers, I should explain that the dream would be the trade of these bishops for black.
Yeah.
Then black would undoubtedly be better. But of course, white will do anything in their power not to trade those particular bishops. And it's not that easy for me to get this bishop out of the way. And there's actually a competition going on between the bishop and the knight on d5. They would both like to be on that square, but they cannot do it. So that's my issue with like turning this solid position for black into an advantageous position. Also, you played here because you actually want to go here, don't you?
Yes, but once again, I run into bishop f5, and then it trades all the pieces I don't want to trade.
So where does my queen belong? c7, b6. Actually, b6 is actually kind of nice. You know what, Vishy? We are coming out.
Yeah. But maybe rook e1 is not the greatest move then. I don't know.
And
let's go back and see.
We got this plan coming up. I'm just saying that, like sometimes you see the computer engine is telling you equal, but it's kind of like what Hikaru, when he saw equal, but he's like, but he didn't feel it was equal. He felt like it was going to be a decisive game. I don't know. I feel like I would just take black in this position.
Sure.
I don't see how it can get all that bad for black, but I can see some scenarios where it can just slowly get worse for white.
Sure. Okay, let's just take a quick look at what Gukesh and Vidit are doing. Okay, that A file is there, and Vidit is just waiting with H3, which again has increased black's advantage slightly. Is it C6 after all? Just smashing your way through. No, that drops the advantage a bit. It's something quite reasonable. I mean, rook C2 keeps the advantage more or less. So it wants to push the queen around a bit.
Yeah, can I say something, Vishy? Could there be, in some positions, like this little pawn move that also puts additional pressure on E4, maybe somewhere? Or is this move, I mean, it's interesting. Yeah, so you're saying rook A2, right? Yeah.
I mean, I just try to move to see where,
yeah.
And here the advantage didn't drop.
So queen B1.
Queen A3. Maybe.
Queen A3, just sort of come in with everything. I mean, it's such an annoying position for white, honestly. Like if I was be getting these symmetrical positions as white right from the opening, I would not be so thrilled.
Yes.
Symmetric and worse is not where you want to be. But let's go to our favorite game. Prague versus
A4
Firouzja.
Queen C7 has happened.
Yeah.
So Firouzja clearly sees some value in not giving those pawns. Maybe he wants to play C4 after all, because as we mentioned, he wants the open battle. So.
Yeah, well, he's getting his battle. I think he can be very satisfied with the position he has reached after 15 moves. You know, the way Prague was satisfied against Caruana using the French, also getting a comfortable, easy game as black. And right here, black has, I would say, like a dream Sicilian in the sense that, you know, he's not getting attacked. He has like strong enough center, no bad pieces, decent pawn structure. How do you want to hold this balance for white? I mean, pushing the pawn is not probably in the cards for now.
I don't think you have to make it work. If you take, what am I going to recapture with?
Yeah.
So he has gone rook E1.
Rook E1. Okay, so makes sense to me, this move.
Because if C4, bishop C2, D5, now E5 works. In fact, white is much better. So you get the clamp.
So you're saying, yeah, just in general, it's helpful to have the rook protecting that pawn.
Yes.
Because now...
In fact, rook E1 also overcomes the problem of black playing D5. You can always play E5.
Right, because you're like just supporting the pawn.
1 second, just do that. Rook E1, C4, leave out C4, play D5.
Play D5, and we still play E5, I think?
It seems so, but let's try E5. And then I just want to try D4 and see what's happening.
D4. That's fun.
And that is maybe equal,
a lot of fun
happening.
happening. Because if we take this way, you take that way.
Yes. Maybe it's B takes C5, D takes C3, knight G5 or something.
BC5.
No, this is a very bad move. DC3 and knight G5, there might be some refutations in place, some simple refutation.
Okay. Let's try to find that.
Or something.
Yeah.
Still a pretty serious advantage.
So let me just try to figure out what was your threat. So your threat was queen h5. I know, I have to go a little slower. So queen h5, and then on h6, you're going to sack an f7 or something. Is that approximately the plan here?
Yes. I mean, h6.
Or knight e6. Or knight e6.
Maybe knight f7 after all. Because rook f7, bishop g6, I kick you back one move. Whereas the other way, you'll recapture on c5. But d4 does seem to be equal. I don't think this is much. In fact, the computer gives it a massive advantage for black.
So d4, how do we maintain the balance here as white then?
Do you want to try cd4 then? cb4.
I'm liking that for black, but I guess you're going to try to attack me. Okay, sure.
cb4 and then some knight g5.
Yeah.
No, every time I play knight g5, it drops by a pawn. More than a pawn. almost 2
Why?
pounds.
Why does it drop so much?
Rook f8.
What does it see here?
Rook f8 maybe. Yeah.
Hmm. It sees some problems and I guess just bishop g5 here, right? That's the thing. In this position, you just
And
take
bishop g5,
and take
rook
the
d4,
pawn,
yeah.
yeah. So you can't attack me quite that viciously.
So what does it want to do here? Does it want to go h4 somewhere?
Yeah, I kind of agree that this move looks very typical.
a5, I don't know. No, then h5 is
then
very
h5,
strong.
yeah.
Because I thought knight h4, but you will capture queen g4. And I think it's getting huge.
Yeah, so a5, yeah,
H5
we don't want to let that pawn get all the way there.
Takes. Queen
This is
g4,
starting to look
it's a corner.
very dangerous for black. So we need to deal with your idea. Obviously, I cannot capture your pawn because that is going to leave me,
Piece down, queen h4.
yeah, losing. So we need some cool prophylactic move. I can consider bishop f3.
Okay. Queen f3, knight h4, yeah?
Yeah, I can consider that and taking you up on that pawn. It's interesting. So the computer evaluates this as compensation for white, despite the fact that black has won a pawn. Maybe you're going to do your, rook lift at some point.
I don't
Rook
see how to
d3.
rook queen e4, you go knight g6, I go queen h5, you can go g6, knight f5, queen h3 maybe. But I can go g6 anyway.
How about just like long-term compensation? I mean, like you go here. No, it doesn't like that move. So there's something. What's the best square for the queen? G4? G4? Okay. Well, let's just keep going a little bit. See, look at that. Knight g6, and here it likes white. And I think it's this rook b3 move.
I'll try bishop takes g6.
Hg.
Rook b3. Oh, but you can go queen c2. No, that doesn't work.
Why don't we start with rook b3?
Okay.
No.
Still better for black.
So this is an inaccuracy. Okay. Huh.
And this is much better for white.
Right. And rook b3 looks literally so natural, and it's not the best move somehow. But it's hard to believe like that we can just take right away, right? Because it feels like our bishop is too strong and to be given up.
Because then all the light squares open up for black. What about d5? Just out of desperation. But queen c3 must be good. Now queen c3, you go rook e3. So just try d5.
You want to throw everything my way.
Yeah, e5, e6, but doesn't seem to work. I didn't really believe it, to be honest.
All right, but I love to solve these mysteries. All right, well, it means that rook e3, that for some reason rook e3 may be superior. Maybe because it's faster, because we just get to go to h3 right away.
And then,
Yeah. Okay, well, what do we have on the board? We got d5 on the board by Firouzja. So after rook e1, we got lost in looking at what? How did we even, what have we spent all our time on this show?
on d5, e5, d4.
Ah, and d5 is on the board. Okay,
yeah,
good.
so we are at least.
Yeah.
But if we play e5, d4, and then we get this knight g5 position, we get to find out a little bit.
Right. So meanwhile, okay, Firouzja is playing the move that we were expecting, putting another pawn in the center. And e5 is definitely...
What about b takes e5 here? But then you go d takes e4, take on e4, and then
there's just nothing.
Take on c5. Maybe that's nothing.
So like if we take this way, what we're saying is that in the very worst case, black just takes here and trades off everything, takes the pawn on c5, can take it with anything, but let's say, I don't know, bishop. And black is in no danger whatsoever. So Prague is not going to be tempted by allowing this, to allow this. So you would say, like, is this instinctively what you feel like e5 must be done by white if white wants to get a game?
Ideally, I could play b takes c5, bishop takes c5, e5, but I'm not able to.
Yeah, so you kind of wish that I would go for that. So then you would go for this, and d4 is not.
The only move that works. What else might work here? Queen e2 or something, but I suspect.
Yeah, well, there's going to be
maybe c before c.
There's a lot of lot of liquidation, right? You said this one, even that is on as a possibility. So it's going to be an interesting choice for Prague. But the thing is, they can't get too over-optimistic against Firouzja. That's what I feel. It would be a mistake. Because, he's capable of playing very well. So you can't just say, I'm going to go crazy. But at the same time, e5, I mean, it looks...
Well, to be honest, this h4 was a kind of accident. I didn't really understand. I still don't understand why it's good for white, except it seems to be. Well, maybe your rook e3 and rook h3 is just very strong. Sorry,
Are you wearing your mic, Vishy?
Yes, I'm...
Oh, you got...
It's fallen off.
It's fallen off?
Oh, it's softer. Oh, the thing has dropped off a bit. Okay.
Okay. Oh.
Well, I thought I had it here, but anyway, apologies. Yes. What's going on here?
We knew we were eventually going to run into trouble with that microphone, but don't worry, we're going to get it fixed. Meanwhile,
seems to have dropped off. But anyway, here we are.
Got it working.
Houston, can you hear me?
All right, that's a good inventive solution there, Vishy.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we're good to go.
CD4, CB4. I still don't. I mean, I suggested H4, but I have no idea why it works. Maybe by elimination, but it's kind of annoying when something works, but you can't.
Yeah, H4. Well, so it was basically this.
That is resigns Queen H5, but bishop takes F3 and takes, right?
Yes,
and Queen takes
F3,
F3, Knight H4.
Yeah.
And somehow Queen G4 followed by Rook E3.
Yeah, and this is one of our ideas. But the funny thing is that apparently Knight G6 was actually a mistake. It's natural.
Just G6 and Knight F5 maybe, or or is it Queen C3? No, Queen C3. You have Rook E3. Is it Rook FD8? Maybe it's Rook FD8.
Wow. So like not even moving the knight at all and just improving the rook. Yeah, interesting.
But the advantage just shut up. Hang on. What's the move?
Up and down. Maybe it is the move. C8 is certainly an interesting option.
If Rook E3, thought I can just play Knight F5. I think it might be Knight F5. Because Bishop F5, E takes F5. Queen takes F5. I thought Queen D7 or something, and I might just have a great position. Or Queen C4, I don't know. Maybe even just Rook takes D4.
Yeah. Okay. Well, before we move on from this game,
we have not been with the women for a while. Shall we check that out and come back in 5 minutes?
Definitely.
After looking
but what do you think here? Your feelings about this, how this game can develop, Vishy?
White's position seems to have resources, but like I said, somehow since Prague went Rook B1 and B4, I've been kind of out of it. I don't know why, but I'm suspicious of the plan, and so, but the computer valuation is still kind of okay. In fact, it may be that D5 was ever so slightly inaccurate, but this is computer precision, so I'm not sure what conclusions I can draw.
I think this game is going to blow up. I think we're going to get some fireworks here.
Sure.
Because we see some lines where it could peter out, but I don't think it's going to. I think Prague will keep the game going. He'll pick up the gauntlet and not let it just dry up.
Let's just see what Nepo is doing. So the rook has gotten to E4, and black went Queen B6, which is very...
Apparently the engine is okay with that move.
Yes. So rook E4 has happened. What is black aiming for? Because now the rook is coming over here, and then we're getting some fireworks there.
Maybe bishop E7? Maybe the point of Queen B6, Vishy, is to defend the bishop on E6, so knight G6 is not a threat? Nope.
But this I can take in knight D7, or is that not working? But you have queen d8. Let's just take here. So bishop, I don't know if it's bishop e7. Try, is it knight f6? Then rook h4 is very strong. Okay, forget knight f6.
Yeah, so we don't
That's
want
awful.
to help the rook over.
Yeah. So what about knight e7? Also not.
There seems to be a lot of moves here for white. Like even knight g6 is really interesting, right? Or I don't know, it seemed interesting to me because I thought like if you take, well, I don't know, what am I missing? Like I thought this was at least an interesting, but there's rook f6 in the end. I guess that's what makes it less interesting. Or,
But it can't be such a big advantage for black.
yeah.
Rook e4 has happened. What are the moves that the bishop besides bishop e7? And second is knight c3 available.
Because you want this.
Exactly. And if rook h4, I have bishop takes c4.
This might be the key.
But it's not happy with this either.
Well, where does he want to take this rook though?
The problem with rook h4, bishop takes c4 is black is just winning.
Yeah, and also it's helpful how the queen covers h6.
Yes.
And we're about to make a winning fork.
So it's not rook h4.
Yeah.
What about bishop takes h6? Just humor me. Bishop
Okay,
takes
okay.
h6.
Just don't even think and just take back the pawn.
Rook
Okay.
h4.
Okay. Can I think here,
Bishop
Rishi,
takes
about how not to
c4,
get
and then
mated?
queen g5.
Okay.
And just don't laugh.
And he
at-
played
laugh
knight
at me.
c3. He played knight c3. Okay.
Okay, I think we're gonna have to stay here for 1 minute, and then we'll go to the women. Queen g5, is this, why is this so bad? Oh, black is just playing rook a6, and it's beautiful in a way.
Wow.
And I'm just...
That is beautiful how that
yeah.
a5 pawn move has allowed black to have this
Exactly.
lateral
Oh, that is
defense.
very nice. Okay, that is nice.
Nepo playing rook e3
Immediately, rook
immediately,
e3.
so he knows that he cannot really let go of the e2 square, and so he plays rook e3. And
If I just go back knight d5, what happens?
yeah, that's a great question.
I lose the exchange, but I mean, with such a bishop, how can I even have problems?
You're saying like takes
Takes, knight
Takes
d7.
and knight
I don't know,
d7.
queen c6. Knight takes f8, rook takes f8. I mean, with that pawn on b3, and how can I have problems here?
So
Queen
black
c8.
is down the exchange, but you're not too worried about his position.
I think you've gathered that much.
Yep.
Maybe queen d6 also, if I can even get the... instead of queen c6, I just go queen d6 and just laugh at you.
Interesting.
No, you can take and go knight b6 maybe.
Here.
This is
Here.
the worst version
Yeah,
because you got
this
knight
is-
b6, yeah. So that is not nice. Okay, so queen c6. That is one option in desperation, but if queen takes d4, you go bishop b2 and I'm out a piece. Yes, bishop b2 and then it's game over. Oh, it's not, that's not the one. Oh, bishop takes e6 and knight g6 simply. Yeah, okay, sorry. That was clear.
Okay, let's slow down for a second and be like, well, white wants to take this knight, right? So black needs to act quickly. So that's why we kind of considered that move, which was protecting the knight. We considered moving the knight back. What else can we do? We can also consider bishop takes c4.
B
And
takes
actually,
d4.
I think he's reaching for something like that.
Oh, and then queen takes d4.
Right, that's the idea, yeah.
But queen takes d4, bishop b2, what is the point? What is the
Okay,
point?
so bishop takes c4 is indeed an option.
It's a good move, and he's stretching out to play it.
Right, and then you take, so then at least there's no fork on g6 coming.
Well, kudos to Nijat. He's calculating very well, and after all, a deceptive position.
Yeah,
But he's doing a good job there.
I agree, and I have realized from the press conferences and that it's a good calculator, so he's definitely, you just cannot really underestimate him. He did play the move the computer likes, bishop takes c4, in fact, and bishop b2. And let's
Computer
see,
says flat 0.
let's figure this one out.
Why?
We're about to lose a piece, but but that's the thing, we're not though, is that you want to play here, right? This is the way you want to take the piece.
Why? Why not the other way?
I don't know, because this knight will, oh, it's not going to hang, but I was thinking about like bringing something to attack it maybe.
Okay, rook a8 and rook f8. This knight takes f7 for a start. I don't know. It seems quite something to build
Okay.
your hopes on.
So
Try rook a8.
Hmm.
Can I go rook fe1? It is the move, but gee, this is not at all easy. Rook a8. If knight f7, he's going to go king h7 and claim that he's fine.
Wow. Okay.
Rook takes c3. Oh, and just rook takes f7.
Mm-hmm. And you don't really have a good discovery with your rook.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, rook f3, I play queen takes c4. So, wow, you think he'll play rook a8?
Well, there's not a whole lot of ways to save this knight, right?
That's true. So rook a8 is maybe easier to find by, I think. And if I go rook fe1 after rook a8, then it's queen d2, right? Because if you take, you cannot take again because
queen
of e1.
d2. Wow, it's not trivial lines. So it's like you're saying knight f7, still king h7.
Yes. And now it's resigns apparently. So
yeah, we're threatening queen takes e1 with checkmate, and queen b2 and a lot of other things. And the main point is that on this there's a back rank checkmate right here. Yeah, well, first of all, I want to say that I want to see Najat competitive in this tournament. You know, first of all, he seems like a very nice guy. But also, I think, you know, when we saw both him and Firouzja losing in consecutive games, like, we don't want two people out of this tournament. We don't want it to be like everyone getting points against them. We want it, you know, people to have to like to work for every single point, no matter who they play. So for the tournament perspective, it's much better if Najat and Firouzja continue to be dangerous opponents.
yes, but also, as you say, he's just a nice guy. I thought even after these quite disappointing defeats, he would always go to the fan zone and engage with everyone. And okay, shall we see what's happening with the women? Because we have neglected them for a while. This one is sort of, somehow I feel late Tingy is going to be better at some point. Like after king f8 again, I don't know if it's gone there again, but if I go king f8.
Ooh, look at the time situation also. Tan is uncorrect.
Isn't knight takes h5 winning a pawn?
Yeah, uncharacteristically for her, Tan is actually quite low on the clock. I mean, this is terrible time situation. 17 moves to make with like 10.5 minutes and not a great position. She hasn't castled. Everything she's done has kind of backfired. I think, you know, remember that moment when we, you know, she played rook g1? This is where things started to go wrong for her, you know, after this trade, and actually Lei went for this move.
Okay.
Quite reasonable. I guess the point is that, I don't know, if there was like a capture, and like rook g7, what actually was the problem
Queen h2 or something
with that?
Or king f8.
Yeah.
It was good pawn sacrifice maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, what was the intention here?
And she declined to draw on move 21.
So bishop g5, Tan played, right? So she didn't want to repeat, right? So Tan is being ambitious, right? She could have actually played, that would have been a 3-move repetition, right?
Yes.
So she goes f4, apparently not a great move.
It's always, it's a sign that you've lost the plot when you turn down a repetition and your first move afterwards leaves you slightly worse off.
Yeah.
So, okay, rook b8, bishop h4. First of all, what is going on with knight takes h5? Why is that not a great move?
Apparently it is a great move. Just a discovery on that bishop.
Bishop e7, I guess queen e7.
Then you always have queen h4 check.
Yeah.
And why did white give up a pawn? No one knows. It just looks pretty bad for white, actually, right?
Well, maybe rook h1 is kind of groveling on.
That's actually a good point. How do I defend this knight? I have to go g6 or?
Yes. Bishop h5, gh5.
Oh, wait. I don't have to take you right away, or I do, because you're kind of threatening
Maybe
that.
you don't have to. You can go king d7.
Yeah, I was wondering if I have time for that.
But probably not, because when the king gets to f3, it's actually helping bishop g2, and I think you might run out at that point.
Can I? I wonder. Can I try that move? Because I mean,
It's
just
also a draw.
yeah,
Okay.
because just practically speaking, I didn't think I was losing this position.
Okay, how are you escaping king here?
And then I thought queen h2.
King f3.
And then I thought just
Queen h3. King f2.
Oh no, maybe.
Rook h8, go bishop g2. Isn't that? Oh, maybe.
Do I just go rook
maybe
h3?
You just go.
Can I? Do I have perpetual there? I might.
You might indeed.
Can we just give up that rook very nicely?
Yes.
And it looks like your king is not getting out.
It is okay, but go back 1 second.
Where?
No, to the end of that line. Bishop g2, rook h3 check. So the line, the subvariation below that. Yeah, rook h8.
Rook h8. Yeah.
Bishop g2, queen rook h3, king f2.
King
What's
F2.
happening here? Oh, queen g3, king f1. And queen takes e3, and if bishop h3, queen e3, h3 is still a draw. More or less the same mechanism.
Okay. It's a little complicated for black.
It's still a draw. Bishop takes h3. Because now I have the e3 square. Queen takes h3, king f2. Oh, you go queen h2 check. King e3, and now you bring the knight in, knight e7, and my whole thing is messed up again. So I'm back to running around to a perpetual. So my king cannot escape by e3.
Okay, this seems a little complicated. So even though it holds for black, I guess black really doesn't need to go for things like that. And
what happens after gh5? Isn't black just better after that?
Just
yes, rook h5 and king d7 then. And I will either get the h file or the g file. So if king f2, I might be even able to throw in b4. And
so let's just say, first of all, this looks miserable for white, doesn't it? I mean, like, bad king compared to that king. I have ideas on the queen side. I have ideas on the king side. Your rook is like, my rooks are connected. Your rook is on a1. So just visually, it actually doesn't look very, very nice at all for white, does it?
But other than all that, no problem.
Yeah, other than that, the computer eval says half a pawn. It's still okay. But I'm just describing it in human terms, which make it look a lot worse than just being a half a pawn behind. So I don't know. I actually think Tan could lose this game.
I think so. This is a very muddled train of thought. Take a position which is not better and then suddenly contrive to keep going on. And the first move you make to decline the draw is drops the evaluation.
Yeah.
It's not a
Interesting
good,
lack of
situation.
objectivity, though, by her, right? Because, I mean, think about it. She's leading the tournament +3. If she loses this game, she'll be tied with Lei.
And Lei is on a roll. She won 2 straight. So why would you gamble everything on this game when you have a half-point lead?
I mean,
that is very strange.
Yeah, she gambled in this position, which is like, well, it's not like the most dangerous attacking position ever seen built up. So for her to play this move, what did she do? She played like f4.
A3 and f4 and some stuff like that.
I don't know. It looks, I mean, the way it opened the king, you can see now those tactics start to happen. And what do we have on the board, though? We have black is still thinking. So black is, Lei has not committed yet to the move knight takes h5, which we're expecting. But I do think she'll do it.
Yeah.
It's a little too simple to pass up.
Yes. Okay, what's happening in Vaishali? Konero? Oh, Konero Humpy has just won the exchange. So that we kind of got in here, if you remember. Castles. And Vaishali took and went e5 based on this little trick. But then Konero threw in e6. if f e6, I guess maybe she didn't like bishop d6 or something. Let's have knight e5. Maybe it's not the end of the world.
She didn't like bishop g4, maybe.
Rook takes f4, bishop e6, and rook takes d7. But here you're losing material. No, you're not. You're right. If I go here, bishop d6 and b5. Luckily, you have a square on e2. Exactly, the bishop is vacated that square. Sure. Okay, queen b3, knight c5, queen e2, knight e6. Oh, and then just happened, and the exchange is gone.
Yeah. So Vaishali, a little shaky in her last few games, right?
It's could be 3 now in a row.
Oh, 3 in a row.
Yeah.
Because she lost to. I'm trying to remember her losses. They were to Lei. Today is
Did she
Humpy,
quite
and then
need this?
there
I mean,
was.
could she, if she takes this, how bad is it? It's not, well, it is bad. It's a pawnish, but I thought it's at least not obvious how I should proceed. Because, you go bishop d6, rook somewhere, then you go bishop e2, and exactly this knight is a problem. So that would be the way forward.
Let's take a look at Lagno versus Garyachkina. Is Garyachkina going to be able to be the sole leader after today?
It looks pretty solid because white is not able to push a pawn to let that to force that knight to move back, and so you can't really get onto the diagonal. The question is, how is black equalizing? Is she going to go c5 and b4 and then bring the other knight?
Well, you know what's funny, Vishy? Like when you said how is black equalizing, because I was thinking like how is white equalizing?
I was worried about queen a5. Otherwise, I might not have thought it's much, but I did not like queen a5. I thought this is getting a bit unpleasant.
Because, you know, white has the isolated pawn, not a particularly good knight. This knight is wonderful. So, like, things can go kind of wrong for white. But, you know, right now the bishop is good. It's very nice. So you're saying that actually this is sort of the threat here.
I think the computer is splitting our evaluation.
Yeah.
And going to 0.0. So
yeah,
we're both right.
Yeah, but what moves? I know what we're going to do. How about c5?
I could also play knight f6 to d7. Queen a5, c6. But this worries me a little bit because if queen a5, you go c6, maybe knight e2 might start to, I mean, some knight d4 takes c6 or something. Who knows?
Trying to improve your knight makes a lot of sense.
But still doesn't seem like so much. Maybe queen e8 is fine.
I would say I still feel like anything can still happen in this game, especially given Lagno's time situation. She's got 14 minutes. Garyachkina has 23 minutes. Still feels like a pretty sharp position.
Yes, it's there's still practical chances.
Yeah.
So we kind of think, okay, why don't we take a quick look at the last game, Anna Musicuk against Salimova?
Yeah, they've been in this type of endgame for a while, and it hasn't been the most exciting.
Anna is under pressure. Okay, it was this one. Sorry, we left it somewhere here. Queen d1. I think white has lost a lot of time here, so it should not be a problem. But maybe queen b6 is inaccurate because it allows e4, knight f6, knight c3, and then white gets a little bit of space. Anyway, the current position on the board is this one. It's a bit awkward. Black is missing the square for the rook, and this pawn is just a little bit wobbly, but maybe it's more solid than it looks. Okay, before we go to the break, let's do a bird's eye view of the men, and then we'll come back.
Oh no, my favorite game of the round is actually fizzling out. I was really hoping Prague would keep that pawn structure more complex, but as you see, there's been a lot of trades, and okay, black is obviously completely fine in the board position, but there's not a lot of pieces on the board, and white should be able to somehow defend that c3 pawn.
Okay.
Vidit's position seems to be going downhill against Gukesh. I mean, black has good control of the A file. He did actually play that little pawn move to b6. e4 pawn is a bit weak. How is Hikaru doing against Fabi? What do you think, Vishy?
Now I would say he's clearly slightly worse. Is that the terminology?
Okay, there we go.
It's probably modest, but it feels like somehow rook a8 or even knight f4.
And we definitely have some action in the game between Nepo and Abasov. I mean, things
He's taken with the knight, not the pawn somehow as we ended up. We were taking with the pawn before black played queen d4. Anyway,
yeah, unfortunately,
so this has happened. Queen takes d4, bishop b2, b5.
Unfortunately, we're not allowed to do any more analysis before we go to our break. But the positions, they look really interesting. We have a couple of boards that could have some decisive potential today. So stay tuned for that on the other side of the break.
How does it feel knowing that, like, the pressure of everyone watching, all eyes on Toronto, you are playing the biggest tournament of the year?
Well, no pressure, just enjoy myself, let people follow my game, and I want to make good moves so that they're happy that I'm here.
And chess players are known for their concentration and stamina. Do you have any rituals or habits that you follow before or during a game?
Well, about stamina, you could say that physical shape also matters, but as you can see, I have already managed to get my physical shape in a good condition. Yeah, I was playing some football match and then I tore ACL, and my doctor said that not even every football player could brag on such injuries, so I managed it. Physical shape is good. After the surgery, it's just I'm getting better, and by the middle of the tournament, my doctor promised that I can take this off, which in fact kind of buoys me up because, usually they say that by the mid-tournament, people just get tired, and in fact, I will be just standing up and, walking around and stuff like that. And of course, having good mood is about everything. That if you have good mood, then everything comes by itself, and that can be considered as concentration. Also depends on the mood and everything. So just keeping positive is the key, I guess.
And how do you keep a good mood?
Well, not getting influenced by small little stuff. Just focusing on good bits that, okay, I'm here in Canada, Toronto, first time. I had a little tour yesterday around the city, and just trying to enjoy every moment I'm here.
What's the main difference for you participating in the candidates compared to your normal tournaments?
Till now, I don't feel any different, but when the tournament starts, I probably will feel something. But yeah, there is obviously more pressure and more work that is required for the candidates compared to the other tournaments, and also it's kind of candidates. It's kind of a dream tournament for any chess player to play. So. And for me, it's been the same. I've dreamt of playing here a lot of times, and finally I'm here, so it's more enjoyable.
Yeah, and we'll definitely be seeing you do well here. How has your preparation been going?
It's been going pretty well. I have a very nice team, and we had a lot of fun together, and we did some nice work, I think. So yeah, let's see how the work pays off.
We talked a lot on this subject, but I guess more generally, to sign off would be what, in your opinion, is the future of chess? Not just for the top players, all the way down to the kids or the adults that are brand new. Online, over the board.
I think it will keep rising, the interest. I think we'll saw the peaks and some bumps also as well. But in general, I think the trajectory is good for chess. The availability and the affordability of online formats certainly help great deal. Also, chess, one thing which people rarely think about, but why is it so popular? It's very simple, because the game is very easy to learn, but hard to master. You learn it very quickly. I'm a fan of all sorts of board games, but it's pretty difficult to study them, most of them.
Yeah.
Those who are simple, they're not interesting. You exhaust them within a few days, right? And those which are difficult, and chess is ideal game one-to-one, because there are some games which can be played also by two players. I mean, like Colonizers of Catan, my favorite board game. You have to play 3 or 4 because you cannot trade with someone.
Yeah.
And so chess is very simple, but it's also hard to master. It could take you years to reach a level of 1,000 or 1,500, and not necessarily you will reach. So it's exciting. It's easy. It's very affordable, because what you need, you can play for free. And that's why I think it has a great future, and it happens more and more. And we see more and more young talents. Just another day, we saw the young guy from Turkey, Erdogmuş, just making another grandmaster at 12, and he's very bright. I saw his game, and it's nice, and it's all over the place. Previously, what was chess 50 years ago? It was Soviet Union. Bobby Fischer, not necessarily America, but Bobby Fischer and a couple of other American players, and occasional 1-2 players all over the world. That's it.
Yeah.
Now you have chess everywhere. You look at the top 50 in the world, would be like 20 countries or 25 countries there. And I think we have a bright future. And sometimes, let's say, we look at different angles and the perception is different, which is fair, but it's not necessarily bad. I mean, you do something that we cannot. You as a YouTuber. Chess.com does a lot which we cannot, but we do also a lot of things which you guys cannot. So there's a question where to find this synergy and where to find this win-win cooperation. I think it's important to talk, to listen to each other, and I'm happy we had this opportunity.
In the realm of kings and queens, only a select few dare to claim the ultimate crown. Witness the birth of legends, a victor in the open and women's section.
We're back as the games are heating up in round number 8. Let's take a look at what is going on between Nepo and Abasov. It seems like he was in a dangerous situation. Like over here, I was trying to figure out, how he's dealing with the battery to the checkmate square, because he couldn't take the rook because of bishop c3, and there's no way to save the queen and the checkmate.
And white is threatening rook c2. Winning.
Yeah, exactly. And so he actually found a way out. Maybe his only way out. I don't know. Maybe there were other ways as well.
Queen d6 is a draw, right? Because queen takes g7. King takes g7, rook g3, king h7.
Wow.
But it's not more than a draw.
White actually.
King h8. Rook takes f7, that's important. King g8. Rook g7.
And that's the draw.
And now rook f7. I think probably rook g6 as well, but rook f7 is easier.
Yeah. So there were actually multiple moves here for Nijat. He went for bishop d6. hitting the queen.
And it's going to play bishop e5, and I think that should neutralize it.
Queen f3 is on the board, and you're saying bishop e5 is what we're expecting. Isn't that, first of all, that's a super unusual construction of like the way the bishops are lined up with the queen and the rook in between.
Wait, let's make sure that this is not going bad. If I go rook c2.
Queen f4.
Queen f4. But I could have done that on my own instead of bishop e5 as well. So instead of, after queen f3, I can actually play a4 if I want and liquidate down.
Yeah, so actually Abbasov is not in any danger whatsoever.
Not here, no.
And he's fine on the clock. So this is going to be kind of a big result for him to finally hold on for the first time with the black pieces in this tournament against the tournament leader, Jan Nepomniachtchi. This is a game that a lot of people were saying that he was going to be under a lot of pressure by Nepo, who's really motivated to win with white.
It might well be that he's finally settled into the tournament and is showing the level that helped him qualify in the World Cup. Anyway, this one looks thing. Shall we see, because it's quite a crucial change in the women's section. So let's see what was happening in the, black is almost winning, isn't it? Because that the doubled f pawn is much more valuable than that pawn on h5, because, I mean, so many things. The knight can come to f6 and so on. Oh, this looks huge for black.
Okay, let's take a look. So we last saw it over here, and actually Lei decided not to take that pawn. She went for the interesting move knight e7, which was apparently a great alternative to what we were analyzing.
Wait, I think something happened on move 23.
What do you think happened?
Instead of knight h5, she went king f8. So she opted out of this.
Right. This is where we were looking.
That's why we were obsessed with this, and we thought we were opening the h5.
She played king f8
but a bit more prosaic, and maybe it's accurate judgment that you keep the pieces and bishop d6.
g3 does not look like a move that's going to impress anyone, but I guess she was afraid of these discoveries.
Bishop h4, and now Lee is not giving her any more draw offers, knight e7, because she understands she's much better now.
She's also much better on the clock, and her king is safe on
bishop
f8.
f1.
Progress is happening on the queen side, so like Tan really has no chance to ever castle that way. And finally, she just plays this little move f5.
And the worst thing for white is the opposite color bishops means that all white's pawns are could fall one day.
Collectible items.
Yes, collectible items.
Yes.
So
so she plays queen f3. Computer hates this move. The bishop is dead, just completely dead. The knight's pretty awful.
I think it's already time for either rook a8 or knight g8. Knight g8, I just have to make sure that I'm not blundering in some queen g3, but I think I have queen f6. So maybe rook a8 actually.
Rook a8, you want to start coming from the other side, yeah?
Well, if rook a8, already your c3 pawn might just be beyond defense.
So basically your point is just kind of, get the queen in case of a trade.
What's happening in Lagno? I think the arbiters came to approach and, is there a draw claim? Let's see if
Lagno versus Goryachkina might be a repetition.
There might be
situation.
A queen b4, knight f g4 again. So it's a 3-time, and I think she's claiming a draw.
Right, but the funny thing is that white...
She doesn't need to.
Yeah, apparently white is actually better after this whole knight g4 move.
Bishop c1. Or is that walking into g5?
I mean, it feels like it kind of has to be, right? Because it's not pawn takes knight. You can't really move this knight. So bishop c1 seems to be the only other choice. And indeed,
and g5?
Giving her the advantage.
In g5, why is this... Oh, so the computer doesn't think very highly of this. You go h takes g4, g takes f4, maybe queen takes b5, f3. I thought it's a decent amount of counterplay, but let's have a look and see what's the problem.
So takes.
G takes. Queen takes b5, I assume, unless she's going to do some queen take. No. f3. I mean, that's.
Yeah, it looks kind of dangerous, but the computer is just not
queen
impressed.
d5.
Because you have a queen trade on the board.
No, that's not it, because you take and you take on g2, and I can't afford that.
And then we take the g4 pawn. So there's
So
some
it's not
other
queen
move.
d5.
Queen
What is it?
f1.
Queen f1, fg2. Yeah, that's a draw as well.
They've agreed to a draw.
So what is is it queen b8, c8 maybe? No, that still doesn't convince me.
Bishop h6.
Ah, that's a deadly one. Okay.
You like it?
Yes.
Yeah. There we
that
go.
is good. That is good. Excellent.
I got your approval before we gave it to the computer for the approval, so I felt pretty good about that.
Oh, bishop h6 is massive. Right. And so, and this was the chance that Lagno missed.
Yeah, because queen b8 is a big check coming up. Okay, but this is actually really not a trivial line, right? What do you think, Vishy? I mean, like, so people are going to comment on how she took a draw in a position where she was actually better in. They're not going to understand it. But really, this whole thing with bishop c1 and g5 does not seem trivial at all. Because when you look at this position, you're like, oh, I take here, they take here. First of all, this pawn doesn't seem that important in a way, right? And it feels like your own pawn is weak, this is coming. So if you're not doing precise calculation, like this position doesn't really look that obvious at all. That we can kind of, so basically only this move, right?
Bishop h6, and otherwise it might not.
And there's no way you can really effectively stop this check. Yeah, because you don't even have a queen.
And it looks like Tan Zhongyi is just ruining her tournament.
Yeah.
If she loses this, she will end up with tied with Li Tingji and Goryachkina.
Yeah, so she definitely looks nervous.
I think she understands the evaluation now.
Yeah. So by the way,
one trap in this position after knight f6, h6. You don't want to play in the current position. You don't want to play rook g8, obviously.
Yes,
because then
you don't.
queen takes g8 and h7. So that's
a trap that white has set.
Yeah, but okay, she's not going to fall for this. But she can't capture on h6 yet. So let's say black plays king e7. Is there any way you can defend this h6 pawn?
Queen g5, queen h4.
Queen g5.
Maybe h4.
If queen f8, you're going to chase me with rook a7, presumably.
Rook a7.
Could play rook takes h6.
I think that might be the problem.
Yes. And then I go king d6. Because d8, you'll have rook takes f7. You can just show that.
Okay. Let's be precise. Here, the rook is hanging, the queen is hanging, and black is winning. But if I would go here, I would be blundering because you can have a deflection tactic. And this queen is not protected by the rook. So there's a big difference in how the king moves away from check. Okay, so king e7 is what we're expecting. Yeah, let's watch this part of the game because this has enormous significance for the standings in the women's. It's a very unfortunate game by Tan, just more like in the sense of her decision-making process, right? Rather than just the chess part. That she basically, I mean, she actually had a threefold repetition in the pocket. Correct. It was right there. They already, she could have been the one to make it 3 times. She declined to do it. So her losing this game was entirely optional.
Correct. And given her tournament situation, it's ironic that she could afford to be not speculate in certain positions, and she ended up doing so.
Interesting.
I think the whole point of having +3 is that you don't need to do these things. Okay, there's. It seems that Koneru is winning as well with Vaishali. So huge advantage. Let's see what's happening there.
Okay, we got.
This doesn't look that impressive, to be honest.
Certainly not.
I mean, if I can play bishop e5 and hang on to the c3 knight, it might not be the end of the world.
Well, that's what she did. She played bishop e5.
Also, there was maybe an argument for rook d8, but who wants to let that bishop escape? So bishop e5. Anyway, the computer's not impressed, so bishop e5.
But let's go back and just keep watching Lei play. How about that?
Sure.
Lei, so queen g5 is on the board. This was kind of a better move than queen h4 that I was trying.
What if I do b takes?
The point is that rook h6 is not a tempo on the queen, right? That's the point.
Sure.
So which move do you want to play for black?
Can I go queen f8?
Okay, we're getting some moves on the board. Queen f8, actually.
Yes.
Rook a7.
Rook c8. What else?
Mm-hmm.
And if c takes b4, right? But maybe Dan can now play bishop at f5. Maybe that is just muddle the waters enough. I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know. Let's see.
Bishop f5. That is a move. If it works, it really changes the nature of the position, doesn't it? Let's try it. Wow, that is indeed an option. Sacking the bishop for the 2 pawns, or maybe.
But it's not queen f5. I mean, this
it's not queen
f5. It's e4.
No way.
It's e4. That's what it is.
And then queen f5.
No, but e4 you can play queen at 6 as a minimum. So it's not e4. What is the move? Rook a6. Then you play what?
Then queen
takes
h6
is fine. What? Wait. What is the move? Is it rook h1? Maybe it's rook h1. Maybe
maybe you hold the pawn. Yeah. Wow.
And if I go rook g8,
yeah,
then you play queen f5. And there's black has messed up just enough.
Wow. But this is like, first of all, in a way, it's a really cool sacrifice because the bishop is useless. We've said that. He's horrible. So, but the point of taking is not really even to get the pawns. It's more to just to save your powerful h-pawn.
Yeah. But there's no guarantee that Tan Zhongyi will find this because it's so unusual. Bishop f5 with the idea of rook h1. You're dreaming of queen takes f5, that bishop is pinned, you might go queen e5. That's where your thought process will go.
She did not find it. Yeah, she did not. She moved her bishop away. She had a little over 30 seconds and she chose to make the losing move, bishop g2. Wow, bishop f5, such a beautiful idea.
Probably
for her.
black should get this b takes c3 out of the way before the c takes b4 actually matters. We have news that Gukesh is doing well. Can we just go there and see that in the men's section? And we have to bounce back and forth a bit.
Okay, let's see what's going on here. They still have a lot of time. Wow, he's doing beyond well. He's at
it's black to move, and he's already a pawn up.
He's at a -6 advantage here, Vishy.
So Vidit has just chucked a couple of pawns. Maybe just queen b1 wins or something. I don't know. I would rather not do that, but
queen e1, maybe
e1 might win. What about c takes d4?
Yeah, I think he moved in his queen. He moved it to e1. Okay.
Oh, and white doesn't even have an open file to go to. He's gone rook e2. And now queen g1 check and knight h5 check must be made.
So he's just mating him.
It's just mating him, yeah.
Wow.
Because if he comes to f3, he goes rook f1 check. If he goes to g4, the other knight connects. So it's just mated in 2 or 3.
And by the way, I'm going to be kind of happy for Gukesh because to come back like this, after such a heartbreaking loss to Firouzja, one of the nice things that Gukesh did is, he came to the press conference with Firouzja. And, he sat through it. I mean, it's a big deal to do that after a game.
It does take a lot of character. I think it's also these days expected of the players. So, sulking off will be tolerated for a few.
Yes.
But in a way, it's cathartic. You force yourself to sit there. And by the time the press conference is over, maybe the worst is over in your head. And it's not a great experience, of course. But
yeah, I would say I'm like one of the players who probably doesn't want to do interviews and stuff, after a loss. So the
believe
fact
me,
that
there are games I've just stormed off, but but I think the chess world is getting to the stage where you have to turn up for these things.
Yeah.
And my thing was always to sit there and just sulk through the thing if I was in a bad mood, but I understood I could not leave. I don't know how happy he was, but
but that's the thing. Not only was he there, but I think he was, just doing his best to sit there with composure and like not show, you know, any negative emotions. Like obviously he was not happy. Obviously Firouzja was the happy one who was, you know, kind of like smiling at the way fortune turned in his favor. But I felt like it was just an impressive performance of, you know, how he was handling things after like a very difficult loss. And so that kind of bode well for him. So for him to win with the black pieces is, I mean, his second consecutive black.
What is happening with Hikaru? Can we just quickly see that? He is now much better. So Fabiano has been looping around a bit.
Wow.
Oh, so there's some action on move 25. Let's have a look. Fabiano seems to have blundered the knight f4. And then, no, it wasn't here. What is it? Queen takes h4. Was it rook e4?
Things were getting just slowly worse. Slowly for
No, but why did he take on h4 instead of queen d5? Did he not like rook e4?
Yeah.
And if g5, oh, maybe the queen is just trapped over there. And I go rook e1 and do something.
So right now,
rook e1 even drops the advantage a bit, but okay.
Kind of better. But let's go back to the women and see Lei versus Tan, because we are completely winning in that.
There's a mate in, is it M22 means what? Mate in 22? With Gukesh? Okay. Well, we know that, right?
Yeah.
Queen g1 check, knight h5 knight.
So what has happened after she played bishop g2, rook h6, Lei captured the pawn. This doesn't really make things better. So they have 3 more moves to go to the time control.
Wait, if I go rook h5, you have to go to g3.
And then what?
I go knight e4. You have to go to this really miserable square on e1.
Oh, things just get worse and worse.
And then black can, I think even rook a8 might be winning. Rook takes e7, move the king, and then put the rook on a2 or something.
Wow.
But of course, we should not do this.
Yeah, she probably doesn't have to
do
anything so dramatic. But I mean, for black to finally get a knight in here is like amazing. Black is up a pawn with great knight. So what can black do? It just needs to protect this bishop.
Let's see if there's something else after knight f3. Because also I could go rook g6 protecting everything. But then the problem is knight e5 is still in the air.
Yeah, no, this was actually the perfect 2 moves that black
wants
to play. And let's see. Lei has a couple minutes to find it. You want to take a quick look at how Vaishali is doing against Humpy? She's back to winning.
Well, because Humpy has managed to reroute the bishop to b3, which then becomes a big problem. And that rook is on e8, which allows e5. So maybe Vaishali should not have played bishop d6. Maybe just as unpleasant as it is, she had to play f6 and, you know, grin and grit her teeth and play f6.
And let's see
because
how
allowing e5 just can't be good.
How is Anna doing?
She's surviving quite handily, because if she takes on f3, then she's in no danger whatsoever.
Okay, so Anna's game not the most exciting.
Wait. Sorry, go back.
But let's stay on this one, maybe? You want to stay on this one? She played rook h5.
Yeah.
They only got a few more moves. Let's see if they get to time control. If we get knight e4. Okay, knight e4 is on the board.
Queen g1. Queen e1, sorry.
Queen e1. And okay, I guess Tan has 1 more move to the time control, but
let's just see, because Gukesh might join the lead as well.
Wow.
So
it's checkmate.
The only way to stop g5 mate was knight takes h6, but now there must be a slightly slower mate, maybe not queen h2, but after g h6, maybe queen h2 is just a threat.
So yeah, you can just take the knight. I mean, why not?
I'm then going to crawl back to h2 and get to g3, and that's mate.
Why
regardless
not
of what
just
you
go
do.
up a piece? Yeah.
And if d takes e5, let's just show this line. I go e5, I thought, just to attack the knight on f6. You go queen h2, e takes f6,
okay.
Queen g3 check.
I think I see where you're going with this.
He's gone queen h2, but he did it without taking. Why?
I guess he sees some checkmate after knight f5.
Maybe he's just going the slow way, or rook g1, g2 or something.
There's a fourth mate here, though.
Why did he? Yeah, but why?
He didn't. Yeah, why didn't he take the knight? I agree. But he must see something here, though. Let's try to figure out what that is.
Oh, just rook f1 and then rook f4 check, and then capture on f4 check, and you go g5.
Or even rook f1 with a threat of rook f5, right?
Yes. So rook f1 is game.
That's what he wants to do.
That's what he wants. Okay. Another perfectly valid mate.
Yeah. So he has that checkmate threat.
With it does something.
How is their time situation? Well, neither of them have any issues making the time control.
With it, let's come back to f5, and yeah, okay, we're waiting for rook f1.
Yeah. I mean, I have to say that my preference is like taking free pieces.
Sure.
I really like that, but objectively, nothing wrong with the way that Gukesh is going about it.
You can't argue with the mate in 6.
Yeah, he finds it. Rook f1 on the board. Wow, this is going to be amazing. He's going to get back into the leading group, most likely with Nepo, because I don't think Nepo is going to win, at least from the last time we saw it.
Sure.
And that means he's going to be back on +2. And plus, Naka's game against Fabi is going to be one that we're going to want to watch now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this king is not...
Let's just see what's happening in Nepo's game.
Okay.
Anything. Oh, okay, so it's just a draw.
Okay, looks very safe for Abbasov.
Yeah. Takes, just bishop
trades.
takes d8 and...
Bishop takes. And rook b8 coming soon. Yeah, king e2, just rook b8, right?
Rook b8, yeah.
These pawns off the board.
But then king d3. And if rook takes b3, I have king d3.
Yeah, he wants to be a little bit tricky because there's that. So you can't take the pawn. He's trying to like kind of guard the pawn with the king. Okay.
It's still not much, but anyway.
Yeah, this is not the most exciting. Meanwhile,
let's go back. Yeah, Karawan.
Anything happening in Prague's game?
Okay, this is completely saved.
Okay, and Naka versus. Oh, this is the one we want to watch. This is a big game. By the way,
it would mean Hikaru has won a 3rd consecutive game with white against Caruana. I don't think he's ever had a streak like this.
Yeah.
I don't know anyone who's had a streak like that against Fabi.
You know, I have to say, from watching his post-game interview on his channel, like I just kind of felt like he was in a pretty good place psychologically. You know, he was saying, I just need to win a game or two to be back there.
Very much
so. He only really felt disappointed about his missed chance against Nepo, kind of more so than against the, about the game he lost, because he felt like he also got some luck against Firouzja. So he felt like his missed opportunity, the big one, was really against Nepo in round 7.
Because it not only would have been a win, but it would have tripped up Nepo.
Yeah.
And therefore made the title more. Suddenly Hikaru's looking, his patience or his ability to just chill and not feel pressure looks to be turning in his favor. And of course, a huge result for
Let's talk about
what does Hikaru want?
Yeah, let's talk about why he's at +2 here. Let's just get into the position. I mean, obviously his rooks look beautiful. His bishop looks great. Black's pieces are suddenly very passive. But still, why +2, Vishy?
I think you listed all the reasons.
Because all of white's pieces are just better than all of black's pieces?
So the pawn is on h5 already. You've doubled. So let's say I play rook takes e8 and knight f5 would be a start.
Yes. Let's bring in these pieces for some
if you go knight e6, there might be something strong like d5 or knight takes h6.
Yeah, let's sacrifice. I think
that seems to be very good. Queen takes h6, and that seems to be the reason why. Because if you go knight f8, I just go rook e3.
And I think he went for this. Let me see. Oh no, he went for a different way. He went for trading and playing queen f6.
Oh no, Fabi didn't blunder knight h6, of course. He went queen b4, queen f6. And now Hikaru has gone queen b4 because
Queen
No,
f6
what has he
on the
gone?
board. Yeah.
He's gone queen f6, and now Hikaru's gone queen b4. I think Hikaru's sense what's going to happen. Because his threat is now knight e7 check, knight d5 winning. Just can you play b5, for instance?
Yeah, here, and then discovery
Yeah,
on the knight. Wow, that's beautiful.
It's over, yeah. I was trying to make knight g6 check work, but if g6 saves, then I realized you can do knight d5. So Fabi has to play bishop d7, absolutely only way.
And then he's losing a pawn, or is that not really important?
I don't know. The question is, will you check first or will you?
Yeah, I was thinking check.
No,
check
but then king
apparently
h8,
is
queen
not.
takes b7, rook e8 might be awkward.
Maybe gives you some chances, yeah? Although, I guess I have to go back to guard my knight.
Yes.
But maybe there's a more precise way to
Yeah,
win.
yeah. So
maybe just
queen
taking
b4,
right
bishop
away.
b7. Queen b7, but then I thought bishop takes f5.
And then bishop takes.
If queen a8, then bishop c2. And bishop takes f5, I go rook d8. And it's awful, but I might get d4 and I might get to make a few moves.
And so if I
Which do you think is the worst?
If I take, actually, so the computer is saying this is sort of the right way.
So rook e8, queen d6.
Rook e8, queen d6.
I think it's,
there...
I thought for a second it might be queen b8 instead of rook e8. But then there's also a problem with that. Maybe it's just winning with queen d8 and capture, and maybe that's just winning. I don't know.
But don't you feel like this evaluation of like +2 for white is a little bit deceptive? Like, I'm not sure for a human it's that obvious. Black has two pieces for the rook. I mean, he's holding on to the knight. Like, why is it going to be so easy for Hikaru to go for this?
I wouldn't plunge in because it could easily be a draw after this. So.
I mean, I don't know. You take like a pawn and suddenly like maybe they take here.
So black is threatening queen d1, h5.
Yeah, and then there goes your advantage.
Yeah.
So it's not like really trivial
maybe
at all.
Maybe it's queen a7, queen c5. But
we got b5 on the board. We got b5 on the board, which is apparently
and then
terrible.
Resigns. Yeah, 95. He missed on 95. I think.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
We have two resignations within 5 seconds of each other.
Knight d5 is coming. Discovery on this knight and checkmate on the back rank. Incredible. Incredible. Their game is just ended. Fabiano blunders the tactic under pressure, which makes Hikaru's life so much easier. His tournament strategy starting to pay off as he leapfrogs over Fabi to a +1 score and sends Fabi to 50%.
Yes. And Gukesh is now on
+2.
+2. With it, drops to -1. So a lot of drama today. Has Stan finished yet? We're jumping back and forth. This looks like a dream thing, right? There's no tension at all. She's not even had to give up on here or there.
Right, still looks completely
I didn't want to
black.
play this bc3 because I thought somewhere maybe queen e1, a3 bothers me, but black's king is going to be very safe over there. So, and black's bishop can basically not move.
So still a -2 advantage for Lei. She hasn't really spoiled too much. I mean, I guess she had a 3 points advantage right here. So maybe you're right that her trade actually was not the most efficient way to play, or maybe it was just queen g7 also. But still looking good for Lei
2 point.
To win this position. Meanwhile, Bostov is still thinking. The game between Prague is still continuing, but I'm not really sure
But I think
how much longer.
This is going to be a draw, and that's it, right?
Maybe they're just trying to make the time control because there's no draw offers until
Sure.
40. Right, so this game is not going to change much. It's funny how the most exciting game did not produce, at least the one from the opening, right? It did not produce like the decisive result. Yeah, now they're trading everything, so this game's going to be a draw. And Nepo versus Abasov. He still has to be a little bit careful because this king is closer to the center.
Sure. And the same problem we saw before, that if the king comes to c2, you know, Nepo can play for 10 or 15 moves at least, and then it's easy to...
How do we neutralize this for black?
One idea is to play g6, so that I don't have to defend that pawn anymore, and then take the king to e8, so that my king is defending my bishop, leaving...
There's no like way we can just get the queen side pawns off the board. Vishy, there's just no magic
I don't
trick.
see one because of rook b8. So he's
All
got
right,
king
king
f8.
f8. There you go.
And now king d3.
Yes, another game ends. Not a difficult draw for Firouzja. I do like that he is, you know, playing his sharp openings and not losing in them. So actually, he's played he's played a few different Sicilians here, right? He's played the classical, he's played the E6 Sicilian. Was there any other ones?
So wait, what? He lost the Berlin to Nepo. He lost the
yeah, he lost the Berlin to
the
Nepo.
classical Sicilian to Vidit. And
he draws this
he
one.
lost a game with white against Hikaru.
Right.
So with his blacks, he drew a black with Abasov in between.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's...
All right. So they played a few more moves, king d3 and bishop b6. Okay. I suppose that's all right.
So f3.
Yeah, I think Nepo did that.
One good thing about this is now I can play rook d8 check, king c2, rook e8. I don't have to only defend the a5 pawn. I can maybe mess with your brain via e2 or something.
Go here, and if king c2, go here.
But rook c6, oh, then I have bishop g1. And this might work out for me.
Yeah. Well, Nepo will keep playing this for a while.
Yes.
There's no real reason for him to agree to a draw. So it does look like Abasov wants to be improving this rook. So he goes rook d8 check. Where's Nepo going to move that king? King c2.
All right, we'll see if rook e8 happens. Oh, if rook e8, rook e4 might be a thing because that a5 pawn is suddenly a bit weak. So I might not, but I can then go maybe rook c8.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine that I would really lose this position.
Oh yeah, here you're in trouble.
But I really
the king
can.
is going to b5, right?
Yeah. Or actually like this, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. So you can't go for that endgame. Wow, that would be a big mistake for black. All right, let's see. He's still, okay, Nepo has gotten his additional time. And Abasov needs to make one final move to make the time control. So we already have 2 decisive games in the Open.
And if Koneru wins, it will be 2 on the other side as well. I think this one is looking, should be drawn, right? F4 takes, king takes, the knight just keeps jumping. And the h pawn is a bit... Maybe black should just play h6 and then put this knight here somehow.
Knight g6, yeah.
And that should hold it. Okay, and Vaishali... She's actually stirred up quite some counterplay. Maybe there's a b3 landing somewhere. Oh, it's a draw.
Wow, does not look bad for her at all as they make time control.
Wow, that's a great save by her if that turns out to be the final result.
So you're thinking she might at some point just want to like sack a pawn, go a3? Yeah, I mean,
which would almost be exactly what Lei did to Koneru.
Oh, you know
but
what?
Also,
what else she wants
knight
to do?
takes d5 and b3 might work.
Exactly. Knight takes d5, then rook c1.
In fact,
rook
how
c2.
is white drawing this? Should white play rook f2?
There's also this pawn that can be captured at some point. Like, I actually wonder if I can just take that pawn. Like, why not? Why not? This is a free pawn.
Sure.
You literally can't trap me like that. So that's one option. If I take, I don't know if I'm ready to, but let's see. I mean, my pawns still look very impressive.
b3.
b3, you take.
I take.
I take.
I'm now struggling to see why it's a draw.
Yeah, you can't even go rook b8 because of the bishop.
Oh, I get it. King f3. I thought bishop e5 is winning. But you have one last counter. You have d6. Oh, sorry. I just finished my variation just before
my training for the day, bishop? All right, d6.
d6,
yeah.
and then you b2 takes and d7.
And it's a draw like this. You promote, and I am going to promote. And in the end, we're in a drawn rook endgame like that. And let's see what Humpy has chosen. Humpy has played rook a6, a move that we did not really consider. Is it good? It's one of the
seems to be fine
moves. Now, taking this pawn is a little bit dangerous, maybe. I don't know. You take it at least here, there's an issue with the bishop potentially not getting out so easily. But on the other hand, you know, there's knight takes d5 maybe, and okay, we should calculate something. Of course, I probably wouldn't take the pawn here.
Well, not with the rook on f3, right?
Yeah.
So what should Vaishali do? Bishop e5 maybe?
Just come back. Yeah, coming back is very solid. It's the kind of the obvious move. If you take here, then I guess there's rook d6 or what? Or no, it's not rook
It's
d6.
e takes d5 and maybe rook c6 somewhere. Also, I'm taking on a4 and
yeah.
have a
So
constant pawn
that's
here.
right. So you
So it
can't
seems to
take.
be- So just bishop e5.
And yeah. So yeah, I mean, quite a lot of excitement in this game. It looks like Humpy was winning. I mean, she was, you know, it's actually kind of crazy if we just go back and we see where she was, somewhere from the opening, like here. I mean, you know, this is just a clear exchange. There's, you know, there's no doubled pawns on the board for white, like there will be later. I mean, the king is safe. It's like, okay, it's a bit of a technical work, like, because there's bishops of opposite color, but she was winning with a pure extra exchange, like not even any damage to her pawn structure. Eventually we get to this position, like at move 40, where for some reason she has doubled e-pawns. Like this knight is sitting on c3 on an amazing square. These pawns are far advanced. I mean, what's the rook doing here, right? Like there's things have clearly gone so wrong, which is just insane, actually.
Yeah, I mean, if I spotted the moment when this happened. So they got up to here, and Vaishali's managed to hold on to this pawn, and now Humpy went b4, which may be fine, to be honest, but she could have taken here. You take.
Yeah.
I simply play queen e2. Next move is king h1. The move after that is f4, and the move after that is e5, and I get what I want. Instead, the knight landed on c3, and to make it worse, Humpy went bishop takes e2 here, allowing even this. And by the way, the computer still think white is much better, which just goes to show that the exchange is huge here. But anyway, you know, the drift.
It's much less than before. I mean, because she had almost 3 pawn advantage. Now it's like 1 pawn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that was quite a dramatic shift. What's happening here? I assume it's a fairly comfortable draw because it's very hard to attack this pawn. I mean, every time you attack it with the rook on h8, I'll kick it and come straight back, and you can't make progress. Okay. It's kind of interesting to see what Nepo will do. He's gone f6. After rook c6, what's he going to do? Is he going to go to rook b8?
It does restrict the white bishop, but like also looks a little bit strange to put all your pawns on the dark squares in a bishop endgame.
You know, one day if white plays g4 and then h4, h5.
Yeah.
Black could come to regret all this.
Right. Yeah, I know. Whenever you see f6, you're like a little bit nervous for what black is doing. That move, but I guess he just thinks it's worth it to restrict that bishop.
Sure.
Let's see if the engine is still fine, but yeah, he doesn't absolutely love the move f6.
And he's right. f6, if Abasov gets into trouble, you'd have to point to these minor decisions. He's not going to lose in one move, but these minor decisions are the road to hell.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Nepo is going to want to play this game for a long time. But okay, how do we keep it going for white?
That's a harder question to answer.
You want to try rook c6?
He's gone rook c6.
Yep.
He will force rook b8.
Mm-hmm.
And
then what? Like,
if he plays g4,
mm-hmm.
basically making the claim that no, you cannot stop h4, h5.
But the computer is giving this as equal. So where's our equality? He says no problems for black whatsoever.
Well, let's make a few more. Or maybe he wants to go king e7, d7 because
yes.
this pawn structure has restricted the white rook.
Yeah.
And maybe that's more to the point.
Yeah, bringing in the king looks good.
So I think Ninja just want to eliminate any
Yeah.
problem with the g7. And if Jan has gone rook c6, it's always a bit depressing to get kicked back to.
So how do we stop this move then?
You mean instead of g4?
How about king? Yeah, well, the problem with king d3 is that there's bishop g1 or something.
Oh, yeah.
But then I go king c4.
I think you can take on h2.
Take on h2 and...
Then you go h5, h4 and king f7. You'll have some, you'll liquidate the rook and bishop and with some pawns. But also, king e7 after king d3 is very good, right?
Well, I wanted to go king d4 and
but then you're busted.
Oh, after king d5, you have some nasty trick for me or what? Like
yes, suddenly you can't defend this pawn.
Right.
So your king and rook are wanting the same square, the c4
And also,
square.
you can go, yeah, you can even have maybe, I was thinking maybe even have like bishop g1 or something.
I didn't want to bother with rook
d6.
d6 check, but maybe that's also fine. I mean, you can go king e7, that's completely fine.
Yeah, so, okay, well, right now things are still looking fine for Nijat. Rook c6, we're waiting to see how he defends the bishop, so we're expecting rook b8, and then we know that black generally just wants to bring in the king. So what can white do in the meantime? Is there any
Okay, let's try my light square plan. G4, king e7, h4, king d7.
Rook c4.
Oh, and I have h5 maybe. Because if gh5, I go rook h8 and I capture the pawn. I don't know if g5 is going to help you. No, so but I'm not threatening gh4. That's the problem. Because sorry, hg4 because rook g4 is going to be annoying. I'm threatening what, rook h8 or something.
Tan has spent most of the time that she was allotted at the time control. She's still thinking, actually. I don't think she's made any moves at all.
Okay, Jan has gone here, which already allows bishop g1 maybe, h3, a4, but no, then b4. Yeah, I think that you don't want to walk into. So king b2, let me come here. You go king a3.
King d7.
The problem with king d7 is after rook c4, you're threatening rook g4. But exactly now the computer says draw.
Yeah, he
so
says
what
it's
is the
all
move?
equal.
One thing could be play bishop d8, but then the advantage increases. Is it h5?
h5 is a nice positional move.
But rook h4. What is equal about this position? If I go here, I'm threatening rook e2, but then rook g4, what am I doing?
Yeah.
Why is it flat 0?
It looks like there's still some issues here, right? Should I go rook e7? I mean, should I defend the pawn like that? No.
No, that's not it. Maybe it's rook e3. Sorry, yeah, rook e3, yes.
Give him g7 with check.
King e6, bishop f6, bishop c5, but you go king b2. I mean, it's now 2 pawns, which is a heavy investment. Okay. But exactly now the computer says it's dead. That's what I don't get.
G5 just
Bishop takes f6.
6 and
Rook e2.
really just like activity, yeah.
Yeah,
like
and I'm going to
living
play
this
bishop
rook.
c5 check king c6, and I'm doing a mating net
Oh wow.
for you. So maybe that's the compensation.
This rook is getting a little bit stuck.
If he plays king e7, king a3,
King e7, king a3.
if I go king d7, then already I'm running out of options slightly.
So it's kind of like you have to go for this rook e8 idea, but there might be something else here.
He's gone king e7.
Okay.
And after king a3, what's he going to do? Let's go king a3 and just think, is there something else I can do? Bishop d8, king a4 is progress of a sort. Right.
Yeah, I don't see him doing anything other than king d7. Because nothing else really moves very well for black.
Okay, let's just see if there's any other option. King d7, rook c4. What about h5?
Yep. Rook h4 you were saying.
But then, oh yeah, rook h4. But then I harass your bishop, rook c8.
And then you have rook c2 coming.
And if your king wobbles back here, then I can even put it on the 5th.
Or you can even go rook e8.
Oh, right, yeah. So that is nice. So there's still some work to be done. Seems rook c4.
Yeah. But I think he's in decent shape to hold this game.
Yes.
Meanwhile, Vaishali has played bishop e5. And just to go back for a second to Lei versus Tan, this key game in the women's, look what's going on with the time control. Like she made move 40 and she has not made a single move since. She is down to her last 6.5 minutes, Tan.
But she hardly has a move left.
Well, I guess that's the problem. Let's look at, well, what can move in White's position? I mean, the queen can only move here and here. Oops. C1 and A1. Well, why is she thinking so long on that? Let's just move somewhere. Does she?
Queen g3?
Queen g3. Queen is coming
but that
in.
even drops the advantage a bit. Maybe queen g4?
I mean, I guess your point is that like.
No, that is fine. I thought you just go back to e1.
Yeah.
You could just go back to e1, I thought.
Go back to e1. But then can't I take on c3? Or
it is massive.
I mean, it's still 2 pawns for black.
Yeah.
Okay. So
there was something more after queen a1. Maybe it's queen g4. Just see if
queen
that
a1. Queen
just
g4.
see if queen g4 kept a 4-pointer. No, it also drops.
No, it's good. It's good. It even increases.
Because I'm going rook h2 next, and maybe that's a key idea.
Okay, that's what you want to do. That's pretty cool. Okay, so she doesn't want to move her queen. What can keep her disadvantage at least stable? Bishop f1. Is that even a move?
But then I go rook h2 check. No, because you go king d1. And I have missed it slightly. Okay, so that's not it. Maybe I just go queen h6.
But it seems like she kind of has to play a move like that, right? There's just not a lot of options for Tan. And spending 25 minutes to play bishop f1 is a bit like suboptimal time usage, don't you think? I mean, if she's losing, she has nothing to do.
She'll need the time to make perfect moves later.
Yeah. So this definitely doesn't look like a great situation that she's putting herself into. So yeah, if Lei wins, it's going to be absolute turnaround in the women's standings, as actually there was going to be a massive tie for first place between Garyachkina, Tan, and Lei.
She's gone bishop f1 finally.
Okay, finally she puts it on the board, yeah.
Okay, let's take one look at Abasov Nepomniachtchi. And then let's break, because it seems like we have a lot of struggle left at this point.
Yep. I mean, Anna and Salimova will be playing this position for a while. I mean, okay, I guess Salimova is trying to win with the rook, but
the knight is getting slightly cordoned off. Can I play e5? Or you go h5 and king f5? No, I can't play.
So right now it's black's turn. You want to go h5? You can if you want.
And then what? King f3? f6? Or?
f6 maybe, like just put the knight back here. Seems like one of the possible ways that black can hold.
It's tough potential.
Meanwhile, Humpy is thinking about what to do after bishop e5. Yeah, Humpy's game is going to be seen as a tragedy. In fact, her whole tournament, there's a tragic element to it, isn't it? I mean, because the game that she lost to Lei out of nothing was certainly not pleasant. Now, not to win a game where she was up like a clear exchange right from the opening is going to really hurt. So back to the one game remaining in the Open, which is between Jan and Abasov. Obviously, a game that Jan would like to win very much, but he doesn't have a whole lot to work with in this endgame. So king d7 happened, rook c4.
We thought h5. We
h5.
also realized that rook e8 works, but that involves a pawn sacrifice.
Yeah.
So very interested.
Is Nijat ready to make a move?
I think Nijat is going to be thinking a while, so I think it's a good moment to break.
Yeah.
And then we can join them when the action recommences.
All right, we'll see you guys in a few minutes.
We're here in the VIP room with Grandmaster Eugene Perelstein from Boston. So you came in all the way for the
Boston. It's a very short flight, and not every time we have candidates in the North America. So I took the opportunity to visit and really enjoy my time here.
And how long are you staying for?
Just for a few days.
And for the candidates, who are we rooting for in the open and the women's sections?
That's a tough question. I think I would say I'm rooting for the Americans, for Hikaru and Caruana. And for the women's section, I don't really have any favorites, so I'm just hoping for exciting games.
Do you have an exciting game, like a favorite game that has been played so far?
Definitely the game FIDE against Prague, the delayed Schliemann. That was a big shock to me, and the fact that Black even won that game tells me that chess is fun again, and even for experienced grandmasters like myself, this is a very rare gift to watch something like this.
And as an experienced grandmaster, of course, you probably understand the games a little bit better than the average viewer. How would you say the general quality of play is here at the candidates?
What I really love about the quality is a lot of fighting chess, which I think certain type of tournaments are missing, and I really enjoy that as a chess fan. And the amount of different opening ideas, as myself, very experienced opening theoretician with chessable courses, I always love to see my favorite openings. And Hikaru did play my Hyper Accelerated Dragon, the course that I created for Chessable recently. So
maybe he checked your course out for his prep.
That could be true. Although I haven't talked to Hikaru in a while, we used to compete as kids against each other for many, many years. I know him from back in the New York days. So maybe he always had a love for the G7 bishop like myself. It could be the King's Indian and the Hyper Accelerated Dragon is, he's now a content creator, so he's going for content and he's unbelievably strong. So I'm always rooting for him.
And FIDE turns 100 this year. Do you have any wishes for FIDE and any wish for chess that you want to see in the future?
Yes, I wish more tournaments like this in North America. Definitely, we have a lot of fans, as you probably see in Toronto area. And I think thanks to the big streamers like Levy, Rosman, Hikaru, more and more Americans are, and Canadians are loving and playing chess. And so I would love to see more FIDE events in the North America.
Thank you very much.
This one's you.
The king sucks. He can only move one square.
You've got to reassess your chess.
Grandmaster Maurice Ashley presents Jeremy Silman's How to Reassess Your Chess. So go to chessable.com/yourchess and start reassessing your chess today.
In the realm of kings and queens, only a select few dare to claim the ultimate crown. Witness the birth of legends, a victor in the open and women's section.
The 2024 Candidates Tournament continues to live up to the high expectations that chess fans have had for it. We already have 2 decisive results posted in the open section for the day. Jan Nepomniachtchi is trying to get the win against Abbasov, but Abbasov is defending very well in this endgame, so the game is still balanced. Meanwhile, we are going to see a turnabout in the women's standings when the leader Tan Zhongyi likely losing her game right now against her compatriot Lei. She overpressed in this game, declined a repetition in a position where she was not better, and it's been going downhill for her. Right now, we have a -7 advantage on the board with countless threats. I suppose this checkmate threat that Lei has is the big one.
Yes, and this sure looks like the end of the road. I can't see anything more happening.
Yeah, she's about to run out of time. Rook takes f3 is a threat. Queen h5 is a threat. It's just, yeah, rook h3 was very powerful. What did she play?
Knight e5, but after queen h5, it's mate in 3 or 4. So.
Yeah, that's it.
Queen h5, rook takes e3, takes whatever on e2. And
very, I mean, she's going to look at this game and she's going to not be very satisfied, I think, with how it went, not just the result.
The irony is she had no reason to do it.
Yeah.
Goryachkina is not making progress, and in fact, if anything, Goryachkina was in a spot of trouble today. And there was just no need for this. So I think that'll probably be what bugs her the most.
Okay, we got a checkmate in 13 announcement. So where is it? She just, yeah, well, she captures a very important pawn here, yeah. Bishop e2. I mean, she's also
Bishop
winning
e2
the
is rook
queen.
e2 and mate, so you have to go with the rook.
Yeah, she blocked with the rook.
But now I take on e2, queen h4 check, queen takes f4, threatening
Now you
further
can
d2.
take all the pawns, yeah.
And then e5 is going. And
yeah, well, we're going to have a situation in the women's, which makes the tournament wide open. I mean, Tan dragged down to -2, Lei on a winning streak. Her coach, Rajabov, is going to be even happier when we see him in the shuttle tomorrow.
Yes.
Maybe, if it's possible. If his happiness at all depends on her results here, he should be getting happier. And also, Goryachkina, solid at +2. You know, her games in this tournament, I mean, she not, let's say, the most exciting maybe so far, but she's kind of, you know, very quietly, stably on this +2 score.
getting the job done.
Yeah. Of course, you know, yeah, Lei and Tan have definitely brought a lot of excitement to this tournament. And how did their first encounter go?
That's the one that Tan beat Lei. And that's how she took the lead.
In the very
she won the very first round,
yeah.
and then she beat Vaishali in the second. Now Lei has taken revenge for that one.
Okay, let's jump into the game between Nepo and Abbasov. So
he's done it. If Black plays King c6 and Bishop c5, he basically has a mating net. So what did Jan play?
Yeah,
H4?
you were saying that if Abbasov finds all of this, he's a rock star.
Yeah.
So can we just repeat that for the fans, that he's a rock star?
He is a rock star.
Okay.
Okay, so he's been forced to liquidate these pawns. But here we are talking about a king that's very, very far away, a rook that's died down to the defense of e2.
So you think he's just going to take?
Yes. But after king takes b4, what other things can go wrong? Bishop e6, I didn't like because of bishop g7, but the computer seems to laugh even at that.
What's my big draw here?
You're kidding. Is it h5? It's h5. I can keep blundering pawns. h5.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just try to figure something out. So
Sure.
h5, rook g5.
Bishop d8. I mean, if the G2 one falls, everything else will fall maybe.
Wow, that's incredible. That is what the answer.
And bishop d8, yeah.
Yep, we're about to win this pawn. And this king is really in a bad position to assist. So like if rook g3, I mean, I guess bishop h4, that's really quite funny. And then you have like king f7.
Already you have to go for rook h6.
Yeah, you have to drop the bishop and...
But hang on a second. Give me rook g5, bishop d8. What is the... If I take this, what happens? You take here, and I go bishop e5. What exactly... How do you clinch this?
So they've made that trade on b4.
Also, bishop c7 might work instead of this king e6.
Right, and move 48, yeah.
Yeah, maybe he could go bishop c7. So white already can't play g3. If he goes h4, what's my draw? Is it this one? Yes, that's good enough, it seems. Was there any other way? King e6, you go ahead g5. No, that is already getting unpleasant. So it has to be this. Is there something else? I don't see it though, because white is kind of threatening h4 and this seems a tad relaxed. I'm trying to come to f7, but after this, will I really go to rook e6 and pull everything back? I don't know.
Okay, let's try king e6 again. King e6 is like the most natural move. And basically, the only problem is that this pawn starts to hang. But you're saying, let's keep going in the spirit of the position. Is there any other move than h5? Not really obvious what that would be. So let's say we go h5, you take, and then we have to start harassing the rook. So this move is pretty much forced. And how are you creating some problems for me here? Just taking the pawn?
Yes, I assumed that the structure was broken enough. But now I want to get down to specifics. If I play f4, how exactly are you liquidating? Are you just playing?
Do we just go bishop f6 here?
But then bishop g3. I mean, if the king comes anywhere near here, you can make mistakes and stuff. Maybe it's just rook c2 and try to cut the king off and say that you can't advance these things. The thing is, if white moves this pawn, then the bishop no longer has a anchor anywhere. So
I don't know, rook c5 here? Oh, rook c5, there's bishop e7.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm very curious what he plays because Abasov is suddenly, I think, thinking of what's happening. He might settle for bishop c7 or he might go for this, but here you're dropping your last two pawns. You might just hesitate.
So bishop c7.
It's also completely fine. Bishop, h4.
h4.
And it has to be gh4.
gh4, bishop h4. And what's the easy draw? Is it king e6?
Probably king e6. And if king c4, I play h5. And a rook runs out of squares on the g line because rook g7 check, rook g7, I play bishop e5.
Kind of like at some point we run here and then this pawn starts to hang. Yeah, interesting. It definitely still has to do some work to get the draw, but he's got some margin here. It's nothing's too critical yet. He has more than one way to play in this position. By the way, we have a move from Lei. Let's take a look at this game where we're maybe going to see a resignation pretty soon. So she gave a check on h4. King d1 is the only move.
Queen f4 is resigned.
She could just continue taking all these pawns. Yeah, I don't know. There's not much of a reason for white to be continuing here.
I think the only reason Tan is going on because she's
Yeah. How about knight
furious at
c3?
herself for putting this.
How about knight c3?
I didn't even. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, black can just sort of take anything in white's position at this point.
And just to complete the thing, Koneru and Vaishali. Okay, Vaishali has managed a very good defense, and after b2, she's even regained a pawn on the king side. Just
anything can still happen in this game, doesn't it feel like that?
No, I don't even see how. I think with one rook tied down to this b pawn, at most you will liquidate here.
Right. I mean, you mean that black is like completely out of danger?
Actually, wait a minute. If I go b2,
yeah,
you go rook here. What should I be trying to do? h5 or something? Or I want to play rook c7. You go rook c6, I think. Then I go rook a7, and I'm coming here. So you probably have to come and take the.
Yeah.
So what I meant was something like this, this, and then take, and white makes a draw. Well, black makes a draw as well, but looks under thing. Must be so hard for her to resign. And you can just see it in her face. She knows she had this tournament in great shape, and
for some reason, Lei decides taking on c3. It's not what she wants to do. I think she took on e2 instead, right here. All right. Well, bishop takes e2. Kind of expected. Should we put bishop e2 on the board?
She took on f4.
Okay, checkmate is threatened.
I'm kind of fascinated. She didn't actually play queen takes f4 without rook takes e2,
Yeah.
which is we're finishing it much faster, but okay.
Yeah, I also don't really get it, except I can say, you know what, I guess.
Yeah. If knight f3, then rook h8, and it's just one more.
Yeah, one more
Or
attacker
queen
coming
e3
in.
as well. And just...
So big day of excitement. You know, this candidate has been feeling very exciting to us, right, Vishy?
Incredible.
But let me ask you something. Do you think that's a subjective feeling, or do you think objectively this candidate is at the top of, you know, in terms of the decisive percentage of decisive games compared to other candidates' tournaments?
My impression is the presence of so many youngsters who are extremely motivated has added a spark, and the combativity here is off the charts.
Right. So you think we're kind of, this tournament really has objective stats that back up our subjective feeling that it's very exciting.
I think so. I mean, there were tournaments where some of the participants just make a quick draw because they're all stuck in openings and so on. But the youngsters, even they're just trying to squeeze every little bit. They come there, they want to sit, and everybody suddenly joins in this thing. And I feel it's that's why it's been so exciting. And by the way, the women's tournament also, so many decisive results. We are
a little
enjoying
bit less
both.
than the Open, by the way.
Still?
In terms of
What's the total number?
Yeah, I thought I did a little bit of looking into this question for the 7 rounds, right? So the Open section had 39% decisive results, 11 games out of 28.
Okay.
So it's huge, right? And I was like, well, is this the best candidates ever? 39% in like a super tournaments like this. By the way, the women were at 35%. So,
and today the women and men are tying in number of decisive results. So, okay, we don't even know that yet.
We don't know. Yeah, we don't know because in the women we still have 3 games.
Oh, he's gone bishop e3.
Okay, a move that we hadn't thought about. But actually, Vishy, there has been.
It might not matter. If I go, wait. He's gone h4. You know what, h5.
h5,
Rook e4. I can do bishop d2 check. Oh no, I can't do this. I can't do this because I just blundered. If I go gh4, you don't play bishop h4.
I play king d5. Yeah.
So I can't do that. Oh, this might not have been a good move actually. Then again, he doesn't really have to care. He can play.
What if he just takes on h4?
h4 is completely fine. What about king e6?
Pawn takes.
Okay. Again, I almost blundered because suddenly g6 and he might be walking into something. So I think he has to play gh4.
Okay.
Because this actually turns out to be a serious mistake, right? I mean, let's just check the evaluation. Yes, now it's lost. So that was a serious blunder exactly for this king d5, I think. So I'm guessing gh4 is good enough.
So let's say bishop takes, and then just king e6. No, king e6. We get self-pinned, maybe. How do you avoid this rook e4 pin? I guess rook e4 is not a threat yet.
Not yet, because the bishop d2 and rook takes e4.
Yeah.
But I've got to be ready with king e6. King e6, h g5 is also lost. So here he probably has to play gh4.
Right,
and if bishop h4, what happens for, is it h5? But then you can go rook g7 check.
I think we're going to see a resignation soon in Lei versus Tan.
Suddenly, I don't feel that Nijat is doing this very well.
You didn't really like the move bishop e3.
I feel that this position, well, Nepo will still play on for at least an hour. And so, and you know, you feel that there's a possibility to go wrong. Is by no means a bad position, but you sense that there's no way Nepo is going to stop here.
So Tan managed to make a move without losing on time, but apparently, okay. Maybe rook d2 here is the final move of the game, or no? She actually decided to
resign. Yeah.
Resign. Okay. So we have a really fascinating situation in the women's section. Everything has been blown open by this win of Lei Ting-ji with the black pieces, which really shows that Tan should have been a little bit more cautious today, taking that draw in an position where she wasn't better would have been way more prudent. Yes. And now it's her, Lei, and Garyachkina on +2. Lagno not far behind on +1.
Suddenly we have 4 or 5 contenders there as well, right?
Yeah. So I think this is a great setup for an exciting finish of the tournament where Tan has been leading so convincingly from round 1, and suddenly she just lost the lead.
Yeah.
At least the sole lead. So what's going on here? This game between Hampi and Vaishali still continuing. They're finally getting close to the end of their second time control. And you were saying that you were expecting some move like rook c7 here from black.
I was thinking of rook d7 because if you play e4, then I'm very happy with rook b7 back, and I'm going to go to b3, and suddenly your king has fewer options. But you might just play rook a5, or I think rook d7, maybe d6 is the best.
Rook d7, just go d6, yeah?
One more
yeah.
option.
I mean, basically, I guess what we're saying is like white's not really risking to win this position.
Yes. I'm not really suggesting that black is better, but I'm just trying to see if there's any practical way you can stumble.
Yeah.
Let's go back to Nepo.
Okay, let's go back.
This is getting...
By the way, how is Anna Muzichuk doing? She is still defending with the knight versus the rook. Seems to be having everything under control.
Oh, yeah. I don't think there's any danger here.
Okay, so then we're going to go to the big game still remaining in the open. H4
so he just has to play gh4 and wait. Nothing to be done.
So now in the second time control, both players have their 30-second increments, so no one's in danger of losing on time. So what is he thinking about for so long? I mean, his pawn's under attack. What could he be thinking about? I mean, he might be going through that line, actually, right? He could be looking at h5 and thinking, like, maybe I can do that check, and maybe... Oh, did I go the wrong way?
No, that is the right way. It's the only way, in fact. So the rook e4, fe4, I have to choose between king
but
e6.
I think the computer hated this king c4 move that I just played. I think he hated it. I think maybe this one is the one he wants to do. This one he likes, and this one he didn't like.
Oh, because of rook g2 back, and then there's a mating attack with rook e7. So that was actually a detail we hadn't picked up on.
Okay, because like the rook can take here, but if the king goes up,
yeah, then it's over.
Then you can't take the pawn because this is actually going to be a checkmate. Wow. Oh, that's incredible.
It's just like rook and bishop versus rook, except it's rook and bishop versus rook and bishop, and we're getting mated anyway.
It's incredible that these two pieces cannot help out the black king at all in this position. So, so here he would have to take, and then he would just be losing.
Wait, I have one idea.
Game. Yeah.
I have one idea. It's complicated, but if I go check.
King c5.
Then I play king e6. Because if you take on g5, I have rook e5 check.
So I should have gone king c4 in this case.
Yeah, and then this works. But if you go king c4, then I wanted to play h5. But now rook d4 check wins. No. What would win? King d3 might win.
King d3.
King d3 wins. So I think this is a good moment for Nejat to just, okay, I'm going to play gh4, and I'm going to sit patiently because as long as I have h6 pawn, white is not in danger of getting connected pass pawns ever. The king is still cut off. Almost all bishop endings are drawn.
And rook endgames
would
are
you
drawn.
And rook endings are drawn. Would you really take a chance now on some line which, if it goes wrong, you're spoiled the whole day? I think it's time to be practical, right?
Yeah. I completely agree, right? Because I've defended.
Yeah, at least nothing can go drastically wrong.
Yeah. So if you get the bishops off the board and your king is somewhere in the vicinity of your pawn, this is also a drawn rook endgame, not too difficult. So yeah, going back to the statistics of this event, this is actually not the most decisive candidates ever. It's tied for second to third place, Vishy. So it's still really good.
You mean of the recent run of double round robins?
Exactly, since 2013.
Okay.
So trivia question for you. What was the most decisive candidates tournament ever by the midway point after 7 rounds? I haven't yet looked at like the whole 14 rounds, just 7 rounds.
Berlin or what?
In fact, Berlin, no. Berlin was behind this one in terms of decisive games. I can actually tell you how Berlin was doing. Just don't.
No, I just heard there were a couple of guys.
Berlin was actually tied with us. Berlin is like at 39%.
Okay.
So Berlin was pretty
Not
good.
Hunty.
Yes.
Hunty was more combative.
The one that you won, yeah.
Because I was my tournament was so smooth. I remember it as kind of smooth, and then I didn't realize that it was so much.
46% decisive games.
I remember the others. There was mayhem when all the other guys were playing.
There you go.
But maybe my own personal tournament kind of.
Yeah, and I think the least decisive one was Moscow, 2016. Only 25% of the games had been decisive by the midway point.
I think it recovered a bit at the end, but okay, we'll see in the next statistics.
Yeah, we'll see. I can't do everything, in one night. But I found that kind of fascinating, So like anywhere, like the range has been from a low of 25% to a high of 46% halfway through the tournaments. It's a very big range, but I think it's also, it's kind of like the players subjectively feel that this event has more decisive games than normal.
Sure. Okay, just to recap a little bit. This is the position they had, and it's impossible for me to believe that this could seriously have been an issue. Let's even go back here. Did he need to play queen f4? Maybe he should.
Okay, he's about to take the pawn. Okay, so good. He makes one good practical decision, getting rid of one of the pawns.
Had he gone here, what exactly is white doing? Rook d1 and even queen here. With 4 rooks, you'll never get anywhere.
Yeah.
And with queen b8, it's also a draw.
Yeah.
So this by the way, is how you lose. I mean, more for the audience, obviously, but this is how you lose equal positions. You miss the easiest draw.
Yeah.
It's not that you make a bad move, it's that you don't make the best moves. If you make the best moves, the game is over in 2 minutes. You slide down a little bit, you can easily be there for hours. And I mean, this led to this, which again, I think it's a mistake. He could have done some other way. Then he offered the exchange of one pair of rooks. And miraculously, white was in time with his king. Because of the spin, white was in time to bring the king like this. And that's why he's having to work so hard. But he has played GH4?
Well, let's see. If Nepo doesn't seem like he's at the board.
Yes, he has played GH4. I see the 2 H pawns, kind of the dark. Yeah.
Right, but Nepo's not here to recapture on H4.
I mean, Nijat is defending extremely well. But one thing I've learned, he didn't have to.
Right.
Better not to defend. From personal experience as well, I can tell you it's much better when you just clinch it effortlessly than when you sit and defend.
All right, so bishop takes h4 is what we're expecting. And what move does black do?
It's not king e6 because then you run into the pin.
All right, so if you go king e6, I mean, you can still do it, I guess. We can still do it.
How is this possible? King b3?
Because we always have that check. Maybe.
But king b3, where is the... Oh, it's going to go some rook takes g2, king f4 or something. No, I don't know what it's going to do. I thought we just busted here.
By the way, Nijat has made a move. He has played bishop c1.
Okay, that's a very good sign because he's getting it completely out of the way. And
yes.
This is someone who realizes he doesn't have to force a draw. That with the pawn on h6, it's white's extra pawn may not matter that much. And if he stays calm, so I think it's looking somewhat better for him. Though obviously he's had to work much harder than he needed to.
Yeah, I mean, this king is probably going to try to come back, right? Like king
yes,
c4.
But then I go king e6. Or maybe I just throw in h5.
So king e6, you're saying that like if I trade the rooks, it's definitely, yeah, he plays king c4.
I can play king e6. If rook e4, it's a draw. I take h5 and it's not even worth. My king is the biggest blockader.
Okay. So there's no real way to make progress in your opinion. Okay. So we're not afraid of the rook trade.
And if king d3, I can check you on d2 even.
And you just keep checking me like that.
Yes.
And I can't even approach to e3.
I mean, you can go king c4 or king c3.
Sure, but then you just come back, right?
I think I can go a rook e2. I was thinking rook a2 as well. But yeah, essentially...
hold this construction, yeah.
Sure.
He just needs to like be confident that he's not losing the bishop endgame.
Yeah, so, but it's no longer tactical. There's no tactic which the bishop is going to drop. It's just counting. You bring the king to f7. You can even take the bishop to g7 and just sit there.
So tell us again, like how you're so confident that this rook trade is like not a problem
because my king is on e6. You can't dislodge it. There is no way. Your bishop can't do everything. It can't stop me coming to the e5 square and having a h pawn and coming around and collecting it. It's just something will stop somewhere.
Yeah.
Let us imagine that you are able to take the king all the way to e8.
Okay.
Assuming my king cannot come to e5, so you put your bishop on this diagonal.
Let's say I put my.
Okay, we'll just do this.
Actually, okay, you want to like go maybe king e5.
Yeah, and then I go back.
King d3.
I mean, I'd like to have h5 in, so just throw it in.
Throw that h5
bishop g3
in,
check,
bishop g3, king back. Start maybe improving my king.
Yeah. So put it on g5.
Put the bishop on g5. You come back.
F3, wait on.
By the way, Nijat agreed with you. I mean, he played king e6, and so he's showing us that he's not afraid of this bishop endgame. So bishop is gonna stay here. I guess.
I can stay on the other diagonal even.
You like this one?
Yeah. Because in order to dislodge me, you have to put the king on h3 and play bishop h4, and there's just so many things that are not going to work out for you.
Yeah, yeah.
I can wait on d8 and e7. Even when you come to h3, I can't do, you can't, I just go bishop f6, king h3, bishop e7. How are you going to make progress?
Yeah, so you can't really win this pawn is what you're saying.
No.
I see.
And you can't enter via g5 either, because and I have enough squares and so on.
Makes sense, makes sense. So, okay, so this big change of the game is not a threat to black. So how does white really get their king in? That's the question.
Also, now Nijat is threatening h5, because that rook is going to run out of squares on the g file kind of thing. But you know, me, I would love to just play king f7 and get that over.
Where do you like the king? I'm thinking like f5. I mean, maybe can you keep it a little more
I like f7
active?
because then h5 is a threat. That's
okay. You really want to cover like all these squares on the g file. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it still looks pretty comfortably drawn. Let's see if there's any action. There is some action between Vaishali and Humpy.
1 second, just before we go there. Oh, now I don't think Humpy is sure about it. Why is
Apparently,
better for white?
apparently, white can push this pawn up the board.
She actually allowed rook c4. Where was that rook?
Yeah, I think this pawn is just moving up the board. And
did she blunder?
She shouldn't have allowed d6 because she missed that, you know, on rook
Oh,
c1, there's rook b2.
Rook b2. She just missed that.
Wow. Wow. So we are getting something
So
unexpected.
Humpy might,
Humpy
That
might
is
be winning,
insane.
which is just crazy
That is
game.
insane. She just had to go rook b6.
Rook b6, just don't allow d6. What a blunder. How much time did she have left? I mean, she didn't have a lot of time. I guess they're both under a minute. But this is it. This is game over for Vaishali because I guess this pawn, is there any way to hold this? Can you go rook c8? Yeah, she just pulled her rook back. Rook c8, d7.
I mean, I would rather even start with this.
Because you might, okay, bishop c or f6 maybe. Maybe still some chances for black to somehow
Sure, it's not
survive.
sugar, I think, but +3 is +3.
But yeah, our job is to figure out what is that, where's that +3? Okay, she did play your move, rook d5 by Humpy.
f6 is just absolutely the only way, I think.
Yeah, this is exciting. But definitely Vaishali should not have let that pawn push.
Just 1 minute of
She
carelessness.
has 13 seconds, 10 seconds.
What is happening here? He's gone to g5, e5, sorry. Why has he done that?
Okay, Vaishali played bishop c3 instead of f6.
Oh, then it's hopeless.
Bishop c3, didn't like that at all. Is it that different though? I mean, I liked f6 a little more because you're trying to get the king in.
Let me play e5. Where are you going? The problem is I'm going to play king e4 and
king d3, yeah.
rook b5 and king d3, and then your bishop is actually trapped.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, she plays it. e5, strong move. White's pawns are going to be better than the b2 pawn. All right, and meanwhile, by the way, Salimova doesn't have a whole lot of time, but this position is still
It's a dead draw. I mean, I put the knight on g5 and you can never make progress.
Okay, let's get back to Nepo. So rook g7 was played by him, and
this is already looking slightly on the uncomfortable side of things, but
he actually stops king f7, yeah?
Yes.
What do you think is the point of this move?
I thought he could just move the rook to a2, right? And couldn't he just put the rook here and say, aha?
Yeah, seems like he could have.
I mean, I don't know if g4 was bothering him. Maybe g4 bothered him but I just go, oh, because rook e7 check, I'm threatening to shift your king this way, but there's always a way around, I think. Also, I could harass your bishop.
Maybe he wants to go rook e5 in order to play bishop g5.
Do
you think is that
right?
the idea?
Yeah, I mean, let's not exaggerate. Rook e5.
Maybe he wants
is a
the
man
bishop
well in
here,
control. Yeah.
and then he kind of wants to move his rook. Okay, so rook e5 is a move. Let's see what's going to happen. We have an answer from Nepo. He played king d3.
So bishop g5 now.
Okay. I mean, if you trade, this is just a really easy draw for black.
Sure, trivial.
So white is going to want to keep the bishops on the board.
Now let me go rook a5 or rook d5.
Oh yeah.
You'll go back to the second.
Yeah.
And then I'll give a check.
Yeah.
And then you'll go back, and I'll go rook a2 or something. It's not just complete. Or maybe I even have rook d1, d2.
Yeah. Looks like he did go back with the bishop. Bishop g5 on the board. How's their time situation? I mean, they're not like really in dire time trouble right now.
And you move the rook this way, that way, you get a minute. So now they're well out of the...
But still, this game should have ended a long time ago.
Yes, I think it could have ended 3 hours ago if...
Yeah.
And I've done this many, many times myself. It's this totally unnecessary defense for 3 hours when you could have wrapped up just ages ago.
Yeah.
And out of the 10 games I've played, I've probably lost 4 as well as a bonus. And the remaining ones I defended for way longer than I had to. So, no, when I say that chess is a cruel sport, it's kind of visceral for me.
Well, Humpy is going to be the lucky winner of the day. I mean, winning this position, I would say, absolutely required some luck. Wouldn't you say that?
Yeah.
Vishy, it's not necessarily, it wasn't so much about skill. It was literally your opponent just letting you push a pawn that they didn't have to let you push.
Sure.
So
this made no sense at all.
Yeah, big miss by Vaishali. I mean, I don't just people get tired and it's hard to play on the increment.
Also, it wasn't clear whether I think Vaishali suddenly was also playing for an advantage, and then you get your thoughts slightly muddled.
Yeah, so here we go. This current position, it looks like, well,
yeah, rook d3, and you have to play bishop b4, and then rook takes b2. And
Right. That's it. And just bishop b4 is on the board.
This is sad to watch
again.
B2,
yeah. And that's it. She might be resigning right around here. There's not, yeah. Wow. Well, what can we say about that game? I mean, it's really, this one just was a roller coaster.
3 in a row, her 4th loss.
And she really didn't have to lose this one. Like, her position was fine. Everything was fine. She had a beautiful bishop.
She lost the game 3 times maybe.
Yeah. And in this position, just like the white goes here intending to push the pawn, and there might be even multiple ways to stop it. I mean, even like king f8 comes to my mind. Like even that, right? Like you don't even have to, it's not even a matter of finding one move. It's like any move that deals with this pawn's advance. Just like put the king here so you can put the king there.
Do you realize that it's only rook c4 which lost?
Like, no, she didn't even have to play a move at all.
No, then d6 is happening.
No, then d6, yeah.
Sorry, I'm on the wrong board. Rook a4 is fine because d6, rook here. If rook takes b2, bishop b2.
Yeah, and then you can still give up the rook.
d7, you can give up the rook. It's just she managed to put her rook on the only square where it cannot go back to c8.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really just losing the game in one move for no particular reason. Okay, but we've got some action.
Oh, exactly where we thought we'd be.
Yeah, in Nepo versus Abasov, as Nepo is nursing a one-pawn advantage, objectively drawn position, but this could obviously go on for a while.
So rook a2, come on. Put it in an allied square. Always a good piece of advice, and then we'll take it from there.
Rook a2. So the problem is it's pretty hard for Abasov to start moving these pawns, although, I mean, when I say it's hard, what if I just start? What if I just go g3 and try to go f4? I guess you can just go, yeah, I don't know, rook a1.
Yeah, let me give you rook a1, rook a2.
Rook a2 is on the board. You played your favorite move.
Yeah, and this is my line. If G3, then I go check.
Yeah.
Check again. You got to go here. I check again.
And then you come back to A2.
I come back to A2, threaten bishop E3.
Yeah.
If you go F4, I go bishop F6, and you can't stop bishop D4.
Yeah.
So you do this. I go here.
7, and then it's a draw.
And
Yeah.
that's a draw.
But
So this particular line doesn't work. This is the position currently.
Rook A2. So do you feel like we had a surprising day of chess, Fishy? Very surprising, right?
I didn't expect. With it, actually, was just drifting.
Yeah.
And that's how he lost. I mean, his position just slid down. And in a way, Caruana as well. I mean, the position looked fine, and then 1 minute later, it wasn't. So quite surprising, dramatic changes. And look, it suddenly puts Hikaru and Gukesh in very good shape.
Right.
To fight for first place.
And it puts the fans in great shape, you know, because now there's just so much suspense in the tournament. I guess the fans have to hope that Ambassa holds this position in order to maintain, for Jan to maintain just like a minimal lead. And by the way,
also because it would be sad not to save this
right,
at this point.
Because of that, yeah. But also because for the tournament standings, it's just more interesting when the players are more closely bunched together and there's not like a runaway winner. And you want it to be as exciting as possible until the last round. And by the way, Anna is defending knight versus rook, which is funny because in this tournament,
she had rook versus knight.
Yeah, she had rook versus knight against Lei.
No, Lei.
Yeah, and that was the one where she had the rook. So it's pretty amazing to have that same material balance in 2 games in one tournament. Like I've only had it in 1 game in like my whole.
1 second, let's just,
actually, I don't even know if I've ever had this one in my whole life.
When was the last pawn captured? King takes F5. Rook takes E5. So move 73. That means move 123 is the draw.
Okay.
They've got a while, but these moves go fast. Especially when the king is in the center, you lose about 20 moves pushing into the corner. So it shouldn't be very long. And if she's getting
so we have
30
2
seconds per
decisive
move, then
games
she's
in the
good.
women. 2 decisive games in the women. This is the only one still going. 2 decisive games in the open. There's only 1 going. So we're kind of in like similar situations. By the way, they're actually playing. Yeah, they played G3. King E2, Rook A2. So they're going into this line that we were talking about. And it sort of feels like how exactly is Jan getting out of that perpetual rook attack from A2? Does he have a plan? Like, because he has to go King G2, right?
Yeah, and then rook back.
And then rook back. And how is he meeting this idea?
There's just no way because your rook cannot go to D7 to stop it.
Right.
And if you play F4, bishop F6, the rook has nothing better than.
It's kind of confusing as to like what the point is here. So their position is with rook. Yeah, rook A2 is now on the board. Here's their current position. Oh, and he seems unhappy. Look at that. What did he miss? He missed something because he obviously doesn't see a way out of this bishop E3 move, at least not in a way that keeps the game going. So he's like surprised by something.
I think he's.
You don't think so? No. You think he's just kind of doing a little bit of theatrics at the end for?
No, that's. I mean that he understands the position as a draw. And he's maybe slightly disappointed that it's become a forced draw instead of being able to torture your opponent for a while.
But look, I mean, what is so disappointing to him? I mean, it means to look like this. I mean, it means that he missed something. But all his opponent has done was play a few obvious like checks and attacks.
I mean, Nijat, you could be forgiven for thinking that Nijat was going to continue to make it exciting all through the day. I mean, he took a game which was shut down 2 hours ago, and he's managed to keep it going for both sides. So
yeah, I just feel like this type of body language is telling me that Jan was feeling like, he had a chance to win this game, and he certainly planned to keep it going. And now he's like very disappointed seeing that it actually is coming to an end because he can't stop this bishop e3
In fact, if
idea.
you saw Nijat, he was suddenly his eyes lit up and he started writing his moves faster and playing rook a1, a2, rook a1, because it's so easy to play.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's interesting though, because of course we know that like it's not like Jan was winning. Nothing really dramatic happened, but I feel like something dramatic for him must have happened in order for him to like look like this.
Sure.
Yeah, he doesn't really see a way out of this bishop e3 idea. Maybe he forgot that on f4 there's, bishop f6. And then he doesn't have a tempo to play king f3. That maybe, well, I don't know. That's just my speculation. But the point is that when you're stopping bishop e3, bishop f6, like if you could play king f3, that'd be great, but your rook is hanging and this is a threat and you just don't have time to play king f3. So they just play here and then they take your bishop, and of course only black will, I don't know, be playing this position. So I don't think he wants to allow that.
Jan manages a smile.
Yeah.
I'm going to be pretty annoyed with Nijat if he tries to play bishop versus rook.
But I don't think he's going to do it.
No,
I think Jan will
but...
not be giving away this bishop. There's no way he's giving away this bishop. Yeah, it looks like it's this repetition that is going, and it looks like Nijat is going to make his first draw with the black pieces. He had to work for it, but I do think that it's overall a deserved result.
Oh yeah,
for
he
Nijat.
defended very well.
And there was a part in the middle game where he played really well, very accurately, neutralized what was looking like a dangerous attack from Nepo. And he didn't have to make life so hard for himself in this endgame. So I don't think Nepo can be too upset. I mean, it's not like he was beating this guy the whole way. It's just like he was kind of lucky to even have this extra pawn, this marginal advantage at this stage in the game, right?
Yeah. Okay, this one's king f1 has happened once too often.
Oh, okay. Are they going to shake hands? Let's see how this procedure goes. They got an arbiter over there. Okay, there we go. So the game is over. And we have one final game in the women. It's knight versus rook.
What was it? Move 73, right? I said.
Yeah.
Move 73, and we are at move 95. So
but Vishy, this means we have time to go over one of the most exciting games of the day, which is like we never got a chance to really look at it. How did Hikaru really beat Fabi out of a position where it seemed like Fabi was completely safe?
Yes.
We could look at that, or we could look at rook versus knight for the next 10 minutes. What do you think?
Rook versus knight is fascinating.
Yes, but
sure. Why don't you?
Let's do it. Okay. So we're gonna go into one of the biggest games of the day. That was.
I think we can. Yeah, this one's over. Yeah.
Hikaru versus Fabiano. Their rematch of round one. Now, there was a point where everything seemed very safe for Fabiano.
I have been ordered off the mouse.
Oh, yes. Okay.
But it was well deserved, so I will refrain from that, and let's see what happened. But do you want to do this now on the recap?
Oh, let's just do it now because there's nothing else to do, right? So.
Sure.
Here we are, solid position for black, nice outpost in the center. This bishop's not too impressive. So we were feeling like it's very safe for Fabiano and even maybe has the potential to take over. So what goes wrong? Okay, he moved his knight, it got attacked, and Hikaru did not want to repeat moves. He played a3. Not particularly threatening to black, but it does show some intentions, like he didn't want the repetition. So Fabi tries something different. Bishop d2. Now, it's funny how he kept moving this knight around, isn't it?
But here, white has played bishop d2, so d4 pawn is attacked. So white is then forced to give up the thing. But,
and interestingly, this actually was a trade that wasn't bad for white because his dark squared bishop was kind of bad to begin with. And things start to kind of still very solid.
First of all, what happens for bishop d5 here after queen d2?
Queen d2. Bishop d5 looks super solid at first glance, yeah?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so he went queen g5.
Yeah, who knows why he didn't play this move. This move
Rook
is
e3
like...
happened.
Wait, isn't this move like... I mean, I don't even know what I'm supposed to play. Rook e3? Or what?
No, that's
no,
bad.
that's
I
knight
guess
f4. Yeah, I think this. So what
Maybe go
exactly
knight
would I
h5.
do? Knight h5.
Then we'll go queen d6. If I go queen d6, you go rook g4 maybe.
First of all,
Well, if queen g5,
yeah.
I take.
Yeah, I get triple pawns, right? Or something.
You take.
Yeah.
Correct term is the Irish pawn center. So it's takes g6, fg6.
Still not the worst position ever.
I'm probably
for
going to
black.
get some flack for that. But anyway, f3. No, but this is a serious advantage.
You think so? Unless
Yes,
I
with these
can do
triple
something
pawns,
quickly.
I'll play f3, king f2, and enjoy myself a bit.
Yeah, I need to get some counterplay fast. But hold on. Apparently my position's here not so bad, Vishy, so forgive me for trying to find out why. I need to target your pawn quickly. I'm going to go bishop c4.
Okay.
Apparently that wasn't it. But you know what? Maybe I change it. I go bishop b3. Here we go. Well, I don't know. Let's try it.
Rook c1.
So I wanted to go rook d8. You're going to go, I don't know. Let's just see what happens.
I mean, I'm just going to crawl around. I might play rook c3.
Rook c3, and what do I do? Bishop here.
Then, sorry, I thought knight e2, but you'll get in your g4, yeah.
Anyway, okay, let's go back. So first of all, I have to say that bishop d5 looks like a very natural move to me. So it's interesting that he didn't make it. He played queen g5. Yeah, that looks a bit weird, but
So white
all
went
right.
rook e3.
Rook e3.
And now did he
Now
blunder
knight
knight
f4.
Maybe not. h4.
Yeah, I'm sure he kind of missed this move. And I was looking at this with the engine in one of our breaks, like trying to understand why black can't take. But white was actually giving simply this position as an advantage to
Sure,
white.
the queen is trapped and it cannot release itself because that same pawn is defending, the pawn that's shutting the queen out of the game is defending the knight. So
Yeah. There's even some sort of knight f5 idea here. All right, so he didn't take the pawn. This is where things start getting kind of going wrong
yeah,
for
it's
him.
queen d5. Yeah, it's not.
Right, but now this knight starts getting pushed around, and notice how he can't go back to d5. So look at this, and this was the thing, Vishy. It just goes downhill, right? Like knight g6, and one more move, his knight goes back too passively. It's already getting bad. I think the engine was saying that some move like this was preferable in order to be able to put the knight here.
Okay.
But you know what else the engine was saying? That this move existed, but this one is pretty tricky. Obviously, you can't take it. Obviously, to the engine, you cannot take it because you lose this
Maybe
rook.
what, f3 or what?
It was something like queen c3.
Okay.
It was just so wild, though. Things like that. I don't even know. Do we even understand this move? Why are we playing queen c3? Because we want to go queen f3, or? No, we don't want to go queen f3 because you take an h4. So why would this be a move, Vishy?
Well, you can't move your bishop because I'll take on g2. You'll play f5. I'll play bishop b3. So you don't actually have a way forward, but it's not a huge plus. Can I play g5? You're going to play knight h5 probably.
You're trying to get your knight out this way.
Yeah, no, knight h5.
But yeah, so the engine was liking some bishop h3 and saying that black is holding this with the ideas. Trying to remember what was the idea. But I think one of the ideas was that there's some knight h4.
You can play rook takes
rest.
e8.
Yeah.
rook takes e8
Uh-huh.
and go bishop e4. But then the problem is after rook e4,
I can take it, right? Yeah.
knight e4, you actually have knight f4 maybe? I think even queen e4 and knight h4 might be unpleasant. Okay.
Yeah, black is doing, I guess, maybe knight h4. Or maybe queen e4. Maybe just queen e4, queen h3,
knight
and
f4,
knight f4. Yeah, looks really good
Mm-hmm.
for black. And, well, it was but it was getting kind of complicated, right, for Fabi? Like something has gone wrong, I think, to get to this point. He goes here, and then rook a1 happens, and like one more imprecise move, and his position starts getting seriously worse after like knight f8.
Yeah, so rook h5 comes.
Mm-hmm.
Where did he go? And then, yeah, h5.
Yeah. And
now, can I play knight d7 f6?
Okay, so the engine I see really doesn't like h5. It loses a one pawn of
Yeah, I
advantage.
can go knight d7, knight f6. So what could he have played instead?
Yeah, what could he have played here that was better?
Maybe knight f5.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that would have been better than what he did. So your point is that I can't take you because of rook takes e8. By the way, we have a draw in Anna versus Nurgul. The knight held up against the rook. Nothing
For the second time?
Yeah, nothing too earth-shattering about that.
Having tested it with both colors, I think Anna can
Yeah,
confirm the
Anna's
verdict.
now the tournament expert on rook versus knight, right? She's had more of that than anybody else. So, yeah, instead he goes h5, and then you said knight d7 is what. Yeah, by the way, bishop d7 was the losing mistake. This weird bishop retreat.
Okay,
Was
I think
bad.
on knight d7, knight f6, as knight improves itself 100 times.
Yeah, that actually looks a lot better.
No, it's still a big advantage.
Still not the
What is
very
it, queen
best.
d3 or something?
You know what? Is it queen d6 or queen d7 again? I mean, I'm trying to remember.
No,
like
queen d6,
actually,
knight f5. It's resigns in knight h6.
yeah, it wasn't that. So okay.
Okay, just try knight d7. I'm just amazed why.
Why +1 advantage?
What is it, rook e3?
Okay.
No, that is not it. Is it queen d3?
Ah, queen d3.
But I don't believe it.
But then you just take
I
on.
just take. I don't believe it. So
Yeah, queen d3. Oh, okay.
wait, knight takes e5.
Knight e5, queen h7,
king f8.
king f8. Where is our win, Vishy?
I think it's rook takes e5. Oh, so
Threatening
this is
knight
pretty.
f5.
Yeah, and if queen d4, I play knight f5 anyway.
Wow.
Or I play queen h8, knight f5. So
Yeah. Look, that's beautiful. Let's show people. Knight f5 is so nice.
and it's just mate. You can't even
Yeah,
stop mate.
straight checkmate on h8. No matter
Also,
which
it had to
piece
be
you
queen
take.
d3. And after queen d3, if you go knight f6, what's so terrible? It wants to go knight e4 or what?
So queen d3,
Knight f6.
knight f6. Yeah.
Is it knight e4?
Trading off the defender. Yeah.
Because what else? Ah, it is it. Okay. And then I cannot stop the breakthrough.
Yeah.
to
At some point, yeah, this is too dangerous already.
Hmm.
So, okay, hold on. We haven't found like the optimal move for black here yet, right?
After knight d7, queen d3, it actually didn't think it was so bad. So maybe it's just
Right.
going back to f8.
Just back like that. Okay.
As Kachanoy said, these computers never make up their mind.
Yeah. So what is okay, after h5.
Oh, but bishop d7 then is awful, isn't it? Because it allows knight f5, threatening knight h6, and the queen b4 punch. So it was just a 2-punch. Okay,
I think it was this move, Vishy. It was this really weird queen move that made like no sense because it was like walking into this. But I think the engine actually likes this move. Can we try to understand why?
Yeah, I think we should have a break, and you
a
can do
break?
this in the recap
Okay.
because the tournament is finished, Irina,
Yeah.
for the day.
You can just stay here for a little while longer. Okay. We're going to take our final break and then come back to you with a recap of the day's events.
the realm of kings and queens, only a select few dare to claim the ultimate crown. Witness the verse of legends, a victor in the open and women's section.
Well, day 8 has finished here in Toronto. We have plenty of decisive games, 2 in the open. Let's take a look at the results. These decisive games came pretty early on in the day. FIDE was never doing too well against Gukesh. The youngster Gukesh, he gets a win with the black pieces and leaps to a tie for first place again. While another really big clash between Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana ended in a win for Hikaru, and he leapfrogs over Caruana. Now, the situation is that Jan and Gukesh are leading again the tournament together. While Hikaru is inching closer, Prague made a fairly tepid draw with Firouzja despite an exciting opening, and Caruana now finds himself 1 point behind, actually still within striking distance at 50%. Let's take a look at the women's results. Tan Zhangyi, that's the big story of the day, the leader from round 1, loses, and now she has to share the lead with several other people. Lei Tingji catches her. Humpy wins a nail-biting game. Like so many things happened in that game. She beats her compatriot Vaishali. Of course, it's a very sad loss for Vaishali. The other 2 games finished in draws. So Vishy, why don't you so the standings are showing us that Garyachkina, Lei, and Tan are in a tie for first place, closely followed by Katerina Lagno at 4.5. And there's quite a big gap between those 4 and Salimova and Kaneru, who are actually on minus scores. So Vishy, why don't you walk us through the excitement of the day?
Sure. So today was a fantastic day, and once again, a change in the leaderboard. So first, I would like to take you through the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana. Basically, they got a position like this. Fabi was doing very well. And then suddenly, what was a very, very even position round about here, suddenly went bad. Queen G5 happened, Rook E3, Knight F4. And now watch what happens, H4. It's still not bad, but sometimes the psychological effect of these things can be worse. You suddenly realize you missed something. If he had captured, Rook E4, G5, and this is winning because the black queen is simply trapped here. He went Queen D5, Rook E4, Knight G6, Rook E1, went Knight F8, Rook E5. By the way, instead of Knight F8, Queen D7 was still holding. But it requires, and I think Fabi was kind of upset with himself for having gotten himself here, and he collapsed very fast. Queen D5, H5. Amazingly, if he had sat down for 5 minutes, he might have, or if he had started the game at this point, he might have found Queen F6 or some way of just hanging there. But in fact, he lost in one move. One of the world's best calculators. Bishop D7, Rook takes E8, Bishop takes E8.
Oh, Vishy, can I just say one thing? Do you notice how Black's pieces have all gone to the back rank? It's been just a continual going back with every single move. I mean, kind of interesting like that.
It's amazing. The knight was on D5 and the bishop was on E6, and they've just, you're right, they've gone all the way back. And I think the problem for Black is that he has to do what he did, because White is threatening knight takes H6. So he thought he held that with this, but then boom, Queen B4. Black has to protect this pawn. B5 was a blunder. Bishop D7, well, it doesn't lose on the spot, which is all you can say. And suddenly, check, Knight D5. If you capture it, it's made, and there's nothing else you can do. So before you knew it, the game was over. Quite a dramatic development. It pushes Fabiano back to 50%, but Hikaru's comeback is all the way there, and now he looks like a man for whom things are going according to plan. So he might very well, and he's only half point behind the leaders. Okay. Vidit had a similar situation. They played some nondescript Italian. Gukesh is doing well. These are the kinds of positions where you can just accept the verdict. But I think Vidit started to drift. He made a move here, a move there, and suddenly you're getting into trouble. He went d4, queen e8. Things are still manageable. But a little while later, he had just conceded the a file. And his pawns are all stuck, and the black queen is coming here. Again, the position's bad, but it's amazing how fast he collapsed. A few moves later, the queen had come completely in. A few attempts at counterplay, but this queen should be on f3 to have any chance, but it's just managed to find himself thing. And it was over in a bit. He even went knight c4, and after queen e1, it's going to be mate. Black is just going to do that. So I'll just work you through the end. Queen g1 check, king g3, knight h5 check, king h4, knight df6. Black is going to play g5 and mate. Watch how the king has become trapped on h4. Vidit tried one desperate lunge. In fact, both moves mate in 7. Gukesh preferred this way. And just one pretty finish. He took rook takes f5. If rook takes h2, g5 is actually mate. And after e takes f5, queen g3 check, king g5, knight h7 check. So dramatic day, big prize for Gukesh after his defeat against Firouzja. And I think for Vidit, it's a heavy blow because his tournament was just starting to recover. There's one more game where the participants experienced every emotion under the sun. Vaishali blundered an exchange or lost the exchange pretty fast, after which she's much worse, but she actually defended well. I think Humpy could have simply taken on d4 and been much better. All it means is that you have to bring the queen back, get the king out of the way, and start pushing the kingside pawns. This position in a few moves became this. And suddenly, due to the devastated pawn structure, it's not that easy. There were further dramatic twists and turns, but at some point, Vaishali had saved it. This pawn is so strong, it's going to tie down one of the rooks here, and it's a draw. But all this happened, and Vaishali is still trying to be better. e4, king f8, rook a3, king g7. Perhaps she thought she could create a pass pawn on the king side, rook d3, and only now the blunder. She could have played rook a4, because after d6, rook a1, takes, d7, rook a8, it's still a draw. But she went rook c4, not quite appreciating the difference. And by the way, this winning try is totally unnecessary because you could just have gone rook b6 and been totally fine. But after rook c4, Koneru pounced. She went d6, and now if rook c1, rook takes b2, bishop takes b2, d7, the bishop can't go back because of this pawn. And the rook can't go back because it's the only square that this pawn covers. And so Vaishali lost this game, I don't know, 2 or 3 times. So tragedy for her, a very lucky break for Humpy. And yes, it was a lot of emotions today. I think the biggest emotion to watch the leader, Tan, end up sharing first place. But maybe you want to tell that story, Irina.
Well, that was the big game of the day in the women's section. She lost to her compatriot Lei, who's on a winning streak. And basically, she played an offbeat line as white, as has been her general tendency in this tournament. And we found this position to be quite interesting. Obviously, you can see Lei Tan doing her best to create an unexplored kind of position. We thought that this could be an interesting moment to play this move bishop f3 that Vichy suggested, actually put the king in the center, then maybe bring the pieces over to the king side. And instead, Tan played rook g1, which looked really natural, but Black was very solid, and they were repeating moves. So actually, Tan had the draw in hand. She could have just played bishop f4 and ended the game. Perfectly reasonable decision, given the position on the board, the fact that her king is not castled, she doesn't really have any advantage, but she gambled and she played f4. The computer immediately hated this move, and in fact, she didn't really come up with any good way to justify this kind of play as white. Black already had discoveries against the bishop, but Lei also played very nice move king f8. And you can see, you know, refusing the draw is not leading white to have a great position. I mean, once your bishop starts retreating to g3, you can't be too happy. So finally, Lei finds this nice maneuver of the knight. And basically, Black is going to be playing against this bishop on h3, which can't really do anything. Black is play on the queen side. This pawn isn't that dangerous. Black is already better. And Tan's final chance in this game to make a draw, she actually had one, came kind of unexpectedly, but it was this moment where instead of the passive bishop g2, which completely handed the initiative to Black, Black is now just up a pawn, she could have played the aggressive piece sacrifice, bishop f5, and defending this pawn. And apparently this is holding the balance for white. It's like she has a powerful rook. She has another good rook supporting the passed pawn. Great queen. This pawn is weak. That was a chance for her to stay in the game. Unfortunately, passivity cost her the game, because once she lost the pawn, it was just downhill from there. Like all of Black's pieces came in, and yeah, like she's down material, and Black's king is way safer than White's, and all of the Black pieces came in. The White's position collapsed. So yeah, she gambled a little bit too much with the white pieces, and for that, she now has to share the lead with Lei and Garyachkina.
Yep.
So I feel like things are going in the most exciting possible way here in the candidates. We really don't know who's going to win this tournament. We have people who are tied for the lead in both sections and people who are closely pursuing them. So lots of possibilities here, Vichy.
Very much. And we didn't even have time to show you Abbasov's excellent defense. But there's a lot more to come back to, and we hope you'll join us tomorrow, same time.
Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time in Toronto, Canada for round number 9.